Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Now the room was still. Quiet. The long window to the west showed the setting sun, the sky like fire as it shined upon the city. The stillness was broken by a shift. A slow step as the quiet form of a teen stood from a bench. His hands were wrapped in tape, the white and black bands stark against skin, and the faint splattering of blood already leaking from his knuckles. He stepped forward, arms coming up as he took his stance, hair golden in the setting sun. A thud of flesh on padding, followed by another and another. His black tank top was already soaked in sweat, red eyes gleaming as fist after fist was thrown into the heavy bag. First slow, testing. But every strike came faster, every hit harder, everything he felt, that he feared, that he wanted to roar and face and overcome channeled through muscles that already ached. His knuckles felt like they were on fire. His arms screamed as lactic acid burned at his muscles, his nerves frayed. But all he could see was that moment. The spray of blood and sheer, focused calm. That moment where Izuku made a choice and followed through with no hesitation. He screamed and threw one last punch, his quirks sparking through the tape as he slammed into, and then threw, the heavy bag with the sound of a gunshot. Sand spilled to the ground even as Bakugo slumped against the deformed shape of the heavy bag. Shota, Nezu. We need to talk about Midoriya Izuku. The teacher looked up, still flexing his forearm under the brace that covered it. At his side, the principal glanced up with a measured look at the form of recovery girl. Yes, Chio. What have you found? Nezu was calm, but there was an energy, a curiosity, that lurked under his frame. At his side Aizawa was quiet and tense, listening intently. I managed to finally get the records for the boy. All of them. She breathed deep and passed a tablet to them, the teacher holding it up so both him and Nezu could watch as a simple portrait of the teen appeared. I checked all of this. I spent most of the night hunting down the doctors who did the initial exam and the various specialists who checked different parts of his changes. Changes? Aizawa was intent, and as the model began to change, he watched with narrowed eyes. As you know, the simulation he was held in emulated his entire body through the use of the digitalization quirk. What people didn't know, until Midoriya exited the simulation, was that his body was treated like it was undergoing the simulation through a specific program. She brought up a new page, the I-Island logo large and marked with confidential. That program was developed by a team known as Lazarus. Another symbol appeared, a stylized Ouroboros, done in smooth red lines around the staff of Asclepius. The program was originally designed as an injury and exposure simulator to map healing for long-term care. But it was stolen along with the environmental encounter simulator. The simulator, that's the one Midoriya was trapped in, Aizawa nodded, the pieces starting to form a disturbing picture. The very same. The program they made was in charge of simulating the stress of death and combat upon the human body, and then through a modification from Akihiko Sugo, it rebuilt and healed the body it was simulating. And made it better. The more stressful the simulation, the more pain, the more exhaustion and exertion, the greater the threat response and injuries it took. The body would be improved to cope. The only part not modified was the central nervous system. Instead, it was merely renewed to the latest uninjured state, often when it was in the middle of a flight or fight response. On the screen, panels popped up, pointing to a dozen points on the body. Aizawa was clenching the screen in his uninjured left hand so tight the glass creaked under his grip. A series of numbers were displayed. Length of perceived in-simulation time, 384 days, 17 hours, 3 minutes, 2 seconds. Stress levels above recorded measurement. Growth rate increased to 359. 3% normal expected development. SHT, how is he even sane? Aizawa bit back his longing to yell, only to hear from Nezu. He might not be. The principal glanced up, eyes narrowed as he looked over the medical records. For that matter, I would hesitate to call him a human. Not after the changes he's undergone. Izuku stood on the roof of UA, his hands in the pockets of his sweatpants and a loose green shirt billowing in the breeze of downtown. The sun had set mere hours ago, and with it, he had woken up. He stepped across the asphalt of the roof, bare feet on the rough stone, beginning to move. First, slow stretches to loosen his muscles, to gauge his own body and its capability. It wasn't Tai Chi, though it held the same slow grace. It wasn't yoga despite the flexibility of his action, with its lack of set stances. It was feral. He moved through it slow, each step and twist heavy with intent and drive. He could do it faster, use the explosive twisting forces that he was capable of, but that wasn't the point. The memory flashed through him. Don't rush, kid. The moment you rush, the moment you stop thinking, is the moment you get picked off. So instead of hurrying, he slowed. Each step took time. Each twist was slow, and deliberate, and measured. Each thrown fist and breaking move and killing strike he knew and walked through was glacial in its pace. Yet the strain only increased. Holding each phase, his muscles tensed from the force of the flex, even as they were slowly released. As the moon rose high, and the air cooled, Izuku finally came to a slow stop. You could have stepped up, sensei. The sway and step of the pro-hero was different from Aizawa's. Aizawa was a snake, a shadow, a flicker of cloth in the wind that struck like a hammer. Snipe was a presence. His cloak was thick and heavy, his armor stylistic, and his dreadlocked hair and mask was almost iconic, and his weapon of choice was a threat, being one of the very few heroes with a gun and the willingness to use it. And even now, without all of the clothes and weapons, dressed only in a white tank top and blue jeans, he still carried his own metaphysical weight. Looked like you were working it out just fine, kid. Slowly stepping up, the teacher soon stood just out of arm's reach next to the teen. Long night. Izuku tilted his head, unwilling to really put up a social front tonight. I can't sleep easily. The real world's a bit too loud, and the dream's a bit too real. Snipe nodded and looked up, Izuku following his gaze. For a while, they simply watched the stars. Hound Dog's pushing his session with you back a week. The entire staff is up in arms and needs to be seen showing they've still got it, so we're taking extra patrols. Midoriya glanced up, eyes unimpressed. Of course. The media. The venom was deep, but subtle. As he glanced back out at the skyline, he stepped forward and up, feet tapping lightly on the thin concrete barrier around the rooftop. The drop below him, the sky above. For a moment, Izuku just let himself breathe in, while behind him Snipe tensed, ready to lunge and catch the teen if he proved to be unstable. And then, Izuku opened his mouth, and started to sing. It was wordless, more of an operatic *ing and calling. But the emotion was heavy. It was one of determination beyond death. Of unending pain broken only by victory. In the wind of the night, it didn't carry, but the song wasn't for the people below. It was for Izuku. It was a declaration of intent, vocalized so he could hear it said once more, a new layer upon the old. A refresher of a lesson hard fought and harder learned. Under the song was a threat to the world. Let my blooded hand stop, or make me kill you too. Then Izuku was shaking. His hands were trembling, his gut churning as yet another round of blooded acid dripped from his lips down the drains. I can't win. Even when I did everything the way it should be done, I still can't win. I can't save anyone. Not even in a computer simulation. Kaken was right, he had tried to call up his childhood friend. Had reached for the solutions in his memories. When smiling didn't work, he had reached for Kaken's rage, only for that to fail him as well. He slumped back against the tile of the simulation room's bathroom, eyes aching from far too many shed tears. He wanted to just sleep, to just fade away. He slowly staggered up and away, pushing as he stumbled from the bathroom, a line of vomit on the tile ignored as he pushed for the ripped and torn bed, slamming in and trying to bury himself into the cloth, to block out the world around him. On the wall behind his prone form, a screen floated. Outlast complete. Skill set tutorials unlocked. Movement observation and stealth simulations complete. Unlocking technical simulations. Please wait 3 days as system prepares simulations. Suggested tutorials can be found on personal terminal in main room. Now Jiru sat on her bed, banned posters across the walls and instruments set carefully around her as she looked at the weapon in her hand. Black metal with a silvery edge, some sort of synthetic, from what Momo had said. It was as long as her forearm and hand held flat, and had a simple handle that fit to her palm. The look in the hacker's eyes as the blade pressed to her neck. She blinked and turned the blade around, pushing the memory aside. She pondered for a moment before rolling onto her feet, holding the blade down and away like Midoriya had said. What was it? A chopping motion, he said, right? She held the blade out and tried said motion, bringing the blade up and down with both hands, more like a baseball bat than a proper weapon. She frowned and tried again and again, shifting her feet and setting her shoulders as she tried a few different configurations, but all of them felt jerky and weird. With a final jerking motion, her hands slipped and her eyes widened when the blade slammed point first into the carpeted floor, barely missing her bare foot. SHT. She wiggled the blade free and frowned. This is harder than it looks. She paused at that, and her teeth found the end of her ear jack, rolling the metallic tip across her lips in nervousness and indecision. He knows how to fight with a blade, and I never want to feel that helpless again. Nodding, she set her resolve. Now. I just hope he agrees. Then Island Research Division. A half-dozen researchers sat around a table, eyes closed in exhaustion or staring blankly off in the distance with sheer frustration. All of our research and work and effort. The speaker was an older woman, eyes red with tears long dried, bright aqua hair tied back in a messy bun. Used by that sick F. Asuna, a tall man with red spiked hair, reached out, hesitant but trying to comfort her somehow. He killed people, Klein. With our research. Our programs. Asuna choked back a shuddering retch even as she slumped. And we can't even save the kid. Because the simulation is keeping him alive and we can't trigger the ejection without restarting the system, which would kill him. In the back of the room, bags beneath his eyes, a larger black man, skin laced with scales, tapped at a console. God, the chat room for this is only getting worse. There's some sick FS who are getting off to the kids' torture, and I'm trying to moderate and ban as fast as possible, but there's also a bunch of people who are doing research on the games. Hell, I've got dozens of links here. Speed runs, tactic guides, level maps, character backstories. Store it all, Agile. We'll need it, since my old cache of data got ganked when he stole the system. Across the room, cat-like whiskers and ears twitching, and with dead eyes that looked into the distance, Argo downed another bottle of beer, stacking it with the dozen already to her side. God. I can't believe that effer used my environment simulator. Fing cocksucker. The four of them were the leads of what had once been called Project Training Ground. Using Sugo's digitalization quirk and his basic designs, they spent 8 long years reverse engineering the data he provided. With digital copies of any and every type of material, they made databases full of what the world looked like for a computer-made prototyping simulators. So precise they could simulate decay and destruction from nearly anything, and could see real-time responses when exposed to nearly any environment or natural disaster. And then Sugo started experimenting with living tests. Mice, rats, rabbits, dogs and cats and snakes and spiders. He had even convinced Asuna, the lead on medical simulations, to let him use some of her programs. Her team, Lazarus, had made the Biological Entity Stress Simulation Intelligence, or BESSI. It was the leading edge on medical simulations. It was revolutionary, and with his research it would have been finished faster and cheaper. It could have been released years ahead of schedule. And now it was resurrecting a dead teen over and over again for the world to see. The 4 leads in the room were distraught. But not as much as the youngest, the prodigy among them. Yui Cardinal. The teen girl was, even now, passed out on a cot in the corner, eyes puffy from days of crying. Asuna had been her teacher, despite them being in different departments. Argo's environmental simulator, Klein's physics engine, Agile's material research, Asuna's medical tech. And Yui's experimental 6 seeds. All of them butchered and spliced from research that could change the world, into a death trap. The door opened, and the last of the 6 appeared. Long, black hair tied into a ponytail and androgynous features started out, violet eyes bagged and skin gaunt. Whereas the rest of the researchers had been working on the digital, Kirito Kazuya had provided the equipment to make it happen. The custom testing computer that ran the simulation, something strong enough to outprocess half of Tokyo, was their creation. And with its theft, everything else went along with it. News. Sugo's still not talking. I hear he's being shoved into the lower security section of Tartarus. Argo drained another bottle, sliding it next to her stack. Good thing riddance. The but even admitted that he locked himself out of the system. Until the game's end, his quirk won't revert. We can't hack the computer without the failsafes wiping it, killing the kid. We can't turn it off without killing the kid. We can't edit the games unless we want a hard reset, which kills the kid. The only thing we have access to is the live feed, and we can't even cut that off. The closest we got is moderating the chat and looking at the data being fed out. Walking by, Kirito snagged the last beer from the coda and sat on the table, eyes closed as they drained it. Well, I have shitty news, okay news, and news from hell. Regale us, dear leader. What's the word from up top? The okay news. None of us are getting fired. Shitty news. All of our research is currently marked as evidence for internal affairs. News from hell. The media knows it was our department. Groans and curses echoed around the area. Great. Just what we need, the press. As if upper management wasn't going to be sessed off at its use enough, Klein groaned as he collapsed on the couch, Asuna still holding onto his chest as she quietly cried. As the six of them settled in for another long night of watching a teen fight for his life, they spoke in soft tones. Yui, eyes closed, clenched the bedding underneath her tightly and avoided letting her friends know she was awake to hear them. She made the monsters. So wasn't she one as well? Aizawa glanced over his notes, rubbing the ache between his eyes as he considered what he had learned. Chiyo shared what she knew before leaving, but with all the information she had, there was almost as much that she didn't know. She didn't understand where Midoriya's limits were because the data was so horribly inconsistent. The researchers who had helped him after the simulation had run him through a variety of tests, but in one test he could shatter ceramics and bend steel with a bare hand, another he was only just above human average. The results fluctuated wildly based on what actions Izuku took, and that wasn't considering the variety of tests that were cancelled or deemed unethical. In the end, they knew that Midoriya was dangerous, but only if provoked. His go-to response to flashbacks was to flinch and walk off, ignoring the people around him as he worked it out of his system. He was the most dangerous when he was rushed at. A medical report showed that a doctor who ignored that warning had gotten a scalpel driven through his hand into a table. The scalpel blade had been stuck in the steel of the table. His hand had to be ripped off it. And that was before the psychological reports came in, with another inconsistent tone. 4 different therapists had tried to examine and talk with him, and the responses ran the gamut from calling Midoriya an emotionless psychopath with no remorse, to PTSD of an unheard of scale, to debates on emotional repression and burnout. Aizawa had spent most of the night just trying to sort out how Midoriya had changed since his exit from the simulation. Even now, he had more questions than answers. He also had things he needed to address immediately. Midoriya's most recent scans, particularly in the wake of USJ, were frightening. His body's metabolism showed signs of insane activity on par with the most intense of Olympic competitors, even though it had slowed by the time he reached the medical wing. The terrifying part was the number of signs pointing to rapid starvation, nearing the point where his body began to cannibalize fat reserves to sustain itself. Chiyo had suggested that his insane level of physical capability came at a cost, and that was that he needed fuel for working that hard. Aizawa had notes to take to lunch rush later, regarding improved portions and specific nutrients. Beyond that, he needed to talk about increased impact gloves. One of Midoriya's hands had hairline fractures across half the knuckles. The fact they had already begun to heal and set into place even after Chiyo's quirk wore off was reassuring, but frightening. And then he needed to talk about the teen's sleep schedule. Him passing out so quickly from Chiyo's quirk, and staying out for so long, was a cause for concern. Particularly compared to the expected levels of recovery he should have gotten. Sighing, Aizawa rubbed at his temples, leaning over his desk. He had plans to make. 𝐒𝐿 sat up with a smooth motion, eyes roaming the dark room. He had managed to settle in for only a few hours after his little expedition to the roof, and now he could feel it. The itchiness under his skin, the soft rumble as his stomach asked for food, and the deep-seated warning that he needed it. Now. He slid a hand down his arm and removed the saline drip with deft work before shifting, feet to the ground. A flicker of his hand turned off the heart monitor before he disengaged it himself. He was hungry, not sloppy. He wasn't gonna send up the alarm that easy. On bare feet, a pair of loose UA gym breathes, and a white tank top, he set off, eyes half-lidded as he moved. His feet were quiet as he smoothly loped through the dark and quiet halls of UA, driven by instinct as much as conscious thought. He needed food. Proteins and vitamins. He had done this at home once, fallen into this half-focused state. His mother had found him sitting with an empty carton of milk, a half-consumed pack of chicken wings, bones cracked and marrow scared out, and half a dozen fruit that had been reduced to seeds. He had barely woken up enough after gorging himself to clean up, before passing out. He felt like Recovery Girl was gonna be cessed. He couldn't bring himself to care. He stepped down the stairwell like a ghost, his silent feet sending him into ever more fluid motions as he twisted around railings, skipping flights of stairs entirely as he flipped from banister to banister, before stepping onto the cafeteria floor with the grace of an animal. He slipped through the half-light, ignoring any markings of time and weaving through the cafeteria doors with a motion that seemed to flicker from step to step, leaving the door to close so smoothly that a blink would miss his entrance. The kitchen lay ahead, doors closed to either side, but the counter in the center was vaulted with quiet grace. Hand flashing out to snag an orange, 𝐒𝐿's teeth tore through skin and flesh in quick, intense bites, even as he peered around the room. By the time he reached the first walk-in fridge, the orange was reduced to the slightest of juice marks on his lips and he was already starting the apple he had grabbed with his other hand. Stepping into the walk-in, 𝐒𝐿 began the process of fueling his insane metabolism, instincts ingrained by years of evolution, refined and adjusted by the state his body called normal, led by his hands. A half-dozen raw eggs cracked with deft hands and drained for their nutrient-rich yolk. A small bag of sandwich meat consumed and left empty. 2 cartons of milk, sipped at between bites of tomato and a thick bread roll. Butter swallowed with no regard for taste. A head of dark lettuce eaten with large bites and chewed fast. As he ate, he felt his body respond, the faint itch of hunger and need replaced by a satisfying rush of endorphins. Finished, he closed the fridge, the various trash left over from his raid gathered and disposed of. Washing his hands, he glanced up as the faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Lunch Rush stepped into the kitchen, whistling softly as he considered his plans for the morning and the coming day of cooking. He never noticed how, as the door swung closed behind him, a slender figure slipped from his perch above the door and out the entryway with silent steps. Then 𝐒𝐿 slumped at the terminal, clicking through page after page of technical manuals and diagrams, eyes taking it in but still not knowing why he was being run through engineering courses. He had spent the first of his 3-day breaks sleeping or dissociating under the blankets of his bed. However, halfway through the second, he dragged himself out of bed, wrapped in a fleece blanket, and staggered to the console. He glanced over the recommended tutorials, and clicked on the first one, slumping into the office chair in his bundle as he watched videos and clicked through pages. However, the more he read, the more confused he became. Basics of ventilation and power conduit maintenance. Explanations of how a set system, known as Apollo, would handle intersystem communications and controls. As he read on, 𝐒𝐿 picked through lessons on hardwiring computer systems, long manuals about computers and security protocols, and even a series of what looked like handmade PowerPoints on how to deal with these hunks of junk keycard readers. But as 𝐒𝐿 delved deeper, he was also finding strange connections. Everything he was looking at, every manual and book, had the same pair of corporate markings. Lorenz System Tech Development and GeoFund Investor. Beyond that, the constant reference to pressurization, to environmental checks and safety measures, sounded like something out of a sci-fi movie. And it was making 𝐒𝐿 uneasy. Clicking through, 𝐒𝐿 paused as the next page went blank. Here. He tabbed out and blinked. He had finished the files, having devoted the day to them. Rubbing at his eyes, he slid his notebook away and stretched, frowning at the nearby timer and noting the 8 hours left on the countdown. Leaning back, he exhaled, looking up at the ceiling. There's something more, something hidden. But what? A pinging sound got his attention as a pop-up flickered into existence on the screen. Locate more files in a simulation to unlock more tutorials. Well, if that wasn't a pointed hint. Izuku yawned and shrugged his blanket back over his shoulders like a thick mantle, staggering to the bedroom once more. He could use some more sleep. Hopefully without nightmares this time. Now dressed in jeans and a hoodie, Izuku stepped off campus and began to move through the streets of Tokyo. He had gotten the green light to leave for a few hours, citing that he had healed enough to be allowed to wander. The fact that he may have spent the morning ripping a punching bag to shreds out of sheer annoyance with being locked in the building may have been a contributing factor. Shifting the hood so his hair was tucked away, it only took a matter of minutes for him to duck into a convenience store for a pair of sunglasses and a bottle of grape juice. He was restless. Shigaraki's last words were a lingering echo. He knew from Nezu that his mom was currently being hosted at a private location, and his house was being watched just in case the League tried something. Izuku fiddled with the slim handle in his hoodie pocket, glancing up at the buildings nearest to UA. Namely, the building with the single best view of the heroics classroom. It was a modern apartment complex, with clean-cut lines. A glance at the front door and he found what he wanted, an intercom system. There was even a directory for who was in which room, using last names. He ignored the ones with names for now, instead focusing on the 3 empty apartments. 1 on the 5th, 2 on the 7th. He was pretty sure the 7th floor was too high for the angle, so the 5th was his best bet. He walked into the classroom, but out of the hallway. But that took a moment. Exhaustion. Or repositioning. Downing the last of his juice, Izuku shifted and took a few steps down the back alley of the building, circling to the side of the building hidden from UA. With a glance, he felt the urge to grin. Fire escape. A quick leap from one handhold to the next, and he was vaulting over the railing of the lowest landing before he began to take the ladder with smooth, lunging steps. On the 5th, he looked through the window, seeing the empty hallway that stretched from the elevator at the far end to the fire escape where he stood. 5 to 3, th. The window was a simple fix, a snap of his wrist lining up the thin switchblade in his hand with the latch. A moment of careful teasing with the blade and it clicked, letting him in. He slithered down the hallway, checking apartment numbers until he got to the door, glancing at the empty nameplate next to it. The switchblade slid through the gap between the door and the frame, and with a click he pushed it open into the empty apartment. He stepped through empty white rooms, the carpet layered in dust thick enough that he could make out another pair of footsteps that had dragged and paced through them, and a series of swirls that brought to mind the warp-quirked villain, Kurogiri. Shifting until he found the right window, footsteps thick enough that the dust was cleared away around it, he crouched, hand held out as he eyed the angles. Warp 2 and from here, then. The angle is right, but that's only the door out. Which means they both showed up here. Glancing around, he saw it. In the dust-caked carpet, there was a faint disturbance, before it vanished again. A second warp out. Looking closely, Izuku made out faint swirls across the carpet where he expected the portals to be. Air flow, there's a suction effect when they open. He stood and paced back through the empty apartment, frowning at the lack of any other evidence. They used this to do reckon, but nothing else. A few minutes of work to get back to the alley floor, and he strode out in the light of day once more, hands in his pockets. He got only a few blocks away before his phone rang, breaking him from his passive thoughts. He quirked an eyebrow at the screen of his cell when he read the name. Principal Nezu calling. Then the podium was called, once more. The timer had finished counting down only a few minutes ago. Dressed in a thick and comfortable long-sleeved shirt, slacks, and work boots, Izuku lay back and let the familiar screen wrap his eyes once more. He saw the grayed-out titles of the first 3 games, and moved on, tabbing to the newest one. Alien, Isolation. He hesitated. A flicker of memory, raw and painful, of a headless corpse propped against a jeep. And then another thought, a mix of memory and hallucinations. Of his mom, crying out for him. I can't stop. Not yet. He focused and said the title aloud, and the world dropped away once more. He was suddenly laying not on the curved metal of the simulation altar, but on a rubbery mattress. Blinking, he glanced up at the metal of the roof of what appeared to be a bunk. Leaning off, he looked around to see the room cast in soft light. He blinked at a computer terminal to the side, large and clunky, with 2 new messages flashing on the screen. Taking a moment to investigate the room, he found an ID card. Izuku Midoriya, Maintenance. Access Level 1 Foot. The locker had a jumpsuit in gray with blue and orange markings, his name on the chest. It also had a small toolkit and a headset with a flashlight. Setting all his gear out on the small counter in his room, he moved to the computer terminal and opened his messages. 2 new messages: Notice of Employment, Warning, Security Curfew. The employment notice was straightforward: Welcome to Sevastopol Station and the employ of Lorenz Systems Technology. Thank you for joining us as part of the decommissioning crew. We expect you to maintain an upstanding and efficient work ethic. Nothing about it jumped out as strange. The other message, however, from Apollo alerts attention all crew, effective immediately, the station is going into high security lockdown. All outgoing communications are disabled, and security is increasing to priority. Please do not panic. The situation is under control. Why did this scream? Something's killing people for some reason. Izuku started tugging on the jumpsuit with a sigh. The suit had plenty of straps and pockets, and the toolkit strapped to his thigh comfortably. The headset was hooked around his ear, and a tap turned on the light. Geared up, Izuku pressed the door controls. On his wrist, the smartwatch he had first gotten in Outlast beeped. Current location: Solomon's habitation tower. Objectives: find out the reason for the lockdown. With his new objective in mind, Izuku began to walk through the corridors of Sevastopol Station. Now Nedzu sipped at his tea, still staring at his phone even after their conversation had long ended. His mind was racing, piecing together facts and connecting events. Midoriya's little investigation had given him a solid point to build off of. The villains had clearly done reckon and planned their attacks. Combine that with the results of his own information-gathering exploits, and he could see the shape of what exactly his opponent was. There clearly was a backer for the villains here. The gathering and funding of so many villains for even so short a fight. The planning that took place, the sheer biological complexity of the Nomu and the Hunter, the gear that had been given to the villains who intercepted the teachers. This wasn't a small group of disillusioned madmen. There were roots here, deep crawling layers and plots that had to come together for this kind of attack. It reminded him of the files he had on All for One, and he hoped he was wrong. The only variable the League hadn't been ready for ahead of time was Midoriya. A wrench that they had apparently tried to account for with the Hunter. Nedzu looked away from his phone, paused tapping and waking up his computer. Some deft movements later, and he was opening a file sent to him from Tartarus. There hadn't been only 7 escaped inmates. There had been 8. The picture of a gaunt man, curly dark brown hair and thick-rimmed glasses stared out. Akihiko Sugo. The news hadn't broken yet, but sooner or later it would get out. It always did. And Nedzu didn't know how Midoriya would react. Not with the facts that his tormentor, the one who had shoved him in a death game, was alive and free once more. Pulling up another file, he clasped his paws and watched the security footage of the Island Medical Facility where Midoriya woke up. He watched as the teen jerked to his feet with fury. As he screamed and yelled, ripping fours from his hands and screaming in rage. The records showed he had been half dead, body suffering from exhaustion to a level rarely recorded. Beyond that, he had been drugged to the gills for safety. Where is he? Where is Sugo? The doctors ran, or tried to reason with the teen, only to be met with growled demands. As he watched, it took several orderlies to try and detain him, and in the end, it was only his own body that failed him. The sight of Midoriya, feral and blood-stained, staggering, reaching for his chest before collapsing. It was terrifying. Nedzu closed the tabs, sealing both files back up, glancing once more at the map projected on the wall. Midoriya's phone signal was still in Musutafu, shifting through side streets and markets with ease. I hope you find some peace soon, before the waves crash upon us, Midoriya Izuku. 3 days passed by, and Izuku spent most of it wandering the area around UA, breaking training gear on accident or purpose, and taking a trip back to his apartment for clothes and some basic toiletries. Due to the threats of Tomura Shigaraki, Nezu had decided that there was a significant and direct threat to the Midoriya family. As such, there was a professional security team coming by in the next week to reinforce and secure the family apartment. Until the renovations could be made, both Midoriyas were under protective custody. Izuku was being held in a small apartment on the UA campus. On the morning of the Monday following the USJ incident, however, Izuku awoke in the early dawn to a message from Nezu. Classes would be resuming that day. Luckily, Izuku could avoid the near-constant crowd that had set up near the front gates, despite several statements and restraining orders against the more aggressive paparazzi. Unluckily, the gossip and the dull roar of the crowd wasn't limited to the front gate. The student body was interested. Gossip traveled thick and heavy, students talking in the hall, or looking at forums and watching news clips. Izuku was not afraid to admit that he took full advantage of both his stature and his concealing leather jacket to hide the fact he was a member of 1A. Sadly, there was a different matter entirely that met him in the classroom. He had, of course, arrived early by nearly half an hour. He hadn't, however, gotten there first. Yorozu and Ida were both present. Izuku blinked with a sort of wry amusement at the pair as they sat at the blackboard, chalk in hand, as they apparently debated what other jobs they had for the class. So, we need a historian, a DSPLN officer, to set up the class cleaning rotation, and to talk to Aizawa-sensei about what our positions entail. That is correct. Thank you, Ida. Please, come talk to me if you have any more suggestions. As the two began to wipe off the chalk on the board, Izuku stalked around the room with his usual grace, slinging his jacket and bag over his chair. With that done, he sequestered himself in the back windowsill, hand thumbing the belt loop at his waist in unease. He was possibly overcompensating for the acute lack of security that missing his sword, poorly crafted as it had been, had left in his instincts. He had not one, not two, but 5 knives of various styles sequestered across his body, and another 2 hidden in the hems of his father's jacket. He had even swapped his normal leather hair tie for a length of braided wire, just long enough to unfold to a garrote if he really needed it. There was also a small case he had filled with thermite and magnesium flares tucked into his backpack. 𝐒𝐫 regeneration. To calm himself, he pressed against the window as the first rays of sun began to peek through the early morning cloud cover. He let his gaze focus on the gleam of the early morning light, and mouthed a soft prayer. "O sun, light my path and warm my steps." He closed his eyes and listened as Momo and Ida both chatted softly, standing at the front of the room, leaving him in half-cast shadows. He took a moment to simply breathe. Then Izuku breathed deeply as he glanced out the window. He had been somewhat cautious, moving slowly and taking care to avoid exploring the various blocked-off areas of the floor. But he hadn't expected this. As the hallway hit the edge of the tower, it had split to either side, 2 locked-off doors leading each way. But at the intersection, a window looked out. And it was looking into space. A planet with a shadowy curve, the swirls and colors of a gas giant, rose up from the right side. The deep black of space filled the rest, stars so bright and defined that they took his breath away were etched through the void. He could only take a moment and breathe. Sadly, his moment was soon ruined. A distant shout echoed from the hall he had just left. A human voice. A moment glancing around, and Izuku blinked before reaching down, hand closing on a discarded length of pipe nearly as long as he was tall. It was better than nothing. Now Izuku blinked up at the 2 girls near his desk, eyes half-lidded as he focused on the 2 determined faces looking down at him. "I'm sorry. Repeat that." "I was hoping you would be willing to train with us this afternoon." Yorozu was blushing slightly, hands clasped at her waist. "Yeah, I have some questions about blade fighting." Jiru was far more blunt, and less self-conscious about her request. Shifting, Izuku crossed his arms loosely, eyes focused on them. Reasons to not attend rose through his thoughts. He had never taught anyone to fight. He was still considered unstable. He was antsy. He couldn't guarantee they would learn his lessons. That they would want to learn what he knew. But he couldn't seem to stop the sardonic twist to his lips. The echo of 𝐒𝐿 laughing at a joke. "Sure. I'm free." Do you have a training room in mind? Yoirozu gave a bright smile. I'll ask Aizawa-sensei after classes are over. As the two girls headed back to their own seats, Izuku leaned back and let his mind wander. The first lesson I must teach you is how to recover. His mind wandered to a balcony under an ashy sky, two blades flashing in the half-light of a dying world. With a shift, the door opened and Aizawa-sensei walked in, his arm in a flexible cast and the edges of bandages peeking through around the wrists and collar of his familiar black tracksuit. Quiet down, there's some business that needs to be addressed. With a few murmurs and a bit of hesitation, the class filed into their seats. Aizawa let his gaze drift over his students, and Izuku could see the minuscule shift as his shoulders relaxed. Was he worried for us? He stored the thought for later, as Aizawa began to talk. In 3 weeks, the UI Sports Festival will be held. The surge of murmurs increased, but Izuku blinked in half-forgotten surprise. I forgot that was even a thing I missed last year. He shoved the thought away, and narrowed his focus back on Aizawa-sensei. Which means that you all have only 3 weeks to train and prepare. The sports festival is a public event, broadcast across Japan. It's considered the first step to impressing sponsors and finding mentors. The performance of students is directly related to the number of offers you'll get for internships. And with that, any interest Izuku had shriveled up and died. He had spent more than enough time in the spotlight. As class began, Izuku focused on his actual schoolwork. Then Izuku crouched behind a crate, headlight off and pipe held low and to the side. From his perch, he could see a pair of people wearing what looked like ballistic vests and holding handguns march the open lounge area ahead of him, flashlight beams dancing across the corridor walls and ceiling. Eyes adjusting to the dark of the ship, he listened and watched. The taller of the two, voice marking them a female, spoke up. Do you think there's even anything out this way? I mean, this is where the independent contractors were staying, right? I thought most of them had left or vanished by now. Don't be stupid. The space dock was screwed up almost a month ago, remember? There's no way everyone got off station. Besides, Apollo says there was at least one room still in use over this way. Who knows what might be stashed away in here? We could find some food. Maybe access codes to finally unlock the Fing Command Tower. Another woman, but with a much raspier voice. Injured or smoker? Izuku shoved the thought aside. Yeah. At least we aren't down in Fing storage. Did you hear how crazy SHT down there has been? Yeah. Marshall has been talking about flat out locking down that half the tower. But if you remember, the last quarantine we had didn't work out. And that's not even counting the supplies we need from the stacks. Yeah, no SHT, a mirthless chuckle. Last quarantine we had left us without comms and with San Cristobal locked up and turned into a morgue. Quarantining luggage would just kill us slower than whatever is living down there. Quieting down, the two sentries moved on, passing only a glance down the side corridor Izuku was peeking from. Waiting for the footsteps to softly fade, Izuku focused on the key points. Namely, that all of this started in some place called San Cristobal, wherever that was. That the luggage area was a dangerous place. The command tower needed access codes. A shift and he drew his notebook from the system. Well, let's get started. Now as Cementos's literature class came to a close, the class broke, everyone gathering up their bags and papers before lunch. And Uraraka was pumped. The sports festival is going to be awesome. She glanced around, eyeing her classmates, her competitors. Sponsorships. Elite training. A chance to prove herself for the whole world to see. How could she resist? Across the class muttering and soft conversations. But she could see it, how most of the class was hyping themselves up, preparing and planning for the upcoming event. In the back, Midoriya stood and spoke softly with Koda, and Uraraka focused on him. There were powerhouses like Todoroki and Bakugo she would have to fight. There were people who she was coming to call friends she would clash against. But the terror that Midoriya carried scared her. She still saw that moment, the splatter of BLD and the cool confidence, unburdened by guilt or hesitation. Midoriya looked her way, marking her attention and dismissing it, before turning back as he continued his half-spoken half-signed conversation with the class mute. She let her courage build. If she had to face Midoriya, she would push him to his limits, that was a promise. As she and the rest of the class filed out for lunch, she noticed the slow build of tension. The stares from the other students as 1A filed past. When she glanced back, Izuku and Koda had vanished, heading in a different direction. Then the lifts were locked down tight. 2 guards at each elevator bay. Shifting back from where he had been watching them, half hidden in a vent, Izuku pulled up the map he had copied to his journal, tracing the lines of where he had been to try and find a new way out of the residential area. His pipe had long since been left behind due to the tight corners and awkward angles of the hallways and the even smaller size of the vent. Even now, he worked by the faint reflected lights, his headlamp turned off as he worked out the schematics. Supply elevator. Manual access, stairs, give me something. He flipped through the pages, tracing exits through his map as he tried to find. Izuku started moving. It was back past one of the locked-off doors he had seen earlier, but he knew there was a type of tool that helped break the security locks, some sort of wrench. He bet the security force had a few, and he knew they didn't have a shift change yet, so there would likely be a short gap to get in when most of the security guards were heading out to relieve their co-workers. He would have to move fast. Now the final bell of the day rang out, echoing through the class as Aizawa gave his closing lecture, everyone putting notes and pens away. Turning to behind him, Izuku chatted with Koda for a moment. Hey, are you planning to train with Kuro anytime soon? Yeah, I have one of the fields reserved. Think you could have a few guests? I've been asked to help Yorozu and Juru out. Shouldn't be a problem. The first sign that things were going to become very annoying, very fast was the sound of muffled steps and shouts that began outside the door to 1A. Izuku paused his conversation with Koda, hands stilling as he tilted his head, the faintest hint of annoyance creasing his brow. Izuku could only hold in a sigh at the murmurs that reached him through the cacophony began to make sense. Heard they beat the SHT out dash, why do they get all the news dash, listen, we need to plan out dash, information is the name of the game. Hey, Koda. I'm gonna bail before things get dash. Bakugo chose that moment to slam open the door, heading to lunch, only to run smack dab into a crowded hallway. Crowded? Can we help you all? Bakugo's voice was sarcastic and dry, but at least he wasn't throwing insults yet. Izuku held back a curse, and turned to head towards the window. He needed out. He had no longing to deal with assholes who didn't understand the severity of what a bunch of egomaniacs and violent monsters. Izuku froze, twitching, before planting his feet. Koda stared at him, eyes wide. Midoriya. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others I was forced to take a different track. I didn't cut it the first time, but now there's another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can transfer us to the hero course. And if we get moved up, someone else gets moved down. Maybe some of us are just here to check out the competition. But me. I'm here to declare war. The purple-haired teen looked in with loathing and focus. Koda shivered as he felt the hair across his arms stand up. Declare war. The words cut the chatter of the room like a razor blade. Midoriya. Izuku turned, eyes half closed and body seemingly relaxed as he paced towards the doorway. The various students seemed to step back, eyes widening at the sheer presence that emanates. You don't want war. You want the competition. You crave the clash of wills and intent. He tilted his head slightly. So go for it. Fight us. I invite you. Come to us, crash on us like the waves. See who breaks. Stepping past Shinsu, he spoke once more, voice soft. I guarantee that the violent monsters will tear you to shreds. As he walked off he called back. See you all at the sports festival. Under his breath, he mumbled one more thing, and behind him, Juru blinked, before walking up to Koda. He said you had a training ground we could meet up at. Sure. Then Izuku lay in the vent, a stretch of cloth wrapped loosely around his mouth. He knew from his time at Freddy's that it would help by forcing him to even out his breaths, and muffle any noises he made. His arms were crossed and his posture slumped, hidden under the floor of the garrison as it was being called. It had taken over an hour to maneuver through the various halls and vents, before finding the one he was in now. He sat there, eyes closed as he waited. Above him, people shifted and moved, footsteps clanging on the metal grates even as conversations were held. People were scared, hungry, and hurt. More were dead, bodies left to rot across the station. There were factions, groups who had both means and motive to kill anyone they found on sight, both for supplies and security. He finally focused when he heard people mention guard shifts, and a dozen people began to gather up supplies. Through the grate he could see the locked room where guns and medical supplies were stored, and the crates of food that were sealed up and piled in the corner. But not everything fit in that room. He waited and watched. And then, the moment came. The 12 new shift guards left. Everyone else was busy, either resting or eating on the far side of the common area. He was clear. He reached up, fingers hooking on a handle as he slid a panel open, and crawled out with quick and silent steps. He knew what he was grabbing before now. A 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 brand emergency maintenance jack with orange markings. One side had a hammer-like tool, but the other was a wrench just the right size for those door barricades. He also grabbed a bundle of cord, stuffing it in his half-unzipped jumpsuit. A moment to glance around once more and he nearly grinned. He reached out and snagged a flashbang and its blueprints from the workstation he was next to. He stuffed them both in his pockets as fast as he could before he glanced around and slipped back into the ground, sliding the maintenance hatch closed. He began to move, sliding on his knees through the vents only to take a corner a bit too fast. The sound of the metal hammer-like head slamming into the metal of the vent may as well have been a church bell with how it rang out. And judging by the shouts, it got just as much attention. Cursing, Izuku abandoned subtly for speed. He took off, scrambling through the vents, taking care to keep himself heading the right way toward the exit. He could hear shouting that would fade and increase depending on what hallways he was passing under and through. As another vent cover was opened, he lunged out and started running, recognizing the hallway as one he had passed through earlier. It was only about 10 minutes from the hallway he needed. But he could hear the yells coming from back down the other way, from the garrison. He was breathing heavily as he paused at an intersection. He wasn't sure how long it would take or loud it would be to open the door lock. He needed to escape detection. Glancing around, he found another of the small dorm-like rooms and darted in. He closed the door and looked around, before slipping into a small closet and taking deep, slow breaths as the sounds of running feet and shouts came closer. He closed his eyes, breathed deep, and forced himself to settle. He just had to wait it out. He had time. Now Izuku crossed his arms, looking up at the passing clouds, eyes tracking the distant shape of 𝐒𝐿 as it drifted off the thermals. He focused, cutting and calming the anger from his thoughts at how the purple-haired teen had made him feel. After his little outburst, Koda had met up with him, Yorozu and Juru in his wake. It had taken only a few minutes of walking to reach the field they were using. A small stone wall marked it off, and there were 3 sandy areas and an outdoor gymnastics park. Koda had called 𝐒𝐿 down from his perch, the two of them having tracked the bird down during their lunch break. Now the bird was going off to gather the other volunteers for Koda's project. Koda himself had walked off into the grove of trees to meet them. In the meantime, Izuku had removed both his blazer and button-up shirt, leaving only a white shirt with the kanji 4 blooded in red over his heart. Convincing his mom to let him buy as many shirts with jokes about him almost dying was hard, but so worth it for the jokes. He also kicked off his shoes and socks, standing barefoot in the sand as he began to stretch, only glancing back to ask the girls to do the same. When he finally turned around, Yorozu and Kyuka had also stripped down to the bare essentials, mimicking him. He noted that there were now a half-dozen synthetic training swords of various sizes next to Momo. All limbered up. Yep. What next? Izuku stepped over and crouched next to the swords, sorting through them before he chose 3. One was shorter, closer to the machete-like blade she had taken up the USJ, while the other 2 were more classical sword sizes, one long and curved like a katana, the other flat and straight, clearly resembling Izuku's blade back before the USJ. You're gonna try and swing each of these over the next few hours. I want to see how you adapt to each one. Izuku stepped back, crossing his arms as he focused. Juru paused, and Izuku could clearly see her thinking that this was some sort of test or trick. Slowly, she lifted up the longsword first, and took a stance. Set your feet better. Each foot should be slightly wider than your shoulders, and you should lead with your off leg. Izuku glanced at Yorozu and gestured for her to stand a few steps away. As 𝐤𝐻𝐻 shifted her stance, Izuku paced around her, tapping her legs with soft kicks to push and adjust her stance. Good, good. Do you have the stance? He gave a cursory glance to make sure that she was far enough from the pile of training swords. You should feel tension across your legs and core. Your arms should feel ped, like you're about to throw something. Yeah, I think so. Take a moment. Memorize it. Feel it. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 breathed and tried to settle into the stance, feeling the weight of the sword in her grip. I think I got it. Good. She didn't open her eyes. That was a mistake. Izuku stepped in and kicked her ankle out from under her, sending her sprawling with a push. As 𝐤𝐻𝐻 flailed and hit the ground, Izuku caught the longsword as she let it go. Here's a tip. Don't ever take your eyes off your surroundings unless you know you're safe. Izuku held the sword up, glancing down the synthetic blade as he did, before twirling it. Back in the stance. Eyes open this time. 𝐤𝐻𝐻, still unbalanced, growled and pushed up. Fine. Izuku tossed the sword underhand to her and gave a flickering smile that she couldn't see. You wanted to spar, right? He glanced at the pile of swords, consideringly. Yes, please. Feel free to draw your weapon of choice. I'll kill two birds with one stone, I think. As the flicker of creation sparked up, Izuku threw out a punch, the skin of his knuckles pausing inches from her face just as 𝐤𝐻𝐻 flinched and stepped back. You broke your stance. Reset. A growl and she did, now looking much tenser. This meant when he slapped the blade out of her hand, she hissed in pain as it wrenched her wrist. What the F? Relax more. And why did you break your stance? 'Cause you disarmed me. Take the stance. No sword this time. He glanced up as Momo finished crafting a bow staff, and stepped a few feet further from the girl as she shifted back into her stance. And just watch. Izuku fell into the same stance as 𝐤𝐻𝐻, hands loosely held up before him. Now, Yorozu. Go at it. She hesitated, before nodding and lunging, stave coming around a duck and shift, and Izuku slammed an open palm into the stave, sending it passing high over his bent form, before stepping in and grabbing it. Yorozu blinked as he spun past her, and his arm wrapped around her neck, before letting go gently and stepping away. As 𝐤𝐻𝐻 blinked, Izuku began to talk. The reason I'm having you hold that stance is 'cause it's better than what you had for combat. It's what I learned as a grounded stance. He took the stance again and gestured. For Momo to continue. She nodded and tightened up her grip, before going in with a series of jabs and moves. Izuku didn't stop his impromptu lecture. It's more defensive than I prefer. He swerved past a jab, only his torso shifting as his hand reached up and slapped the butt of the stave away, before ducking as the other side came past, feet taking moderate and measured steps that sent him nearly dancing forwards with steps that naturally sent him in an almost serpentine movement, his feet never crossing. But for heroics, it's more useful than what I use. It's all about control. Yorozu threw out a series of jabs that were met with slaps to deflect them, a sound almost reminiscent of a game of children's patty cake ringing out. And reading people. Which, thanks to your quirk, he stepped in, both hands snagging the stave as his foot swept out, means it plays to your strength. Yorozu lunged back, but lost the stave, leaving it in Izuku's hands. Instead of using it, he threw it over his shoulder and rushed Yorozu. Moving in a rapid shuffle of steps that left him in her personal space, both hands moving to knock her off balance, just in time for his knee to lock behind hers and twist, sending her sprawling. Got it. Yorozu blinked up as 𝐤𝐻𝐻 looked on with her mouth open. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 recovered first. What about with a sword? Izuku nodded. Good question. Watch. He swept up the practice longsword and shifted back to the stance. The sword was held up by his shoulder, blade reaching up. I prefer a higher guard like this. He pushed the sword into a cut, sweeping the edge out and down before he stepped behind it. Each strike he chained was followed by a steady step. You follow the blade. The sword is the leader, the point of conflict. Let it guide you in, cover each motion. You don't need to close. Let the point of the sword cut and define distance. He held the sword with a bent arm, and then extended a slow move while stepping to follow the sweep of the blade. The distance between these 2 points is where I want whoever I'm fighting to remain. Any closer and strikes lose weight. Any farther and it takes an extra step to reach. He demonstrated his steps. I never move straight. Straight is predictable and vulnerable. The oblique angle is the key. He moved through another dozen steps, sword leading in sharp and precise jabs, and Yorozu took the chance to grab her stave, setting up to spar with him once more. He nodded and glanced at Jiru. Keep the stance. Get comfortable with it. And then, he raised the sword and stepped to engage. The clash of the weapons brought back memories. Good, good. Keep moving. The monsters here are stronger, but you are faster. Smarter. Show it. In the hazy sunlight, Izuku was wearing haphazard metal armor, a chipped longsword in his grip as he gasped out, the familiar necrosis of the curse running through his flesh forgotten as he met and locked blades once more, before twisting out of it, blades sliding forth viper-quick only to be smashed away by a waiting gauntlet. The white tunic made the red of the Sunlight Knight's crest stand out even more. Ha! Good, good. Again. Faster. Keep your stance up. Yorozu was smart, keeping distance, using her stave more as a spear or glaive than an actual quarterstaff. She was fast and had skill that he could see was well honed. Izuku's blade was a series of sharp strikes, going from both hands on the hilt to one on the blade for greater control as he met strike after strike with deflective smashes, keeping his guard closer to his core as he ran her through the paces, conserving his own stamina. But something about this fight was ringing sour. Wrong. He pushed the idea of training Jiru back as he focused on the way Yorozu fought. It wasn't until he sent her half staggering and she reset, taking a half step back, that he realized what it was. Fear. Not of him exactly. But fear of loss. Of pain. That crippling doubt that haunted Izuku on and off for 9 long months. And he could remember the line that had broken him of fear. It was not 𝐒𝐿 who taught him to abandon his hesitation. He broke his stance, and took another one. A far more dangerous one, that had killed him day after day, hour after hour for nearly a week straight. Head tilted down, the sword came up and balanced across the hollow of his right shoulder, hovering there. He let his left arm go loose, unneeded, unwanted. He didn't need it. Not for this stance. His right hand was strong enough for it, and he had never seen it with both hands. He let his eyes focus, let his pulse rise. Why do you hesitate, Yorozu? His stance tightened, going from loose and grounded to something more akin to a sprinter on the starting mark. Motion promised, but waiting. Yorozu paused, even as Jiru broke her stance and looked surprised, eyes widening at something. Izuku didn't give her a chance to speak, stepping forwards with a shifting sliding step and slamming his blade around and down with the finality of an executioner's axe. Her stave came up, frantically braced. His blade didn't slow down until it stopped completely, perfectly controlled in his grip. The shade of Artorias, the Abyss Walker, echoed through him. Then Izuku lifted the padlock and scowled at it. Even if he had the right tools to pick the lock, it would take time. He had about 10 minutes before the next patrol would be walking down this section of the area, and he really didn't want to deal with hiding for another half hour as they moved by. Lifting the jack, now adorned with a paracord loop he could carry it across his back with, he shifted it to hold it steady and brought it around and down, breaking the lock off with a ringing smash. Moving quickly, he ripped open the casing to reveal the bolt, and fit the wrench part on, twisting until it loosened. In the distance, he heard the first questioning shouts. Looping the wrench back around him, he grunted and lifted the door lock off the entry, setting it aside and hitting the button. With the lock gone, the door opened with a hiss, revealing the darkened hallway beyond. With only a single glance back he took off, jogging into the unknown sections of the ship. And the maintenance hatch that would lead him lower into the tower. Now her hands rang with the echo of the force that had broken through her staff, but she couldn't move. The sword, edge cracked from the force of impact, was held with the blunt tip pressing gently against the hollow of her collar. If I can teach you nothing else, then let it be this. Izuku's voice was mesmerizing, nearly hypnotic as he focused on her, and only her. It felt like the sea had split, like the cloud-covered sky was cut in half to reveal the moon as his green eyes focused on hers with a weight all their own. Hesitation is unbecoming of a hero. If you doubt yourself, then how can others believe in you? You are stronger than you think, Momo Yorozu. Believe in that, cast your hesitation aside. It will only weigh you down. Years of self-deprecation, years of doubt, of justified concern and anxiety about the reality of her friendships and the myriad of people who only viewed her as a resource, as a commodity. Against the weight of Izuku's conviction. It all seemed so shallow. Dirty puddles in the street and stains on the sidewalk. Oh, this wasn't a solution. It wasn't going to make the journey any easier. But she could see now the chains that bound her, even if only the vaguest shapes of them. But she also could see what it would be like to not worry about them. It was reflected in Izuku's steady gaze. In the truth with which he spoke. I understand. He gave a soft smile, and in that smile were layers of emotion. Bitter grief and amused sorrow, traces of comfort and pity. Not yet, but you will. He shifted the sword and poked her in the sternum hard enough to throw her back on her butt. Jiru, I thought you had a stance. His voice was steady, but Momo swore there was a teasing tilt to his lips as Jiru cursed and scrambled back into her stance, only to swear louder when the sword in Izuku's hand took her ankle out from under her again. Too wide. Momo could only give an unsteady grin, reaching for creation as she formed a new staff. He's going to be a teacher like none she's ever had. It had been a busy week so far. After that first day, spent out in the sun and sparring, Izuku had alternated between the three of them being inside or outside when they trained. When they were outside, Izuku often joined up with Koda, the gentle giant of the class, for a few minutes while Momo and Kyuka warmed up with a short stretching regime. When they weren't outside in the grass and sand, they had been checking out the UA sparring rings. Padded floors and walls, with bright lights and mirrored walls. She had mentally noted that they looked almost like padded dance studios. Speaking of the padded floors, Kyuka grunted in pain even as she bounced off the ground, rolled to her feet, bringing her practice sword up as she kept her focus on her opponent. Deep black eyes met her own vibrant purple, and she stepped forwards to meet the stave as it swung out to jab at her. The clack of weapon on weapon was muffled, and the two began to dance. Kyuka was keeping her stance close and steady, focusing more on defense even as she tried to close in, whereas Momo was more than skilled enough to jab and deflect as she came closer. For every strike Kyuka came close to landing, she took at least 6. But 3 days ago, she was taking almost 10 for each one she landed. As they circled once more, she caught the reflection of Midoriya. Their enigmatic and dangerous teacher. She was finding herself almost constantly attuned to his heartbeat. When he wasn't fighting or suffering from a panic attack, his pulse was almost stoic. 2 beats every 4 seconds, steady and relaxed. The only heartbeat that slow she had really heard before was someone sleeping, but even with the glacial pace of his heart, his eyes never wavered. Even dressed only in long, loose Hakama-style breathes and a snug black tank top, he cut an almost imposing figure. Focusing back on the fight, Kyuka snapped a guard to take 2 strikes from the stave, before a third snuck past and slammed into her stomach, knocking the air from her chest as she collapsed. As she gasped for air, she could hear the low voice echo across the room. Match. Yorozu, you hit her 103 times. Jiru, you landed 34. As the world stopped doubling and her focus came back, she blinked to see Momo holding out a hand to lift her up, while from behind her, Midoriya watched on. She heard that his heart rate had ticked up. Only a little, but it was there. A surprising comfort. Jiru, sit and stretch. Yorozu, drop the staff and pull something else. With permission granted, Jiru staggered up and across the room to the benches near the door, grabbing her bottle of water as she slumped in the seats. The clack of weapons drew her head up. Whereas Kyuka was still on the basic stance, feet planted and guard up, and Momo was skilled in several different styles and stances for each weapon she made, Izuku was by far the most advanced. His stance, when she could finally piece it together, was erratic, but focused entirely on doing the most damage with the least effort. His sword would hang or rest with the minimum effort to keep it in his grip, but the moment Momo launched an attack or set her stance, he was a blur. The first time he had really struck out, after the demonstration on that first day, he had nearly shattered her second stave of the afternoon, jarring it in her grip so violently she had left an opening to get her leg swept and held at sword point, again. It was only now, after almost a week of practice, that Momo could even consider keeping up. And that was only because it was obvious that Midoriya was pacing himself. Each strike was always at the weakest check of her stance, always designed to throw her guard open. Today, she held a long straight sword and a shield, which was becoming one of her preferred weapons against Midoriya's onslaught. It didn't help. Even as Momo lunged to start the fight, that black blur slapped her weapon off the center line, his bare foot slid forward in a counter step. Into the lunge that was perfectly timed as he caught Momo's arm with his offhand, her sword held out and useless. Points to Momo for not hesitating to slam her shield forwards like it was a knuckle duster though. That actually made Izuku twist to dodge under her sword arm, before the taller girl found herself slammed down, arm pinned to her spine and disarmed, as Midoriya blinked down. Overextended. You need to be faster and keep the sword in line. Yes. Again. With that, Momo was released, the sword kicked towards her grip, and Izuku started to pace, swinging the 𝐒𝐿ongsword with casual grace. But as he stared at the blade, Kyoka saw the reflection in the mirror twist, a faint grimace that flickered across his lips before fading. She had noticed that grimace meant he was annoyed with something. It showed up in present MIC's English class whenever the hero started using his quirk. It showed up when people in the hall started talking SHT. It showed up every time his hand fell to his hip like he was missing something. And it showed up whenever he held one of the practice swords and had to adjust his grip. As their blades began to clash once more, Kyoka sipped at her water. Then Izuku crouched as another pair of looters passed by. Unlike the security garrison, these guys were panicked. They moved like they expected to die any second. They didn't have shotguns. In fact, the most he saw was a revolver or two. The levels down in this area, around where the shuttle bay was located, were clearly half disassembled. Sections of the floor were missing, panels of walls stripped clear. The various passages and twisting areas were locked off in weird places. Izuku slipped across the hall, crouching to pass under a half-broken door with a fallen girder slammed into it and into the supply room beyond. A few minutes of checking drawers and sorting through the various crates around the room left him to add a collection of materials into his pockets. Most of it was bonding agents and wiring, but with the flashbang blueprint now added into his notebook, he had a list of things to grab when he saw it. Mainly, blasting caps and proximity sensors. And as the collection of a half-dozen flashbangs he had stashed in his pockets clearly showed, he had obviously found a lot of blasting caps and proximity sensors. Alongside the flashbangs, he had found a few flares and another dozen batteries for his flashlight. Annoyingly, his previous plan of just letting his eyes adjust was being fed over by the erratic lighting of the station. Some hallways were lit clearly, others were completely dark, and some were dark until some loose wire sparked and left him seeing spots for half a minute. He still didn't plan to use the light often. Once more Izuku pulled up his map, tracing routes as he looked for a way to San Cristobal. His biggest issue was that the doors leading to the lower tower transit system were locked down, and the other big group of survivors, led by some guy who was apparently called Sinclair, was running the area. Breathing out slowly, Izuku began to map out his new route. F this station already. Seriously. He was so glad he had Fing flashbangs. He was going to need them. Now Koda breathed out, sitting cross-legged in the clearing as he spoke low and soft. The muffled responses to his words came in growls and chirps. Kuro sat on his shoulder, the kite now wearing a simple HNSS, a camera and GPS tracker built into the slender black material where it lay along the bird's spine. Midoriya had taken a few minutes to introduce Koda to the energetic Hatsumai. He wasn't comfortable hanging out with the pink-haired teen, but he did appreciate her excitement to make gear for him and his new companions. Speaking of new companions, he glanced up at the two hawks that had joined Kuro, and who even now sat among the branches. The first, a dark blue-colored Japanese sparrowhawk, was the smallest of the three birds. It accepted the nickname Spar and had joined up for consistent meals. He had asked for plenty of leftover meat from lunch rush to feed the growing gathering of animals. The other bird was the largest of the three, a majestic mountain hawk eagle, nearly the size of both the other birds of prey combined. She had informed 𝐭𝐸𝐲 that her preferred name was 𝐭𝐸𝐲. While only 𝐒𝐻 had a 𝐻 and 𝐻, there were vague plans to craft a pair for the other hawks, after they got used to working with the team. As it was, both had nests and preferred hunts nearby UA. 𝐒𝐻, on the other hand, now had a very nice, very comfortable perch outside of 𝐭𝐸𝐲's home some miles away, and had been adopted as part of 𝐭𝐸𝐲's family, often swooping through his open window to join him as he did homework or research. Thank you both for your assistance today. Of course, with that, both birds left with quick motions, leaving 𝐭𝐸𝐲 to address the other new member of his little crew. He lifted his hand from the warm sun it had been resting in and glanced at the long and slender serpent that had wrapped around his arm. Would you like me to take you anywhere, 𝐬𝐻? With a slither of scale on skin, the head of the snake rose, the gleam of blue and gold-scaled eyes peeking out at him as the Japanese odd-scaled snake flicks its tongue out. I am content to stay with you, for now. 𝐬𝐻 was non-venomous, and her species was common, a general garden snake. However, the serpent had agreed to join him in some endeavors and had taken to the basic espionage he had taught it with aplomb, often slithering under his blazer and peeking out of his sleeves around corners as he helped her practice. She was comfortable with people, and seemingly lacked any sort of fear response around the various sounds and sights of the classes of UA. The only person that seemed to unnerve the snake had been, of course, Izuku. He had simply stared at the snake for a solid 30 seconds and slowly shifted his head side to side, seeming to mesmerize the smaller predator with his gaze. After that, Izuku and 𝐬𝐻 had no issues working together. Izuku even carried 𝐬𝐻 when he lingered in the sun between classes, the snake soaking in the rays. Much as the quiet teen did. As 𝐭𝐸𝐲 slowly stood up, the various smaller critters that had come to listen to his lessons, from squirrels, rabbits, and voles, to field mice and sparrows and even a bat or two, all began to stir from their gathering, breaking back into the forested parks of UA. As he moved, 𝐬𝐻 slid back up his sleeve, scales gently sliding across him as she shifted to loop around his neck, hissing softly as it conversed with 𝐒𝐻. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 stepped carefully out to see Momo and 𝐒𝐭𝐸𝐲 sparring in the sand of the training ground, but strangely no Izuku. Where's Izuku? As the girls broke up from sparring, 𝐒𝐿 spoke. He got a message. Something about an order finally getting finished and power loader needing him to go pick it up. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 nodded and glanced up at the slowly setting sun. I suppose we should head home, yes. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, and then scrunched her nose. Yes, I need a shower and a change of clothes. And bruise cream. Momo nodded in agreement, rubbing at her arm. You got a few good hits on me that time. You too. Tomorrow's a rest day, right? 𝐭𝐸𝐲 waited for the girls to gather their bags and don their jackets before walking with them towards the front gate, but took the time to check his phone before giving the answer to her question. According to the group chat, tomorrow is supposed to be a resting day. As the three heroes in training began to head out, they all paused, alerts ringing out from their phones. New alert in sparring chat. Midori at here, I'm gonna be busy for the next few days after class. Need to get some prep done for the sports festival. Gyro and Yorozu, remember to stretch. See you all in class. As the three glanced at each other, they could only ponder the unsaid question, what did Izuku have to do? Then Izuku fed the wire through the sensor of the last flashbang, glancing down the hallway once more as the distant conversations continued on. This was the choke point. He needed to get through the next few rooms, and then he was just a vent away from the transit station. He ran the wire down and across the floor, using the handle of a suitcase to anchor it just above the dark floor of the corridor. He glanced up and reviewed his plan. He had made it as simple as possible. There were 3 different flashbang traps, each one mounted just above eye level, each prepped with a tripwire. There was also a vent that went from right behind the corridor of flashbangs and cut to the center of the big room ahead, where all the survivors were camped out. He would make a big but distraction, and then run for it. He checked that all his gear was in his pockets and ready, tucking the loop of rope and the maintenance jack under his jumpsuit before zipping it tight. As he stretched for the oncoming exercise, he paused and he decided to do one more thing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flare. A moment to breathe and center himself later, and Izuku snapped the top of the flare off, setting the pre-made mixture alight and flooding the corridor around him with a bright red light. Turning, he aimed and chucked it back down the other end of the hallway, before shouting "If" as loud as he could, already darting into the vents as shouts went up from the hallway towards the camp. He scrambled as fast as he could, taking pains to be quiet even as he heard the shouts and movement of the survivors as they moved towards where he had shouted. He was nearly at the grate when he heard the bang of the first tripwire trap. Shouting got louder, and as Izuku reached the vent out into the base, he saw the half-dozen members of the group with handguns and shotguns up and aimed down the corridor. When the second flashbang went off, they started moving down after their scouts. And Izuku moved. The hiss of the vent was lost in the commotion, and Izuku was darting across the metal of the large open room with nothing but the door across the way. He skidded to a stop, hands slamming on the door control, and then a shout was thrown, not down the echoing hallway, but back at him, and Izuku barely saw the twisting motion of the guard who had looked back, before he threw himself through the opening, a gunshot ringing off the door frame behind him as Izuku stumbled, before booking it. He sprinted, hearing the shouts get louder even as he glanced for the right path. He had memoized it. Forwards down this hall, right, through the side room, and back, a bang, and he felt a sting of pain across his shoulder, which quickly blossomed into an inferno of pain sitting in his flesh. But he had learned from 𝐿. The pain didn't stop him, it just made him faster. So he darted through the side room and skidded into the next area, kicking the door closed and slamming the lock even as he turned, the transparent bulkhead between him and the pursuers cracking as a bullet slammed into the material. Thankfully, with the lock in place, he should have some time. With a wince, Izuku darted through the next doorway, only to be slammed shoulder to chest into a taller man, who backhanded him so hard Izuku was sent sprawling. The door hissed closed behind him, and Izuku tensed, shoving up from the ground only for a kick to slam his jaw shut, cracking his teeth so hard he felt his gums hurt. Thing thiefa ya. Little bstrd thinking you can get past us. That you can steal from us. Izuku could barely scramble back as the man lashed out once more, only to feel his back hit the wall. The man chuckled and yanked a revolver from his pocket, leveling it at Izuku. Thing thieves and sneaks. The gun came up, and Izuku refused to take his eyes off the man. He was planning to remember this for his next run. However, when he saw a flicker of movement in the dark of the room above, some sort of scanner or electronic thing, Izuku's eyes darted up, and he froze. The man didn't notice. Not until, with the squelch of flesh, a barbed tail slid through his chest. As BLD dripped to the floor, a sound began to ring out. A deep hiss, before the survivor glanced up. And then, he was ripped from the ground, up into the mechanical piping above. Izuku glanced up. Black chitin, BLD stains. He didn't hesitate, eyes darting to get his bearings before he locked his gaze on the hallway for the transit lobby. Even as the choked-out sounds of a man dying and the squelch of flesh tearing rang out, Izuku took off, hand sliding down to snag the gleam of metal off the floor even as he booked it for the doorway. Behind him, the growl of a monster rang out, and a corpse fell to the ground. The hunt was on. Now the bus came to a stop, and Izuku stepped off, following an older couple who took off down the way. He stepped away from the stop, hands in his pocket and hood up. His eyes roved the street, taking in the old buildings and closed storefronts. A glance at his phone showed he was still a few blocks from his destination. As he began to walk, he considered the events that had led him here. Power Loader had heard from his blacksmithing friend, saying that the blade Izuku and Yue had commissioned was ready for pickup, but with a caveat. Izuku needed to pick it up himself. Power Loader had then just handed off the address and let him know to ask for Hattori Hanzo. Apparently, it was an inside joke. 1 hour-long trip on a train and then a bus, and he was now on the outskirts of Shinjuku walking through an old section of the city, the buildings worn and aged. As he got closer, he noticed that the buildings only got more abandoned, before turning the corner and blinking. A large lot was lined with an old wooden slat fence in contrast to the stone and metal of the nearby buildings. On one half of the fence was clearly an old patio and yard, with a small water fountain in the center. On the other side was a smaller ramshackle building, the front clearly some sort of food store, with the kanji for sushi bar on the faded paper sign. Izuku double-checked his location off the phone, before tucking it away. The walk up to the stall was short, and he pushed through the door with careful motions, only barely shaking the bells that hung from the eaves. The empty bar was clean, if old. Worn. Well worn and loved. "Please forgive me for bothering you," Izuku spoke softly, letting the traditional greeting hang as he stepped up to sit on a chair at the counter. As he sat, an older man, salt and pepper hair held back with a blue and white bandana, looked up from where he was skinning and butchering a fish, a gleaming tanto-shaped blade picking the animal apart. "Ah, Irashai," he replied, before sliding his knife away, Izuku tracking the motion with an absent thought as the blade slid home in a sheath at the man's waist. "How may I help you today?" "I was told to come and ask for Hattori Hanzo. Power Loader sent me." The old man nodded sagely. "Ah, you are young Midoriya. Yes, I did ask for you." He set the fish in a crate of ice with other fish, the markings showing they were fresh from the market. The man scooped ice over the fish to keep it chilled even as he began to wash his hands in the sink. "I am Muramasa. I was expecting you to be a touch later, but I am ready for you." Stripping his apron off and folding it to sit on the counter, Muramasa gestured for Izuku to follow him, stepping around the counter and flipping the closed sign around even as he stepped out of the bar. Izuku followed as the older man opened the gate to the patio. Now past the wooden fence, Izuku could make out clearly the small building at the back of the lot, the familiar scent of smoke rising from the squat brick house. "Come. Your blades await you." Izuku didn't stop moving, but he caught the words, and his eyes narrowed. "Blades. As in more than one." Then Izuku skidded to a stop, hand slamming down on the call button for the lift even as a distant screech of the monster rang out. Something about it made him goddamn terrified in a way he hadn't experienced since his first run-in with Slender. The way it moved, the speed of its attacks, its sheer presence. He glanced around and fumbled with his pocket, ripping the flashbang from its place and yanking the pin before chucking it back down the passage. A glance through the glass of the door had him cursing under his breath. The lift was still on the far side of the transit tube. As the bang and flash resonated through the hall, he heard the monster's screeching intensify, but not in pain. If anything, it just sounded angry. Izuku snapped around in a short spin, glancing around for it. A sprint to the locker he'd found earlier, and then he was ducking in, slamming a hand to his mouth as he shut the door and leaning down to make himself as small as he could. He wrapped a hand around the locker's internal mechanism to keep it pulled shut. His heartbeat was drowning out the sound of the room and his breaths were frantic, even as he tried to muffle them and force himself to slow down. And then he heard it. Thunk, thunk, thunk. A footstep unlike any he had ever heard before. The pacing was weird, too slow and heavy for a normal person. The click of talons with each step, the rustle as Kaitan scraped Kaitan. It reached out to the deepest, oldest parts of his mind, the parts that had been developed when humans weren't the highest thing on the food chain. He felt cold, and too hot, like his BLD was simultaneously burning and ice-cold. The footsteps stopped and he felt his arm hair stand tall as across the room, a sound rang out. It was low, halfway between a growl and the chitter of a Geiger counter, ringing deep and true into Izuku's bones. Slender had been apathetic, almost disinterested in Izuku. Playing with him had been a game to the monster, and it hadn't made any real effort until his last few runs. The Fazbear animatronics had been creatures of habit. They'd had logical responses and tactics, but with limitations. The inmates of Mount Massive had been crazed and aggressive, but not truly cunning. Not most of them, and those that were had weaknesses to exploit. But this creature, it was the combination of all of their worst traits. The alien, untouchable nature of Slender. The sly and tactical thoughts of the animatronics. The instincts and unnaturalness of the inmates and the cunning of the Wall Rider. He could sense them. Something about the very nature of that black, Kaitaned monster called them to mind. Izuku breathed slowly and lightly, eyes locked on the vent above his head and the faint light of the room that leaked through. The footsteps returned. Thunk, 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 and they were getting closer. He could hear the sway and shift of that bladed tail as it swept across the steel of the deck. As it approached, Izuku closed his eyes, hand slowly pulling a metal grip from his pocket as he raised it next to his head. He heard the click of machinery, the creature pausing to listen, and the faint ding and hiss as the lift arrived. I need to get past it. I need to move. I need to move. Move, damn it. The shaking in his hands only intensified, and he took one sharp breath and the door to the locker was shredded as a blade-like tail slammed into it, barely missing his face. Now Izuku took in the inside of the small building, noting the low ceiling beams and the sunken dirt floor. There were tiles in some places, and the walls were lined with gleaming tools that showed signs of careful use and maintenance. The far end was a massive forge, and its heat spiked the room temperature at least a dozen centigrade above the spring chill of the outside. Izuku unzipped his hoodie, revealing the black shirt he had on under it, and followed Muramasa to the long table against the far wall, where black cloth covered a series of lumps. When I heard from Higari that a student needed a custom blade, I admit I was somewhat underwhelmed. After all, my blades have a reputation. As the old man stepped up to the table, he began to unfold the first layer of cloth, revealing 4 gleaming swaths of metal. However, he suggested I do some research. I must admit, your skills are impressive, and worthy of weapons that can keep up with them. Izuku stood back, wary of the blades even as his eyes caught the hue of steel. What makes your weapons so special? Muramasa chuckled and reached out to slide one of the blades, flipping it around his fingers as his hand gleamed with a metallic shimmer. Metal Caress, my quirk, allows me to adjust the internal structure of metal. From sharpening the edges, to perfectly welding much more complex materials into their core. Muramasa turned back, holding out the first blade by the narrow tip. And sometimes, I even get an interesting idea. Here, to replace your dagger, the one I believe killed the knight, Havel. As Izuku reached out, his hand slowed with hesitance for a moment before he took the dagger and traced his eyes over it. A spiral-patterned hilt, and a cross guard with a curl. The blade was slender, nearly as long as his forearm, and shaped more like the point of a rapier or estoc than an actual dagger. It was light, balanced just behind the hilt, but a flick of the handle showed that the grip felt almost natural. He held it up and twisted the blade in the light, seeing how the metal shone with striations of color almost like a Damascus, if not for the sheer complexity of the pattern. Fixed with a carbon lattice and a tungsten core, the blade should take most strikes without snapping, unlike the one that killed Havel. Beyond that, I infused the outer layers of the steel edge with chromium. It should be able to pierce most softer materials, and will hold a very sharp edge. That said, the blade will still need cleaning. The fusion means I sacrificed some of the chromium's rust resistance. As Muramasa spoke, Izuku was slowly flipping the knife around, testing each grip and some quick kata, before flipping it around and handing it back. And the rest? Muramasa nodded, then pulled the second blade from the table. It was longer, and not a dagger, but instead a sword. And not just any sword. It was 𝐒𝐿air's. The sunlight straight sword. The one that he was handed by 𝐒𝐿air as the man bled out deep underground, surrounded by the gleam of the worms that had bewitched him. It looked the same, down to the scratches that he remembered came from the Black Knight scraping along it when he parried that last great sword. The grip looked worn, the familiar colors and etchings all but singing to him that this was the sword 𝐒𝐿air had left him, had pressed into his hand with those parting words. My sun may have set, but you still seek yours. Let my blade guide you. Well, he didn't even realize he had the blade in his hand, held across his arm almost reverently, until Muramasa spoke up. I was right, this blade was meant for you. A memorial, no. An oath. Yeah, something like that. As Izuku hefted the blade, he paused. This was a blade for justice. For a quest. But something about it made him stop. Where is he? A flicker of thought, the echo of those first moments, when the world had felt like fire, like there was too many thoughts and sensations. And under it all, a rage that he had banked on for the better half of the simulation. And now, it was there, pulsing uncomfortably under his grip. 𝐒𝐿air was a good man. His blade wasn't a perfect fit for Izuku. Not as he was now. He reached out and took the plain, black leather sheath trimmed with silver from where it lay on the table and slid the sword in. It clicked shut with a note of finality. He wouldn't use it. Not now. Not until he could wield it without regrets. Muramasa gave a deep laugh. My, what a wise young man you are, passing my test without even letting me speak. Here, a blade more fitting for you. A fresh history, if you will. Izuku set the straight sword down and looked at the new blade Muramasa was unsheathing. A slender blade, straight and narrow, its edge lined with a Japanese blade's hamon, so dark it was nearly black. But in the darkness, silver and strange fractals that caught the light lay, before the dark faded to gray and then to a blue temper. Along the center, a single fuller ran, the inside tainted reddish gold, revealing that the core of the blade was a different color than the rest. As it was flipped around in Muramasa's hold, it almost called out to Izuku's senses, even as his hand rose to meet the handle. It was lighter than 𝐒𝐿a's blade, but seemed a touch longer. The chisel-like tip was more of a Tanto's piercing fang than the flowing shape he was used to, but something about its weight was almost patient. It sat low in his grip like a sleeping viper. And as he looked over the pommel, a simple black piece that capped the edges of the leather wrapping, he was struck by something. A phrase, a moment. BLD at sunset. The scent of iron as red flashed in the dark and damp. The strain of 1,000 swings. As Izuku held the blade, he felt a natural smile stretch across his lips. It was kind, and was familiar. It was the smile he'd worn when he was a child, chasing after the dream of being a hero. It was wide and natural and filled with a content joy. And it was unsettling, directed at the black and red of the blade. Now, the final test before I show you the special one. What are you gonna name it? A name. He paused, before it came to him. Blight Killer. Its name is Blight Killer. Then as the locker door was ripped free, Izuku shifted and his hand clenched. He wasn't braced right, he could barely aim, but the handgun fired with a bang and the alien reared back, green spraying the wall and dripping as it boiled and corroded through the paint and steel of the deck. Hand screaming in pain but ignoring it, Izuku sprinted for the lift, stumbling even as he slid into the brightly lit tram car. There, bright and green, was the button to move to the far tower. Izuku slammed it, all but collapsed and gasping in pain even as the doors closed, the screams of the monster echoing from behind him as the tram began to move. As the adrenaline faded away, a surge of pain racked his body. The gunshot had broken his finger, and his wrist wasn't much better off. As he slumped onto the tram's bench, he looked at the left arm of his jumpsuit, seeing the still smoking holes where the monster's BLD had eaten through the cloth. Holding his hand out, he could see the way his finger was shifted out of place. Even trying to flex his hand was a quick way to see stars. But he didn't really have a choice. Sliding the collar of his jumpsuit between his teeth, Izuku reached out and grabbed his dislocated finger, a muffled scream echoing through the enclosed space as he touched the injury. A deep breath, hissed out with pain and anxiety, and he tugged. The scream that left his jaw was pushed through hard enough that it ripped through the collar of his shirt. As Izuku curled into the seat, biting back tears and hissing out whimpers from the pain, the watch on his wrist chimed. Primary objective updated. Investigate where the alien came from. Secondary objective, neutralize the alien. Now 𝐒𝐿 arranged the latest of his cleaned glasses behind the bar. The past week had been quiet. Tomura was still sleeping more than he usually did, and he was bedridden after his impromptu surgery. The application of Sensei's quirk was always difficult to adapt to. 𝐒𝐿 knew that as well as anyone. Regardless, as the last glass was cleaned and racked, the sound of the television at the end of the bar turning on drew his attention. 𝐒𝐿, how has Tomura been adjusting? 𝐒𝐿 slid the rag over an old stain, even as he spoke. I've seen no signs of the corruption, and his BLD toxicity is within the safe margins so far. Good, very good. And how has he adapted to his new vision? He's stopped flinching so much, but he still prefers to keep his face bandaged for now. I heard him mention adjusting his mask to cover the scarring a bit easier. 𝐒𝐿 was blatant, and began to wipe the counter once more. Acceptable. Our new researcher is working nicely, but he admits he is woefully lacking the technology we need for a full recreation. 𝐒𝐿 let a flickering eyebrow raise. I assumed he would be working on behavior training. He is, but it seems most of the man's research was locked up. Island likes to keep their toys quiet. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, before glancing at the screen. Are you assigning this to Wolfram? A second objective. You are correct, huh? It seems our time is up. Above Kurogiri, the roof creaked as someone began to walk, unsteadily, through the hall above. Understood. As the screen went black, Kurogiri glanced at the shiny glass of the stacked cups, flinching as the image distorted his reflection. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, the distant words were buried in the haze of the static in his thoughts. He ripped away from the flicker of memory, turning instead to the stairs. He had a job to do. The bodies were laid out before the two men. The 7 villains who had been killed or taken in by the heroes after being broken out of Tartarus, now only corpses at the hands of 2 mad scientists. The morgues where they were held had been easy enough to ransack. I do believe we'll make quite a monster out of them. The dry tone came from behind bottle-bottomed glasses, the rotund doctor sitting comfortably in a rolling chair as most of the bodies were slowly lowered into tanks of preservative liquids. To the side, in 2 vibrant green tanks of a chemical solution, the bloodied and torn-up forms of both the hunter and the Nomu were floating. The taller scientist reached out and let his hand rest on the chest of Kazuto, the only body not in the preservation solution. He slowly traced his fingers around the now-dried wound where the man's heart had once been. With a flicker of his quirk, the body vanished, a large computer bank nearby beginning to beep as data flowed into it. Akihiko Sugo could only smile. And now, I just need the physical recording. I just need subject 9. Now Izuku adjusted the large case hanging across his back as he moved through the side streets towards his home. There had been paperwork to fill out, to register his new weapons as hero gear. The case was nearly as long as he was tall, and made of a dark wood bound with bands of metal that were fastened with a pair of sleek combination locks. As he turned up his street, he glanced up, eyes narrowing as he heard something. He stepped to the side, and closed his eyes, focusing. He let the sounds of the city fade. The cars were ignored, the wind was tuned out, the ambient sounds of 100 people doing various things shuffled to the back of his mind. But beyond it, he could hear what he was looking for. Cameras snapping, a dozen monologues into recorders, the murmur of people talking to cameras. He focused on a single voice, high-pitched and feminine, as she spoke clearly. The survivor of the simulation, 16-year-old Midoriya Izuku, has been unavailable for comment so far. We await him here, hoping to hear his own take on the developments of the Akihiko Sugo escape from Tartarus. Izuku froze. His hand twitched, his pulse raced, his entire attitude shattering as the welling rage swelled. Escape. He escaped. He breathed in, and it was uneven, hissing and hysterical, tinged with madness and rage and hate. He slumped back against the wall, hands wrapping around his gut. He felt the heat of his rage and the chill of the spring air as he shuddered. Escaped. Escaped. The words seemed to pulse through him like poison. Hands shaking, he fumbled with his pockets for his phone, seeing the lack of messages. His mom must not have been home yet. Must not have seen the reporters. She would have let him know. Would have warned him. His hands fumbled and only his reflexes caught the phone before it slipped free. He was panicking. Why? Why was he panicking? His shoulders were shaking, his breath was hard, hissed, sounding like the wheeze of a dying man. He couldn't see the words on his screen, the kanji were flickering, shifting. He slumped against the wall more, the case digging into his back as the hand not holding his phone began to drip. When had he clenched his hand? Bleeding. He was bleeding. Escaped. 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 His eyes drifted shut, but he could still see it. The alley, the moment when he had felt that hand around his shoulder, the needle in his neck. He had been walking home. They had found his bag, his backpack, his notebook still damp from the koi pond. It had all been evidence. He remembered the world going fuzzy, the slurred conversation. Sugo, with his bright BLD-colored hair, his manic eyes. The flicker as he reached out, and then nothing until he awoke in the simulation. Izuku opened his eyes, hand outstretched. The brick of the building at his side was cracked and blooded, his left hand covered in fresh scabs. He felt the steel wires of his mind shift, leashing his emotions as he drained them away. He couldn't be a person. Not right now. He glanced at his phone, noting the faint cracks of his phone case as he tapped out a simple message. He turned to take the back route into the apartment building. But he couldn't stay inside. He couldn't risk his mother's safety. Not when he couldn't stop himself. As the phone buzzed, he ignored it and moved with a thoughtless, easy grace, hood coming up over his hair as his eyes darkened, dilating and constricting as his emotions sent his body out of its balance. The drip of blood from his still clenched fist fell like a metronome as he turned around the far corner of his apartment block. The reporters were easy to see, gathered on the steps of the building, but he kept walking past the street, around to the side of the block. They didn't notice the flicker of motion as Midoriya leapt from one roof to the next. Hours later, 𝐭𝐽 texted Nezu in a panic. "Izuku is having an attack, and I have no idea where he is. There's reporters outside." What happened? In Izuku's bedroom, the weapon case was opened, 3 blades resting in their sheaths where it lay on his bed. Blight Killer was not among them. Then the lift had left Izuku in what felt like a Tokyo train station. Seats and lockers surrounded him, but as Izuku shook off the pain of his encounter with the monster, he took stock. The revolver in his hand was heavy, and with a moment's study, he flipped the cylinder out, frowning. Only 2 bullets. Closing the cylinder, he thumbed the grip and trigger, before cursing at the fact that he didn't have a holster for it. He shifted it to his left hand, wincing at the unfamiliar grip. Holding it low to his side, Izuku took to inspecting the signs. The map had said he needed to pass through the lobby above. The sign for the System Tech lobby was to the left. A moment of looking around, and he headed up. He moved quietly, glancing around as he reached the stairs leading up to the lobby. As he ascended the steps, he stumbled, the sound of metal cans clattering as he glanced down to see the faint gleam of a wire pulled against his foot. As Izuku took it in, he was already diving for the scarce cover that a crate of luggage offered at the top of the stairs. 𝐒𝐻𝐳. As gunshots rang out, Izuku cursed his luck. When the bullets stopped ringing out, the sound of running steps took over. A glance around the luggage showed a taller woman sprinting from the far door of the room, clearly out of ammo. "What okay?" As she vanished, Izuku darted from cover, kicking the string free as he sprinted to see what was square, blocky. An access tuner. Izuku grabbed it and reached to turn it on. No data module detected. And cursed. When he heard the running steps as the woman from before headed back, this time accompanied by another half-dozen people, Izuku just gave a sigh before sprinting for the upper levels of the lobby. He really didn't have the gear to fight these people. As he slid around a railing, he glanced out and glared. Well, SHT. The door to engineering is on the other side of the room. This was not Izuku's day. As the group of scavengers spread out, Izuku reached into his pocket for a flashbang and started counting distances. This was going to SCK. Now Nezu sighed as he ended the conversation, setting his phone down. Midoriya 𝐭𝐽 has been wonderfully cooperative. Despite her worry tapping at his computer, the map of the city booted up, and the glowing GPS dot of Midoriya was bright and obvious, lingering out at the cleared-off beach that Mirio-san and Toshinori had once cleared out for the team's training. As Nezu folded his paws, he considered the circumstances. Like he had been doing so far, Midoriya had reacted to a breakdown by isolating himself, leaving the places where collateral damage would occur. The fact that he had taken a sword from the case that Muramasa-san had given him did raise concerns, but Nezu was more than willing to give the young man the benefit of the doubt and assume he wasn't going out to track and kill Sugo. At least, not currently. Tapping at his keyboard, he altered the search parameters, including the current patrol routes of heroes in the area. He quickly began to filter through them, checking for the heroes with the highest skills to help talk it out with the team. Soon enough he paused, and smiled. That would work. He picked up the phone and began to dial. "Hello, can you connect me to Fukukado-san please?" Then the flash of gunfire matched with the impact against Izuku's shoulder as he dove through another doorway, slamming into the railing as he gasped at the spreading fire of pain in his shoulder. As he sprinted down the stairwell, he heard the distant swears. "Thing, lock him in." The doors slammed closed with a hiss, and Izuku slowed to a stop, crashing with his left arm against the wall as he gasped at the pulse of pain from his arm. Already, the sleeve of his jumpsuit was changing color, dyed closer to black than the off-green that it came as. He reached up to try and feel the wound and gasped in pain. The gunshot had taken him just into the meat of his shoulder, and as he tried to flex he could feel the bullets still embedded in the muscles. Gritting his teeth he tried to tuck his arm into the lapel of his suit to keep it from moving as much and keep pressure off the joint. Breathing a hissed curse, Izuku headed back down the stairs. Pain is worthless. A distraction. He felt as his breathing began to steady despite the motion. He was still bleeding, but he could address that when he had a moment to sit and deal with it. Hopefully with a medical kit. At the bottom of the stairwell, he found the maintenance bay. He glanced around as he paced in, ignoring how he was leaving a clear BLD trail behind him. As he rounded the corner, he caught it, the flicker of movement of something darting through a far door above him in a raised-up office. Izuku breathed in, and wished he hadn't wasted his bullets in the lobby. He considered his options and cursed silently. The best place to find a medkit would probably be that goddamn office. I already hate this. He walked slowly, eyes peeled as he reached the steps up to the office. Seeing nothing through the window, Izuku narrowed his eyes. He pushed through the door and looked around before freezing. Another handgun was on the desk, and next to it was a keycard and a bright orange and white tube. And across the floor was a bloodstain that was dragged out the back doorway and around a stairwell heading up. SHT. Izuku grabbed the revolver, tucking it into a pocket before he snagged the medical kit. And then, he reached out and closed the door way up the stairs. He was already getting dizzy from BLD loss. Even if the monster came for him, he needed to seal up his shoulder before he passed out. So, with that in mind, Izuku peeled off the blood-soaked shoulder of his jumpsuit and got to work. The medical injector was some sort of bonding agent and coagulant mix. It would line up the wound and then seal it shut. The gel would even contract to close the thing up and act as an anesthetic. Sadly, this meant his arm was still going to be harder to move, and that it would continue to be near useless for combat. He was not going to enjoy this. When he finally got the wound stitched up, he left the top half of his jumpsuit around his waist, folded to leave the pockets in easy reach. Besides, he still needed the data cell for the scanner. Breathing in, Izuku glanced back at the doorway up and out to the hallway of locked doors below the office. Well, I really hope shooting this thing helps. And with that, he set off into the workshops to find a data cell. Now the beach was quiet, soft moonlight reflecting off the water in the dark of the night. The air was cut smoothly, only the faintest whisper of sharpness would ring out with each sweeping step and flash of the blade. Izuku stood in a ring of sand that had been torn and disturbed, the sharp lines decorating it like a macabre variant of a classical sand garden. Even now, as he spun and moved with the gleaming black and gold of Blighttkiller, the sound of it cutting through the air was a whisper of intent. He had ditched his father's jacket, leaving it and the sheath for Blighttkiller back away from the surf. Izuku could feel the ache of his muscles, the way the skin under his grip was blistered and raw from hours of swinging the blade around, of adjusting to the weight and balance of the metal. As he moved into a series of slashes, it happened. His leg gave out as he stepped his weight onto it, his blade sliding into the sand to support him as he knelt. The familiar ache of his body starving as his reserves of strength ran out. He was breathing heavily, but practice kept him from gasping. His breaths were quiet, despite their desperation. Despite the emotional weight that now hung from his shoulders like iron chains. The man who sent him through hell was free. Fact. The people who broke him out tried to kill him once already. Fact. He pushed off the ground, swaying as he lifted his blade up, sliding it from the disturbed sand as he breathed out, holding it in a duelist's salute. Both of them would be coming after Izuku and those around him. Fact. The sound of footsteps broke him from his thoughts, and he glanced back to see a woman in green and orange smile at him. You look like you could use a joke, yeah? Izuku couldn't stop the blink of surprise. Ms. Joke. Then as Izuku opened the last door, the gun held at the ready, he blinked. There, in the middle of the storage room, a large red case sat, blinking. He moved closer and glanced around once more, before sliding the gun into his pocket and looking at the stenciled words on the side of the box. Everything else had been branded by 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, but this was a different insignia. What's the USCSS Nostromo? Izuku tilted and looked over the case, before trying to tap at the end console. Data corrupted. He glanced over the various notes on the table, before coming across one in particular, reading it aloud. Brought in with the injured co-captain of the 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. Captain is currently in San Cristobal ER. The distant sound of a crash tore Izuku from his thoughts. He summoned his notebook and made a copy of the notes. He could explore them on his own later. In the meantime, he hunted through the shelves of the storage room. There was plenty of junk, components for specialized machines and repairs to the station. But, soon, he found it. Level 1 Security Access Data Core. He slid the piece from its small case and thumbed it into the slot at the bottom of his tuner. With a soft hum, it began to boot up, showing the dials to modulate the access frequency so he could spoof the card readers on the door locks. It would take practice, but it should be useful. As he stepped back towards the center of the area, he paused, seeing something sitting in the corner. A blocky sensor with a hand grip and what looked like a small radar on its front. As he stepped close, he could see the note. Thing uses the vents for travel, made this to keep track of it. When Jen gets back I'll build her one too. As Izuku hefted the sensor he hummed to himself. Might be useful. Hooking it to his waist, Izuku grabbed a backpack and started raiding the rest of the stock. He wasn't going unprepared, not now. Now Izuku glanced over the wooden surface of the table in front of him at the form of Ms. Joko, as she asked to be called EMI. So, Nedzu called you, and I'm betting you got my location from my phone. My question is why you? Izuku bit into a fry from his half-cleared plate. The two of them had moved to a small American diner, which was open 24 hours, and Izuku's hunger had taken the reins for a bit. EMI had been more than willing to let him sate the building feeling before they started talking about the more serious topic, which he was grateful for. As the pro-hero set her drink down, Izuku began to idly stir the straw in his. I wasn't a student at UA, but for a few years I worked as Aizawa's partner. We were under Nedzu for quite a few missions. When I moved to being a more public hero though, I kept in touch. Right now I'm actually teaching at Ketsubutsu. I think Nedzu thought you could use someone who isn't involved with anything about your situation to vent to. Izuku gave a slow sip of his drink as he considered this. He was tired. Not just by the strain of his muscles, or the exhaustion that seeped through his bones when he forgot to sleep. He was at a tipping point. A mental door where if he opened up he wasn't likely to stop talking. He could probably push it off for a few more days until Hound Dog's appointment. He didn't really want to wait. Not right now. Not with the escape on the news. The world doesn't make sense to me some days. He glanced out the dark window, staring at the quiet street. People are so unaware. Not about everything, no. But I look at the people I pass on the street, and all I can see some days is how unsteady they walk. How flat-footed they would be. They have no awareness. I can walk through a crowd with the intent to kill all but bleeding from my frame and none of them would fight back. None of them would even notice. Izuku gave a scoff, hand tracing the rim of his glass. I can't act like that. I can't blind myself. I can't shelf my weapon and stick my head in the sand. EMI looked away. I can get that. It's hard to stop looking when you've seen the issues. Izuku took a moment, picking at the remains of his burger and fries. I close my eyes and see every monster that's ever killed me. He looked at the glass, seeing a half-formed reflection of the diner, of him and Ms. Joke. I feel them, some days. My nerves are overgrown with echoes of death blows. Every severed limb tingles at the stump. Every cut itches. Every broken bone aches when the rain comes. He glanced up to see a faint glimpse of horrified understanding. I was stuck in a death game, and it left some very real marks on my body. Even if my skin was regrown, my muscles were replaced, my bones strengthened and reinforced, my nerves had to be left mostly intact. And my body never told them to stop growing to replace and repair themselves. Wait, how sensitive are you? Ms. Joke looked disturbed. I can feel the difference in air pressure from someone walking towards me from 5 meters away. I can feel the differences in the textures between types of metals. When I'm hit, I can feel it intimately. Izuku cut himself off with another sip of his soda, savoring the taste. God, spars must be excruciating. Not really. Pain is easy to break down after a while, it's just my body trying to explain damage. I can compartmentalize it. For the rest, A thick jacket keeps a lot of issues away. Izuku glanced at the blisters along his hand. Even now, only an hour after his hands were ripped and torn, he could see the new skin slowly forming. The once blooded tears were now thin, red markings as his hands sealed them up and his body began the work to fix his wounds. He glanced down and took a moment to eat the last of his burger, letting 𝐒𝐴𝐺 come to terms with everything. God, I need a smoke. Izuku quirked a lip into the fur of his jacket collar. Only if you share. Hell, I'm going to need one if I'm talking about Sugo. Then Izuku glanced from the security tuner to the now empty maintenance room. His jacket had been slung back on, and the holes on his left sleeve wrapped up tight with layers of electrical tape to keep it from getting caught on things. Across his back, a bag of gear and supplies was tight and secured. He looked at the automatic security lock and flipped the tuner on. A moment of fiddling to find the right signal opened up a small menu where he could match the code. A couple seconds of figuring it out and the door beeped, the red light turning green as it opened. He slid the tuner into a convenient holster, next to where his revolver now hung. As he looked around, he saw a new door opened up and padded his way in that direction, only to stop, taking in the corpse looking out of the doorway. So it is here. 𝐒𝐻𝐻. He stepped up, pausing to add the map on the wall to his book. When he reached the corpse, he pulled the jumpsuit on its chest away from the skin, showing the wound behind it. All the way through, and it's messy. That tail really is no joke. But it didn't drag this body off like the guard. Was it just not hungry or was there something else? Glancing around he paused, seeing another door with an autolock. A minute of fiddling and it opened with a beep, Izuku stepping through only to blink at the well-kept office. Shrugging, he decided to perform the standard loot-to-the-ground approach. He didn't find much rifling through the cabinets. Mostly office supplies. It wasn't until he tapped the voicemail a cassette recorder. Wow. That he paused. Message for Marshall Waits. This is Chief Porter in tech support. Look, there's nothing on this flight recorder, Waits. We've broken God knows how many corporate confidentiality agreements and come up with zip, nothing except the 𝐒𝐿𝐵 logo and an empty readout. Now, these things are built to last, so either someone on board the 𝐁𝐼𝐼 asked its mother core to wipe it clean, or somehow the data's been corrupted before it got here. Care to fill me in on why this was a priority job? A wiped memory drive, a murderous alien, and that company. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. He stood up and glanced out of the doors to the rest of the maintenance bay. The area was on lockdown, and he was almost positive that the alien was still lurking, waiting to make its move. He looked at the bottle of scotch he found under the desk, and popped the cap off. A swig for luck. He knocked it back, taking a large gulp before sputtering, feeling the burn of alcohol down his throat and coughing into his arm. As he got used to the taste, he grimaced. F that. He was about to put the bottle back down when he paused. Thoughtfully, he replaced the lid and slid it into his bag. If he could find an ignition source, that could be useful. Stretching, he headed for the door, mind running through his current questions and goals. What the hell happened to the 𝐁𝐼𝐼? Where did the creature come from? Who the hell is 𝐒𝐿𝐵? And what happened in the medical wing? He shook the thoughts away and glanced around. There should be a console around here that controls the security system, and if he can lift the lockdown he can start making his way up towards the medical floors. Checking the hallway, he slowed his breathing. I feel like I'm being watched. As he passed through another doorway, he saw it, the flashing red lights of the computer console that was in charge of the security lockdown. He approached it slowly, checking his surroundings before leaning over the console. Security lockdown. Disable. Confirm. He tapped at the buttons, when a shifting sound drew his eyes up. The shape was black and iridescent, all fluid angles and sharp chitin. Izuku was under the desk in a second, contorting as deep as he could into the footwell, breath held. A sound like the click of a Geiger counter rang out, hissing and shifting as the tap of clawed feet crunched onto the table above him. The tail, long and with segmented chitin, ended in a BLD-covered, spear-like tip that hung loose and scored the steel with every swaying movement. It slid over the desk to thud heavily on the ground as a clawed leg stomped on the chair, shattering it. Drool oozed and dripped onto the ground, and Izuku focused, keeping his breath held and his pulse slow, despite the growing sense of panic building in his chest. He began to shift, the motion slow and measured as he reached for his handgun. A distant beep, some sort of automated system turning on now that the lockdown was over, and the alien shifted, stepping back towards the front of the desk, the tail sliding around the corner as heavy footsteps began to pace away. Izuku was still on edge, waiting. The hiss of a door opening, the distant chitter of the creature, and Izuku still didn't dare breathe even as he slowly reached out, pulling his head out to peer over the lip of the desk, just in time to see the twisted, pipe-like protrusions on the alien's back pass through the door. Oh! Now Izuku was back on Dagobah Beach, sitting on the end of the pier. He had his sword across his lap, a rag in his hand as he stripped the flakes of BLD from its handle. The blade, even after several hours of hard-won practice, was nearly flawless. There were no scratches or nicks. The edge had just barely lost its razor sharpness, but a moment with the ring he wore honed it back towards perfection. He picked a dried spot of BLD off the leather and glanced back down the pier, seeing the approaching form of EMI once more. When she had stepped away to get supplies for an emotional heart-to-heart, she headed off to a convenience store. Izuku noticed that now that she had a few minutes to calm herself, she was far more focused and centered. He also expected a phone call had occurred. As Ms. Joke plopped down next to him at the end of the pier, she dropped the bag from the convenience store between them. Izuku glanced in and dug out a pack of cigarettes, pulling a metal flip lighter from his jacket even as the edge of his nail broke the seal. In a rush, kid. Joke dug out her own pack of cigarettes, and from the six-pack at the bottom of the bag, pulled out a beer. I haven't had a smoke in a month and a half, and it's been a very stressful afternoon. Izuku muttered as he bit on the filter and pulled one of the smokes from the pack. He tucked the carton into his jacket and brought his hands up to curl around the flame of the lighter as he held it to the end of the cigarette, letting the paper and tobacco catch and glow. As he clicked his lighter closed, he took a long, slow breath. The acrid taste of the cigarette was grounding, and the faint tingle of nicotine was familiar. After a moment, he exhaled, the smoke dark blue in the light of the moon over the water. As he let the cigarette simply smolder, he dug out a beer for himself, popping the cap with the hilt of his sword in a smooth motion. Where to start? I've died over 700 times. EMI took a swig of her beer. As she watched Izuku speak. She had heard the basics from Nezu when the rat called her up during the end of her patrol. She still wasn't sure she was the best person to deal with this, but seeing the young man with a beer in one hand and the glow of his cigarette casting him in sharp contrast against the dark of the ocean, she thought she might be doing some good. He had been dissociating all afternoon, from when she first saw him on that beach up to the time they had finished eating. That distant, glazed look in his eyes had never really left. But here, on the end of the pier, with the city lit up back behind them and the darkness of the ocean and the night sky before them, he seemed to loosen up. The cigarette, something she doubted most heroes would approve of, was clearly helping. A coping mechanism, or even just something that grounded him in the here and now. With a beer in one hand, his sword across his knees, and his feet dangling over the water, Izuku leaned back and looked up into the sky, and his eyes gleamed. I know the records say I was never actually dead. The system was designed to only simulate it. He pulled the cigarette from his lips and held up his hand almost as if he was reaching for the stars beyond them, hand flexed and the glowing ember against the back of his knuckles. I've been stabbed. Burned. Broken. Disemboweled. I know how it feels when you bleed out and your body runs cold. I know how choking on bone and BLD feels. How electrocution makes you twitch, and burning feels cold after the nerve endings are seared away. He slowly shifted his fingers until they made a gun shape, cigarette smoking from between his fingers, aiming at the moon. I've snapped my own neck instead of being eaten. When I had knives, I would slit my own throat to the spine. It was faster than bleeding out from a gut wound. I shot myself in the head, at least 30 times. That was the quickest way to avoid dying when I was trapped and outmatched in the later games. The casual tone set her skin prickling, the goosebumps of the ease with which he spoke of attempting, no, succeeding in suicide. She could see the glint in his eyes, distant once more, but now far more poisonous. Before, it had seemed like a light in the dark, but now it was gleaming like radioactive waste. I nearly gave up, but I kept remembering the first death. Izuku lowered his hand. I was panicking, the sensations had been overwhelming. The fear. I was breaking. I was breaking so fast. And 𝐒𝐿 decided I needed a push. He threatened my mom. Spoke about seeing what would happen if she was shoved into a simulation just like mine. The teen's face twitched, and Ms. Joke could see the monster of rage and hate that was simmering under the surface. A swig of beer gave them a moment to settle, for Izuku to push the monster back under. I admit, I pulled a lot from a childhood friend of mine's playbook. I got angry. I got loud and crass and aggressive. I pulled my anger up as much as possible. And at the center of all that was 𝐒𝐿. He took another long drag of smoke. When I got out, I wanted to kill him. To face him and beat the ever-loving SHT out of him. I know what someone can survive, after all. I could make it last. When they managed to sedate me, and explained he was wrapped up tight in Tartarus, I made peace with it. I shelved it for another time and place. I could wait until he was dead and PSS on his grave. Get my closure elsewhere. And then I was busy. I had tests to catch up on, exams to go through, and the distant worry that I was going to break down dying at some point. Or that the world wasn't real. The occasional hallucinations weren't helping on that front. And then 𝐒𝐿 spoke up, already trying to organize the events she had of the teen's last few months. And then 𝐒𝐿. Izuku confirmed, mouth quirked. Which has been going pretty good. Izuku pulled the spent butt of the cigarette from his lips, grinding it out on the wood of the pier. It's been 71 days since I left the simulation. He flicked the spent butt into the bag, and lifted his bottle in a sardonic toast. And in that less than 3 months, the monster of a man who shoved me in a death game is free. I've formed a lifelong enemy who pledged to destroy my reason for living. I've somehow become the fighting teacher for 2 of my classmates, and I have a world-famous public tournament coming up. So yeah, I'm trying really hard to not try and hunt the league down. Because of 𝐒𝐿. Somewhat. But also Shigaraki. If I learned anything from my experiences, it's not to let an enemy get a handle on your patterns, or give them time to adapt. Because of that. If I ever see 𝐒𝐿, I know I won't stop until he's a smear on the ground, and his body is ash. And if I see Shigaraki anywhere near my family, well, my last shot took an eye. Izuku glanced at her, meeting Emi's eyes with a steady gaze and a weight that made her breath come short. My next one is going through his chest. As he glanced back, 𝐒𝐿 took a second to breathe, shaking off the memory of the teen's killing intent. She sipped at her beer to buy a moment before joking, tapping her elbow at the teen's side. You really shouldn't be admitting to aspiring murder. You're letting a teenager smoke and drink. I think this is a mutually assured destruction kinda scenario. She pretended not to notice the soft smile on the teen's face. Then Izuku glanced around the corner, gun in hand, as he watched the form of the monster pace the hallway back towards the office he had first seen it in. It was in the middle of his main route back to the lobby. If only he had a way past there. He waited for the creature to hiss and step further across the hall before Izuku took 2 long steps, carefully quiet, until he was on the far side of the doorway with the vent right next to him. He glanced back just in time to see the swaying, blade-like tail WHP around before vanishing up through a vent in the ceiling. SHT. Izuku hissed the curse even as he glanced at the vent to his side. He didn't have time to check the blueprints, but he could only hope that the vents were a part of 2 separate systems, at least for this room. He crouched, the automated metal cover shifting open to reveal the dark corridors of the vent system. With a deep breath, he lifted himself up and in, crouched on the ductwork as he began to follow the corridor, taking the first left in order to head back to the stairwell out of the maintenance area. He could barely make out the twists and turns of the vent, but he was focused more on being quiet and unseen than speed right now. It took nearly 2 minutes before he reached what he thought was the end of the vent, seeing another exit from the system. He tapped the button to open the vent, and winced at the sound of it hissing open, before it gave an echoing clang. Izuku felt his BLD freeze. The metal blades were jammed, still half-closed. And he could hear the distant skittering of the fin creature in the vents. He shifted, throwing his legs in front of him as he kicked out, the metal deforming and shattering under his boot, but not enough. Again. The skittering sound of the monster moving drew closer, and even as it closed in, 𝐒𝐿 was kicking, trying to get enough leverage to, with a final kick, the door and its entire housing broke free, and 𝐒𝐿 didn't stop to check it. He pushed off, throwing himself out of the vents with as much force as he could, not pausing for even a moment as his feet scrabbled for traction as he sprinted for the stairwell out of the area. The sounds of the creature echoed, becoming screams that pierced through the quiet of the station. As he skidded around the doorway, he could see it, arms and legs catching as it leapt from the empty vent. He slammed the door control behind him, hoping to slow it down before he sprinted up the stairs 3 steps at a time, already reaching for the security tuner as he breathed in fear. "Please, for the love of God, be quick. Please, please, please." As he hit the top floor landing, he saw the door, and the tuner began to connect, shaky fingers scrolling the wheel to tune the frequency. No there. Scroll back dash. As the code screen appeared, he slammed in the authorization code, the doors opening too slowly for him as he scraped through as soon as it was cracked and lost his balance. As he crashed to his knees, he heard the sound of the alien on the stairs as it leapt. He glanced back and he could see it, claws and a dome-shaped black skull clearly defined as it lunged at and over him. As the creature passed over him, he didn't get out unscathed, the tail lashing out and across his face, drawing a scream as it cut through his cheek to the bone. As he staggered in pain, the creature, the alien, landed ahead of him, near the railing over the lobby below. It twisted and turned, looking back and down at him, mouth hissing as it opened its jaw, where 𝐒𝐿 could make out the outline of a second jaw. He screamed. And that's when the gunshots rang out. 𝐒𝐿 could only stare as the bullets sparked off the alien's natural armor, barely drawing a mark on the shell of the creature. But it did draw its attention. As the alien leapt over the railing, hissing and screaming, 𝐒𝐿 could only barely think. "SHC. Guns don't work." Not unless he remembered the locker from earlier. He had fired the gun point blank against the creature's head and it had barely been hindered. He shifted and felt it as he sked in air through the hole in his cheek. He wanted to scream, but he had to move. He pushed up, staggering into a crouch as his head swayed. He could see over the railing now. He could see the alien massacring a group of survivors. 𝐒𝐿 hissed even as the word made his cheek scream in pain. He began to move, crouched as he circled around the upper balcony, wincing at each bloody death of another survivor, even as he refused to tear his gaze away. He couldn't waste this. It was a look at how the alien moved, how it acted sound. It responds to sound. He could see it, how it always refocused on the last gunshot as its next target. He began to frantically check his pockets, before he found it. A pair of noisemakes. They had been simple to make, just a speaker, a battery, and an on-off SWCH with a timer. He had glued them up with a bonding agent and some spare wire. His hands shook as he clenched his fist around the first one. "I only have these 2, but if I can just get it to leave me alone long enough to open the elevator door, I can get off this level." As the screams of another dying survivor were choked off, 𝐒𝐿 could only pray. Now 𝐒𝐿 stepped through the door into his apartment and glanced around. It was past midnight, and the lights in the apartment were off. As he shrugged off his leather jacket, he could hear his mom's soft breathing. At his side, his fingers traced over a keypad to check the apartment's security system. A soft flash of green was all he needed to know that no one besides him and his mom had been in the rooms. As he moved through the apartment, he stepped lightly and carefully, his passage silent. He reached the living room, sighing at the sight of his mom wrapped with a blanket around her shoulders, slumped on the couch. "She stayed up for me. I should have called." Sighing to himself, 𝐒𝐿 stepped up and reached to lift his mother from the couch, touch light and careful to keep her from stirring. As the blanket fell from her form, she leaned into 𝐒𝐿. Once more, he was struck by how vulnerable his mother could be. She wasn't a violent woman, and he doubted she would be fast enough to escape if she was attacked by someone with Shigaraki's skills. As he slowly walked towards his mom's room, he focused on calming his heart rate. He pushed his thoughts away, letting himself focus on putting his mom to bed and pulling her blankets over her form. As he rested a hand on her shoulder, he sighed, before speaking softly. "Sorry, Ma. I should have called, but today has been hard. Talked some things out with a new friend. I'll keep you safe, Mom. I swear it by the sun." As he stood, he didn't realize that his mom was drifting in and out of sleep, that she would remember this. Instead, he moved to his room. Unclipping the sheathed blight killer, he stepped to the long black case across his bed, thumbing the latch as it clicked and hissed before reading his thumbprint and pulse. With a beep, the lid shifted, silently unlocking as he lifted it to reveal the resting places of his blades. The sunlight sword was resting in its sheath and wrapped with a shroud of white and gold silk, the red of the sun insignia embossed over the center of the fabric. The parrying dagger was encased in a sheath made of black leather, the dull steel color of its handle obvious, but not overt. And above them all, a longer shape rested in the case, wrapped in a black shroud and buckled with blue straps that kept it concealed from sight. He wasn't ready to use that. He knew it, and Muramasa had even confirmed it. He needed to grow to fit the blade, and practice with its forms. He had admitted that Artorias was the inspiration, but not the result, and Izuku could see what he meant. Muramasa had called it a strange weapon, and Izuku knew he chose those words with care. He closed the case once blight was carefully tucked away, the black sheath and blade resting in its place once more. He felt the lock on the box engage, the entire container shuttering as it sealed shut. He pulled it off his bed and crouched, sliding the carrying case under his bed. With his weapons secured, he began to STRP for bed, removing the briefs and shirt he wore, and the series of straps that held his knives under that. One by one, a pair of balisong knives and a switchblade was set on his dresser. He reached up and felt around his ponytail, unhooking it to reveal a 2-foot length of thin metal wire that had been tucked into the mess of green, which was quickly released from its hold. He shook it out, letting the stress of the day fall from him as he forced his body to loosen up and relax. As he got in bed and tried to let himself calm enough to sleep, an amusing thought came to him. I wonder if I can use my new blade in the sports festival. Apparently, the answer was no, he could not use Muramasa's gear in the sports festival. Izuku glanced at the small note about his gear regulations and gave a deadpan look at Power Loader, before reading aloud. No bladed weapons, no guns, and no explosives. And I have to make anything that comes into the festival with me that isn't part of the standard UA sports uniform. The exception is my boots. Izuku glanced at the knee-high red boots of his hero uniform where the outfit was laid out next to him, taking in the improved arming along the instep and heel. They were practically weapons in their own right. I could just revive the Ishimura stomp. Nah, I don't want to kill people. He looked out at the workshop, taking in the swarms of support students who were finishing up gear for the festival, and the acute lack of time he had for a full build of gear. I guess I'll keep it simple then. As he set the paper down, he glanced at Power Loader. I'm gonna be staying here for the afternoon. Can I borrow a work jacket and some gloves? As Izuku got to work, the rest of his class was doing the same, the building tension of the sports festival upon them. Then the alien screeched once more, as the last screaming survivor fell to its assault. As Izuku watched, eyes locked on the gap between a railing and a seat, he counted. The alien was glancing around, before it leapt up to where it had first pinned him to the ground. As it did, Izuku flipped the SWSH, the noisemaker's timer set for 15 seconds, and tossed it to the recessed seating that lined the top level of the lobby. It was sunk from the railing, which should mean. As the alien started pacing the upper floor, Izuku slid along his knee and sighed down the stairs towards the door, his tuner already in his hand and the second noisemaker prepped, timer on and ready. 3, 2, with a sound like a whistle from hell, the noisemaker started going off, and the alien rushed along the upper level. Izuku waited until it was about to pass into the area with the first noisemaker, and tossed the other one up towards the place the alien had just left, even as he scrambled to move into the archway around the door, his hands already adjusting the tuner as he began to hack the lift door. His hands were still shaky, his fingers fumbling, but he cut out the distraction of the alien and the noisemaker, finding the right signal as there was the second noisemaker. He flipped through the codes as he started decoding the door, and the first noisemaker just died. He glanced back just in time to see the darting form of the alien screech across the upper landing back towards the second noisemaker. He focused. No, yes. The door opened with a soft ring, and Izuku stepped into the white of the elevator, just as the second noisemaker stopped. Izuku lunged and slammed the button for another floor, just as the sound of heavy chiton hitting the steel echoed. He turned and looked, seeing the looming shape of the alien as it crouched on the cleared space before the elevator, and slowly began to rise to its full height. Izuku didn't particularly give a f bang. With a snarl, Izuku unloaded his revolver out the open doorway, sparks of each gunshot off the alien, even as it staggered in surprise. Izuku slammed the door control, and the alien tried to lunge, only for the metal gates to slam shut before it could get through. As the screech and hiss of the alien rang out, Izuku staggered back and collapsed on the elevator's wall, reaching up as he felt for damage. He could feel his teeth through the gash in his cheek. Fun. He dug into his bag as the elevator continued its ascent. By the time he had reached the floor he had chosen, his face was wrapped in loose cloth from the nose down, and he could still feel the sting of the wound sealant that he had poured in his cheek, spitting out any of it that had gotten in his mouth. He couldn't really talk right now, but he doubted that would be much of a problem. As the doors opened, he hefted the maintenance jack over his shoulder and stretched, cracking his spine as he focused. He idly noted that he could see his bangs in his vision now. All right. UFOs. Where am I now? He stepped out into the open corridor and glanced at the convenient sign above him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Communications. He quirked an eyebrow and stepped through. This might be worth my time. Now Momo laced up her running shoes, stomping to make sure they were fitted snugly. The last week had seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, devoted to sparring with 𝐒𝐿, studying in class, and focusing on the weird parting words Izuku had texted her the day after he announced he would be busy until the sports festival. Nothing you build should ever break without your command. As she finished getting the last of her outfit together, she glanced up. Most of the girls in her class were still finishing up, and some of them had started stretching. As she stood, she took in 𝐒𝐿, who was sitting with her hands clasped, looking remarkably calm. Soon enough, all the girls started to pace out to join the rest of the class in the waiting room. As she stepped into the room, following Mina and Uraraka, she saw Izuku in his new outfit for the first time. His hair was tied back into a bun, loose strands of green hanging loosely around the knotted leather cord that held the hair back. His skin seemed healthier than normal, which Momo realized was a sure sign that Midoriya was actually sleeping for more than an hour. The sports uniform jacket was hanging loose and unzipped, showing off the tight black shirt, the neckline of which covered his throat almost entirely. His armored red boots were tucked under his breaths, the hems rolled up and bound with what looked like electrical tape. His hands were wrapped in red exercise tape, and he was currently testing the fit of a pair of fingerless martial arts gloves. But across his back, hanging from a loose cord, a sword-like shape was wrapped tightly in more electrical tape. The others were also dressed and ready. Amar was fiddling with his focusing belt, one she knew he had rebuilt by hand. Unlike his professional one, it was of a lesser quality, partly due to his lack of technical skill. Bakugo also wore armored boots, his in orange and black, and his forearms were wrapped in white tape that reached nearly to his elbow. As the last of the class gathered, the tension began to rise. Bakugo. The explosive blonde looked up, meeting Todoroki's eyes with his own. I think, objectively, that you are the strongest competitor here. Bakugo stood, taking in Todoroki face to face as the dichromatic teen made a declaration of war. As such, I want you to know that I aim to beat you. Fair and square. Heh, didn't we already do this fight? I won, last time I checked. Bakugo gave a scoff and crossed his arms. Besides, I'm telling you right now not to underestimate anyone here. For any reason. You're opening your dumb butt up for a rude awakening. Most didn't notice, but Bakugo's eyes darted to the quiet form of Izuku as he sat with his arms on his knees, watching the conversation with a glint in his eyes. That goes for all of us. Don't underestimate anyone. Momo and Ida glanced at each other before Momo spoke up. I know that we're going out to compete against each other, but I want to wish you all luck. And, much like Bakugo-san said, be careful. As Todoroki gave a dismissive glance and began to walk towards the door, Izuku slowly breathed out. That was so manly. Kirishima's words helped break the tension, most of the class slowly falling into small conversations to pass the last few minutes. Momo gave one last glance around the room, thankful for Kirishima's unwitting help, before pausing. 𝐒𝐿 was staring at Izuku, her hand rapping against her crossed arm. Ta-tap, ta-tap, ta-tap. It was an oddly fast rhythm. She was about to ask about it when the room's intercom rang out. Attention all first-year classes, please line up in class order for the opening ceremony. She glanced back to see Jiru still looking at Izuku as the teen walked away, slowly buttoning up his uniform jacket as he went. As she stood and started to walk behind them, a thought back once more. What does it mean, not to break? Kamino Ward Kurogiri glanced up as his ward stepped out into the bar. Long, shaggy white hair had been cut, the side shaved nearly bare. Partly because it had been practical, a way to keep his hair from falling into his untended wounds. But now the mess of pale blue hair was merely thrown to the far side, showing the angry red lines of healing flesh. His left eye stared out, while his right socket was concealed by a long cloth band. Are you feeling well today, Shigaraki Tomura? The sports festival begins today. Kurogiri nodded slowly. Play it. I want to watch it, and water, please. As Kurogiri passed the teen the TV remote, Tomura's remaining red eye narrowed at the screen, already flipping through channels. He reached up and scratched at his cheek, feeling the raised veins under the edge of his eye patch. I've seen you before, Izuku Midoriya. How have you changed? What do you hold precious? As he found the right channel, he set the remote aside, reaching out to sip from the glass of ice water now set before him. Show me what you want me to kill. The youth sports festival is one of, if not the de facto largest televised competitions in Japan. They outrank the Olympics, most of the world's sporting championships, and every esports event currently on the market. Some years the viewership shifted, but the sports festival remained king among competitions. And the crowd who showed up proved it. The youth stadium was packed, seats sold out nearly half a year in advance were being filled with people of every race, creed, quirk, and gender. In the upper levels, food carts were rushing to make orders to match demand, while in the seats people shoved and shifted, hoping to see the next generation of heroes. Meanwhile, in the viewers' boxes above them, staring down with eager eyes and careful judgment, the heroes who could take the day off were present, watching through screens and windows as the students began to assemble. They were here to look for potential. Students who they felt they could assist, could train and pass on their own hard-earned skills too. All Might stood with his quirk deactivated in a private box, hands clasped behind his back as he watched the events far below. He had been considering using this very event, not even a year before, to find his successor. Now, he would watch with pride as his students competed for the crown. In his soul, one for all was already fading, passed on to another. Someone so close he considered her to be family, and learning how to safely channel the quirk he had passed her. Putting those thoughts away, All Might let a grin form, as present MIC began his introductions. Starting us off, the valiant students who fought off a horde of villains not even a month ago, Class 1A. And behind them, their counterparts and rivals, Class 1B. Izuku stepped out of the opening with a lidded expression, feeling the thrum of tension in the air even as he paced with the rest of his class lining up in the field before the podium. He let his hands slowly tense and flex, the weight of his gloves were comforting, the tension of the tape around his fingers a grounding sensation. The sparring blade he had made was hanging across his back, and his boots hit the ground with a silent, but solid, step. But he could also feel the slowly growing ire of the classes behind him, glancing back over his shoulder to take in the tense glances and body language of all the students who were looking after them. Hunters and scavengers, aiming to take the top spot on the food chain. Dismissing them as an immediate threat, he glanced back up, present MIC finishing his roll call of the other classes. For a moment, the students were just standing, assembling into place, with the roar of the crowd above calling out. Izuku began to tune it out, letting the thrum of combat begin to build, lips twitching ever so slightly. From the podium, Midnight appeared, WHP in hand and playing for the camera and the crowd. And now, the student pledge. Represented by the highest-ranking student in the heroics exam, Katsuki Bakugo. A variety of murmurs came from the students around them, Izuku picking through them, and dismissing them as inconsequential. Instead, he focused on the form of Kaken, watching as he strode forwards with a purpose, taking the stairs to the podium. A tilt of his head, and 𝐒𝐿 could almost smile. It seems you've grown stronger. To 𝐒𝐿's senses, he could almost see it, the shift and reaved intent. You have something to say? Bakugo stopped at the microphone, arms crossed as he shifted. He had considered writing a speech, but that had never been his style. Instead, he dug deep and spoke his thoughts. We've gathered here, all of us, to prove our worth. We came to prove we were not weak. That we are ready to take the next steps of our journey. Some of us come from families of heroes, trained from childhood to take the mantle. Some of us are here to find purpose, fighting hard and long to reach this field. And some of us are here to heal and grow from our pasts. He resisted the urge to glance at Deku. No matter where we come from, or what course we are in. We're here to climb higher. To do as we, the students of UA, do best. He leaned in, letting a smirk that would have once been cruel slip to his lips. We go beyond. Plus ultra. He leaned back, and his smile softened to something satisfied as behind him, the shout of his class roared with him. Plus ultra. As he turned back, looking down at the rest of the classes, he saw some looks of surprise. Questioning glances and confused expressions. Most of 1A seemed almost proud. And among them, 𝐒𝐿 had cracked a smile and gave a nod and a soft statement. Even from here, he could nearly hear the words on the wind, 𝐒𝐿's voice in his head as he read the teen's lips. Good speech. Bakugo let his smile fade. The time for speeches was over, and as he set his stance, and the rest of the classes gathered once more, Midnight took back the stage. Behind her, a massive lottery wheel rose from the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, for our first obstacle. The wheel began to spin, before she slammed the level on the side, the wheel scrolling to a stop. The obstacle race. Then 𝐒𝐿 moved slowly, glancing around corners as he moved through the halls. A few survivors had moved through a corridor, locking their path after them, so 𝐒𝐿 was now stuck looking for another way into the communications center. He paused, glancing at the arrows on the wall. Synthetic storage. Power relays. Communications center, there. He glanced at the arrow, wishing he had the map for this area of the station. While his larger map had most areas marked with what they held, it didn't show the intricacies of the vents or corridors. He glanced around once more, mentally mapping what direction each thing was pointing to, before he took off, moving at a slow jog as he tried to focus on his footsteps. How do I move more quietly? If every step I take makes noise, I'm fed. He slowed as he reached the next door, tapping the controls, the door sliding up. Do you require assistance? 𝐒𝐿 nearly had a heart attack, lunging back as his hand reared back with the maintenance jack. Before him was the most surreal thing he could think of. A man, features thick and clay-like, eyes a pale glowing white, and wearing a jumpsuit. Sir, do you require assistance? The voice was recorded, clearly mechanical, but 𝐒𝐿 slowly adjusted his stance. It hadn't moved at him yet, but he was really not liking the way it kept watching him. He tried to speak, wincing as his cheek ached with emotion, the taste of BLD leaking into his mouth once more. I'm looking for the communications center. Processing. Communications is currently on lockdown. You, 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya, engineer 3rd class, do not have the credentials to access it right now. Okay. He glanced back, barely making out the signs he had passed not 5 minutes ago. What about power relays? Do I have access to power relays? The robot, droid, whatever it was, paused. Engineers 3rd class, access level M1. Power relays are permitted. Access granted. Please avoid the elevator to communications. Of course. I'll stay where I have access. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, his bandaged face hiding his bald-faced lie. He slowly started walking, eyes not leaving the robot even as he passed by him, the artificial figure slowly stepping around to keep track of the teen. They don't want me in communications, which means it's probably where I have to go. He glanced away from the robot, eyes taking in the corridor. Now, how the F do I get past them? Now through the exit, and then a half circle around the stadium on the UA side of the area. 𝐒𝐿 hadn't really seen anything there the last few days, just a narrow parkway of sorts between the stadium and the nearby training grounds, but with 𝐶𝐿𝐼𝐺 on the staff, there was no question that had changed. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 gave a glance at the narrow hallway. Tall as it was narrow, maybe only 3 people wide if they walked shoulder to shoulder. The crush to get through would be the first real obstacle. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 gave a soft hum, before shifting and tightening the band holding the stave to his back. A slow stretch let him loosen up his shoulders, and he waited for the start. He had found a spot near the center of the crowd, avoiding the pre-game jostling he could see nearer the front, where Todoroki and Bakugo were facing off side by side. He didn't need that stress. Besides, he wanted to be able to see what the front-runners were doing. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?" The crowd roared. "On your mark." 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 watched as everyone tensed, many of the less combat-oriented students taking runner stances, some of them hopping in place. "Get set." The tension built, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 slid 1 foot forwards, slowly bending and tensing as he took aim. "Go!" The rush of the crowd was instant. From the front, the flash of an explosion rang out, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's eyes already taking sight as Bakugo rocketed forwards, matched by the blurs of colors that 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 could parse. Uraraka, nearly skipping like a stone as she lunged for the entrance. Ida, engines flaring as he rocketed forward. Tsuyu as she leapt, and Ashido as she slid. Directly behind them, the rest of the class was lost in the mayhem, already crowding to try and get through the narrow entrance. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 was already planning ahead. He had taken a second, just enough time for the people in his immediate front to pull ahead, leaving a short, narrow gap. His shoes gripped the packed dirt as he started to move. Not the smooth economic run of a marathon runner, but the reckless sprint of a desperate man, of someone heading for a leap. The mass of people began to crowd, shoving and pushing for a position as they hit the gap, the forerunners barely beating the crash. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 felt it, the instinctive timing of his steps coming into place as the people ahead hit the rush, slamming into the mess. The shouts and screams as the floor became an ice trap for anyone who was touching it. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺, on the other hand, rose. His final step on the ground was a slam with his entire body's force, sending him high with almost all his forward momentum preserved, the ice sliding past him even as he moved out of its reach. He cleared the people below him with no issue, and then he was in the gap, where his boots slammed into the walls like hammers in a forge, the ringing sound of armored heels bounding off of cement echoing like gunshots. His forward momentum was increased, each rebound sending him rocketing forwards faster and faster, his gloved hands slapping off the wall to direct his rapid skips. He caught flashes of moments as he glanced down. The frozen masses of students who were trying to break free, the cracks around Jiru as her quirk shattered the ground, and the surprised glance of a pair of Shuja's eyes, having seen the movement. By the time they could register him passing by, he was at the far end of the hall, one last kick-off sending him soaring sharply towards the ground, where he hit the ground with grace, not even halting his movements as he began to run. His eyes roved ahead, and his vision narrowed. A cement playground of twisting pillars and corridors. A vertical maze. And among it, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 could see the swarms of robots from the original entrance exam. He heard the distant call of present MIC echo through the area. Welcome to the first obstacle, the mechanical maze. As the frontrunners, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 now on their tail, hit the first chunks of twisted geometry, the sound of gunfire rang out, the robots opening fire on anyone who stepped inside their area. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 didn't break pace, shifting as he entered the maze, steps leading him up the curve of a wall before he mantled over, landing on a small perch, his eyes darting from threat to threat. There's no real reason to fight these, they're only a distraction. A step back for balance and he took off once more, leaping from foothold to foothold across the upper levels of the maze, the sound of a burst of RBB bullets hitting the stonework behind him echoing even as he moved out of sight. Besides, they are slow to target. I have plenty of time to pass through here. He glanced up, the sound of ice forming the first sign as a massive ice spire slammed through the center of the maze, forming a ramp straight up and over the maze. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 dismissed Todoroki's path with a roll of his eyes. Morin, it's not going to be that easy. He was proven correct, not even 5 seconds later, as a triad of zero-pointers burst from cement towers at the end of the maze, one of them immediately charging the ice spire, sending clouds of dust over the maze from the impact. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 cursed at that, skipping off a ledge to land on the back of a three-pointer, the robot shuddering to a stop as its sensors went haywire at its sudden passenger. The clawed fingers of his glove snagged the underside of its head almost absently, before a twitch of motion tore the mechanical connection around 180 degrees, snapping the bot's computer from its body. Izuku stepped forwards and took off, now moving lower in the maze, avoiding the clear lines of sight as he darted through the maze. It was only a minute or two later that he climbed and perched on the last wall of the maze, and had to stop and look up and up, eyes meeting the red glowing lenses of the Titan before him, which seemed to glow brighter with a mechanical rage. "Well, SHT. I wasn't expecting you to carry a grudge." The zero-pointer brought its fist down in a sweeping crash, aiming to smash the teen off the wall and back into the maze. Then Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, the opening to the vent's irising closed behind him as he pulled himself through the small space, eyes adjusting to the dark as he slowed and shifted his way through the area. Left, straight. There. That vent goes up right next to the elevator to communications, and across from it is access to the elevator is restricted. Izuku froze, but the voice hadn't been from behind him or in the vents, but from the hall ahead. "Let me pass, it's Hughes, don't you recognize me?" SHD, is someone else heading to the communications center as well? Izuku started moving through the vents again, focusing on staying quiet as he moved up to a grate looking out into the hallway to the elevator. "Listen to me. We've got to re-establish long-range communications. You are becoming hysterical." As Izuku reached the vents, he could see the man, dressed up in a maintenance uniform similar to Izuku's as a robot moved up close to him, reaching out to grab the man's arm. "Get back, I swear to God dash." The robot lunged, almost clumsily. "Tut! Tut!" The man, Hughes, fired his handgun, the robot staggering for barely a second, before reaching out and shoving the man against the wall. "Let's resolve this amicably." "No, hold on dash." Hughes tried to stand up, before the robot stepped closer, gripping the side of the man's head, before shoving it into the support strut. Thud. And again. Thud. And again. Thud. And again. Toonke with a sound like a crushed watermelon, the man's head caved in, red BLD and thick brain matter splattering across both the wall and dripping to the floor. With an almost casual air, the robot took a step back, arms at its side, as it looked down at the man. "Good day." Izuku watched it begin to walk back down the hall, clearly resuming a patrol, and cursed. Did it ignore the bullet? Is anything on this godforsaken station not bulletproof? Izuku waited, watching as the robot reached the edge of the short corridor it was patrolling, before pacing back the other way. He cursed to himself, shifting to try and get a better glimpse of the hallway, before pausing. Security surveillance. Izuku blinked, glanced at the patrolling robot, and then back at the sign pointing to the door next to the dead guy. Well, at least this Hughes wasn't in a phone booth, that would just be excessive. Turning, Izuku followed along with the vent to the opening into the hall. If he could just time this right. Now the cloud of dust from the zero-pointer's strike floated through the air, the robot dragging its hand back and out of the dust and smoke, red lenses flashing as it hunted through the rubble. Its programming had suggested that the hit would send the team-classified alpha threat back into the maze of walls. The zero-pointer, which was actually registered under the internal designation of Executor 2, pinged the network that connected all 112 currently active villain emulation bots, or VBs for short, //. Query, location of alpha threat. The string of negative confirmations rang out from the bots, and Executor 2 shifted, sensors sweeping as it looked across the area, trying to track the distinctive marking of the alpha threat. The robot paused as the audio sensors picked up a comment. "You know, Power Loader Sensei really should close out his blueprints when students are in the labs, / voice recognition, processing. / voice recognized, alpha threat. Midoriya Executor 2 began to turn when sensors on its shoulder began to fire off. / unauthorized maintenance access. As Executor 2 began to shift, it swung its arm up, aiming to clear off its shoulder. Here. That works. As its fist began to swing up and around, Executor 2 registered a power spike to its arm's motors, the fist suddenly swinging far faster as the servos were overcharged, and the robot registered a sharp drop in its core power output, safeties and warnings blaring through its systems. With the sound of metal tearing, the arm began to rip free of its socket, having overshot its effective durability. As Executor 2 was forced to stagger, twisting from the off-balance force, it could turn, head trying to track the location of Alpha threat. As it turned, the arm finally came loose from its socket, going flying across the open field behind it. As it scanned its shoulder, sensors frantically screening anything they could target, a ping came in from the network. // location, Alpha threat. As the message decoded, the robot began to twist, sensors scanning back and across the open field. Where the Alpha threat was standing, flexing his hand, as he rose from a crouch on the dismembered limb of Executor 2, sparks still leaping from the wires trailing from it. As the robot began to even try to process what was going on, the team leapt from his impromptu ride and jogged towards the next obstacle. // target Alpha threat has left combat, reassess and change target. As Executor 2 turned back to the maze, he received a video file from one of the various Venator-class VBs in it. It showed the sight of the team twisting into a roll, hand clasping in the joint at the wrist of the arm even as it went flying, bracing and using the arm as a sled to crash and slide across the field. Executor 2 was unsure how to classify that. As it turned back, it received another alert, this time from the other two of the executors. Executor 1 was frozen in a glacier. But Executor 3 was suffering from a catastrophic failure. An explosive had breached its chest and sent it staggering. The network identified that it was the work of a 𝐭𝐻𝐻. Then Izuku looked up, seeing the form of the droid that killed Hughes as he crouched behind the security terminal. The robot had been easy enough to get by, but the camera at the elevator up had a massive Fing sensor on it, and he didn't have an easy way past that. He tapped through the console, eyes darting from it to the door whenever the robot wandered back on its patrol of the hallway. The computers for this simulation were really simplistic. Most of the video feeds seemed to be stored on tape, which made the act of rewinding back through hours of footage a beach and a half. If he had a timestamp to jump to, it would be easier, but he had no idea exactly when he needed to watch the feeds. It had been nearly 20 minutes already, and the video he was trying to watch, which was labeled Medical 110, was still showing shoved aside and ruined furniture. He saw a shift and slowed his rewind. Another moment with the alien moving through the hallway, great. He stared back down and tapped the side of the computer, waiting for the video to get to something hello. In rewind, the mess of the medical wing began to revert, bloodstains being returned to doctors fleeing from the alien, beds getting shoved back into place, doors opening. He waited, still rewinding until the entire hall once more looked back to a professional state and stopped. 7 days and 3 hours ago. Izuku did the math. He had been awake and active on the station for almost 10 hours himself. The start of this was out of his reach, and so his objective was going to be something else. Great. He looked back down and hit play, only to jump as the audio played. Shuttle 3 coming in for emergency medical care with the captain of the USCSS Anisidora. Be warned, full quarantine measures are needed. Izuku tapped the mute button, but it was too late. With a hiss, the door out to the hallway opened. You really shouldn't be here. Izuku stood up, hand coming down to grab the jack from where he had set it on the counter. I really don't care. As the robot began to walk with perfect posture and smooth steps, Izuku let himself fall into a crouch. He was not gonna let this Fing droid get the best of him. Not after the last few months he's had. With a muffled scream of rage, Izuku charged, clearly disrupting the droid's perfect walk, before the hammerhead of the jack came up and around, smashing into the robot's arm as it raised the limb to block. There was a sickening snap, the limb now hanging loose, white fluid leaking from the ruptured skin, even as the droid's other arm came up and latched onto Izuku's neck, lifting the teen with unnatural ease. Are you quite finished? Izuku cursed and gasped, before twisting, his face mask of bandages ripping and tearing under the robot's grip as his foot lashed out, boot slamming into the robot's face with a crunch of synthetic tissue as Izuku dropped to the ground. He rolled, scrambling as he tried to get up and fight dash, the slam of a foot to his side, and the sickening crack of his ribs, filled his mind with pain. The impact had flipped him, letting him look up to see the now red eyes of the droid as it looked down, before raising its leg once more. Tut, tut. Izuku's hand came to rest around the familiar grip even as the boot came down. He screamed, his ribs were broken, he could tell by the feeling of a chunk of bone ripping through his torso. As he screamed in pain and rage, he swung out, and the hammer of his jack crunched into the knee of the synthetic, the robot losing its balance and collapsing across Izuku. As it reached up, its one still working hand wrapping his now bare throat, it began to squeeze, adjusting till it was knelt on his stomach. As Izuku felt his windpipe crush and pain race through him, he gave a mental snarl of hate, and the jack came back around, smashing into the robot's face. It didn't stop strangling him. He swung again. The angle was awkward, the force weaker than it should be, he was all but wearing that hammerhead as brass knuckles, and white BLD was splattered across his chest with every smash. But as his vision started turning black, the robot just kept squeezing. Izuku pulled back once more, and swung as hard as he could, aiming for the arm this time. The crack of the arm breaking was drowned out as Izuku took a gasping breath, the droid now writhing as it tried to test and move its systems in order to continue its attacks. Izuku strained, and shoved it off him, rolling free and to his knee. The droid thrashed harder, and Izuku saw red. He hefted up the jack, spit out BLD and that pasty white fluid, and stepped forward to finish the job. Now Ida swerved, leaping past the last of the debris from the maze. His lack of verticality had cost him, although the maze itself hadn't been too hard to navigate. He glanced around, seeing that one 0-pointer had been encased in a glacier, and another maimed. The third was farther to the left and smoking, collapsed far away from Ida's exit. The ground ahead was flat and clear, the perfect place to make up lost ground. Revving his engines, he moved into a distance-eating lope, each augmented step sending him farther and faster, without the same overheating and stress of his reciprocal burst. He could see the distant flashes of Bakugu's blasts farther ahead, and the repeated signs of ice spikes told of Todoroki's passing. As he moved ahead, he frowned. He could hear a distant shifting, and as he rounded the bend to the next section of the race, he could see it. The ground ahead sloped down, before ending at the base of a series of cliffs, each of which moved. Some slide from side to side, others were pulled back into the wall, and then out again, some even twisted, clanking and moving. Above the sloped area, a spiderweb-shaped net of rope hung, leading down to just above the middle of the cliffs. It was both a safety measure and a path higher. As Ida grew closer, he could see nearly 20 of his classmates were already on various sections of the rope or cliff face. He arrived just in time to see Todoroki pass over the upper ledge on a pillar of rising ice, matched by a series of blasts that were clearly Bakugu. Cursing, Ida ran in. While he had assumed a race would provide him with a boost, the sheer verticality had been unexpected. His eyes traced for a path up the shifting cliff face, before pausing. There, leaping up with an almost enviable grace, was the slender frame of Midoriya, his sword still slung across his back. How is he already here? He must have moved through the maze without even stopping. Centering his focus, Ida moved to the cliff, leaping up to his first ledge, and then higher, mantling over each step with a grunt of exertion and occasional boosts from his legs to get enough speed. He kept noticing people passing him by. Tsuyu, whose quirk let her clear layers of the cliff in single bounds. Zero, who merely rappelled up. A blonde and a teen with auburn hair who seemed to run across air. As Ida leapt and clambered over the last ledge, he paused to catch his breath and look ahead, breathing heavily. What next? Then Izuku stood, arms still splattered with the white BLD of the robot, which was apparently called a synth or working Joe. Heedless of the splatters, he tapped on the console, scrolling between each feed the system had access to. He didn't have the individual rooms of the medical wing, apparently due to privacy concerns, but he had the 3 major hallways. And he was piecing together a really unsettling chain of events. A little over 6 days ago, according to the system, a medical emergency was brought to the station. A shuttle from the medical wing had gone out to a ship, logged as the USCSS Ânēsidora, came back with 2 people, the captain and her second. The captain was logged as unconscious and suffering from an unknown medical condition. She had been immediately taken to the quarantine wing of the medical bay, and doctors streamed in and out of that room for several hours. Then the lights dimmed, likely for a night CYCL, and the hall was nearly empty. Until several hours later, where the camera could see a nurse screaming at the door to the quarantine and things went crazy. The door opened, and Izuku had paused it just past there. Something small had leapt out past the nurse, causing her to freak out, before it had taken off for the vents. Izuku stared at the screen, seeing the small form. It grew, from that, into the monster. The alien, in what, a day to a week. He changed the speed, slowing the footage as he played the video. While doctors went in and out, there was no sign of the woman who had been taken in. The closest Izuku found was a recording of the husband going apeshit a hallway a few doors before the quarantine, being held down by several doctors until security showed up. He sighed and started skipping time again. He skipped through the alien showing up and tearing through the various doctors, having seen it already. As he jumped from scene to scene, he tried to see what the alien was reacting to. Wait, what was that? Izuku backed up and slowed down. A doctor had been knocked out, as shown by the lack of blood spilling around him, and the alien wasn't eating it, but instead was dragging the doctor off into the vents. What the hell? Why would the alien need living people? Now Todoroki breathed harshly as he ran, feeling the growing sensation of numbing cold as he skated forwards, racing against the form of Bakugo, both of them in an all-out sprint through the last obstacle. Around them, rising up from the ground, were a mix of narrow pillars of concrete, each with long padded bars sticking out from the center. They moved erratically, shifting and twisting at odd patterns, while around them, the ground was littered with what seemed to be smoke bombs, which would throw off and blind the competitors. Todoroki was forced to build ice bridges above this. Having to use his quirk like this for the third time in a row was exhausting him, and the numbing cold was affecting his speed. Meanwhile, he could barely see Bakugo flash and leap from pillar to pillar, short explosions sending his leaps farther and farther. He could also hear the distant shouts and screams of surprises as more of the explosives went off behind him, people being knocked off balance by the pillars before triggering the smoke bombs, which would hide more pillars, which would hit more people, which would repeat the CYCL all over again. Thankfully, Shoto could see the end, the ice cutting out as soon as he could, leaping from his bridge and sending a blast of his quirk back, cracking the surface before he left it. Hitting the ground, he went into a familiar shoulder roll, one that had been trained into him for years, and then pushing off, running at a full sprint despite the ache of cold, the cloudiness of his quirk across his mind. To his side, he could see Bakugo also hit the ground staggering before also taking to a sprint. Both of them were nearly neck and neck, quirks too strained for a last push if they wanted to use them in the next event. Feet pounding the packed dirt, they closed on the narrow hallway that would lead back into the main stadium. Both of them didn't dare to attack the other, not with the risk of missing. Instead, they both dug deep for their stamina, pushing past the strain as they focused only on the end of the race. With a last-ditch effort, Bakugo fired a single blast, less than a meter from the finish line. Out of the smoke, both teams passed through the arch at the end of the course, splitting apart to nearly collapse from the strain. What a finish, folks. Neck and neck Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo have made it to the end. We've gotta watch that replay, in slow motion. Pushing up, Todoroki glanced at the large screens showing the two of them crossing the finish line. And the image of Bakugo passing the entrance by a fraction of a second faster. Deep in his gut, shame and pride boiled in a toxic mixture. He couldn't hear present MIC anymore, just the deep-seated sense of bitter failure. He glanced up, planning to make a second declaration of intent, to see how Bakugo was doing. But Bakugo wasn't looking at him. No, his eyes were locked on one of the many screens showing the progress of the rest of the first years. It took a moment for Shoto to make out the same thing. Midoriya Izuku was casually walking through the last few sections of the final obstacle, shifting and swaying past the fast-moving bars as if they weren't even a threat, and stepping past landmines absently. He was even glancing around and watching the others, his eyes tracking as several other competitors passed him, his casual pace barely drawing attention from present MIC's announcements despite the skill it showed. By the time Izuku Midoriya passed through the entrance, taking 9th place, Todoroki had almost managed to get a grip on his poisonous emotions, focusing them now on the insult in how Midoriya was acting. He felt heat surging through him as he drew on his father's quirk, warming up from his sprint to ready for the next round. His making a mockery of this, of everyone, How does no one see it? Then Izuku crossed his arms, ignoring the now dull ache of his jaw and throat. He hadn't managed to recover his bandages, but scrounging through the security office had found him a pack of the medical sealant and a pack of painkillers. His jacket was still blood-stained, and twisting his torso just hurt. He had also sealed up his ribs and wrapped them the best he could, following the instruction on a package in the medical kit. With the robot torn to shreds, he had also had a chance to search the body of M. Hughes, finding a box of ammo in his pocket, along with his security badge. A check had confirmed he had higher access, and the badge was added to the one he had already, both hanging from his neck and under his shirt and jacket. Reloading his handgun, as well as the one dropped by Hughes, had been useful. Both of them now rested on his hip. A second belt holster also strapped from the dead maintenance officer. The jack was once more hanging off his back, and he stretched, trying to clear the faint edge of exhaustion from his thoughts. He had been awake nearly 11 hours straight now, and it was getting to him. Walking up to the elevator, he tapped the call button, ignoring how the security camera had started ringing, focused on him. He hadn't found a way to turn it off, not yet anyway. As the elevator arrived, he stepped inside and tapped the button for the 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Communication Center. Right, let's see what other pieces of the puzzle I can find. He felt the elevator slow, coming to a stop at the top floor, and with a hiss, the door opened to reveal a long hallway leading up to a large windowed area. Izuku paced along the path, glancing to see a closed door and a vent in easy reach, before stepping out onto a catwalk surrounding a series of computer banks. And as he stepped out, he instantly stopped and stepped back. Cause there were no less than 4 𝐵𝑚𝑠ynths in the room. Oh, mother effer! Izuku sipped from a bottle of water as the last of the runners came trickling in. He had already picked out most of 1A and 1B in the crowd. In particular, Jiru and Yorozu had come in 17th and 18th, while Koda had trailed behind with a respectable 31st. Izuku's eyes trailed over the crowd, categorizing quirks and marking down competitors, before his gaze slowed, narrowing slightly. The purple-haired teen from the hallway. Izuku drained the last of his water, calmly closed it up and tossed away the bottle. He paused, however, when he felt the faint air of focus that almost felt like killing intent. Tilting his head, Izuku glanced up, calmly meeting the dual-colored gaze of Todoroki Xiaoto. For a second, he could even hear the moment they had first spoken. Problem? No. Keeping his eyes locked, Izuku adjusted and tightened his red arm wraps and black gloves once more, purposely giving just enough of a twitch to his lips to emulate a smirk. He saw the other teen's eyes narrow, but the more interesting effect was the slight embers that gleamed off his skin. Someone else might have missed that, but you're warming back up. With a dismissive motion, Izuku turned away and walked off, heading for Jiru and Yorozu. As he got closer, he wondered, where did Yorozu's outer shirt go? Then crawling through vents was hard. Crawling through vents, silently, while NSNG a shattered rib and other various wounds. A thing nightmare. Izuku breathed slowly, a strp of cloth in his mouth keeping him from biting down hard enough to crack a tooth. The synths were still on patrol in the communications hub, but Izuku had been more than happy to find out they weren't flexible enough to enter the vents with some minor experimentation. Breathing a sharp gasp out through his nose at the pain, he counted. 30, 29, 28. Pushing past the pain and the slowly growing tacky feeling of BLD soaking through his bandages, he crawled through the vents to his planned exit. It led out to the far side of the communication area, where the door leading out to another section Saturday 7. 5. Reaching the exit, Izuku took a deep breath, tearing up as the motion stretched and shifted the ribs, before reaching up and grabbing the edges of the exit. 2. 1. Izuku paused, wondering if he had fed up or not. Nope. There's the noisemaker. Izuku tapped the release, the metal circle irising open, and showing a nearly clear shot for the side door. Pulling up and out, he risked a glance to confirm all the synths were looking the other way before staggering to his feet and trying to quietly limp along the hallway. He got about halfway before the voice of a synth rang out, and it stepped around the corner in front of him, eyes red. This really won't do. Izuku felt the rush of panic, and did the only thing he really could. He drew the revolver and unloaded, aiming for the head. Bang! A stagger, the shift of balance. Bang! The robot tried to shift, but the iron side of its head blew open, sending it staggering back another step. Bang bang bang. Izuku missed one of the shots, just not used to the recoil of the revolver, but the other two caught it in the throat and jaw, the close range making it oh so hard to miss. Bang! The center of the synth's head blew out, and the robot staggered and fell backwards, collapsing in a growing pool of white fluid. Izuku breathed deep, before he heard the overlapping voices of the other four synths. You shouldn't have done that. Izuku spun, eyes wide as he pulled the trigger click. And the revolver let out a dejected click. The working Joes had already started marching, eyes red as they stared at him. Izuku had no choice. He turned and ran. If he could find a door he could lock. Or something. A vent. A place to hide. He coughed as the run jostled his ribs. He ignored the taste of BLD in his mouth. Behind him, the synths marched after him. Now Monoma stretched out, eyes drifting across the gathered students of 1A who had arrayed across them. Already, part 1 of his class's plan had worked out to their favor. The hectic race had given him plenty of time and information to work out who were the vulnerable links in the prestigious class 1A. While most of the prideful BSTers had pushed to be first, he and his class had trailed behind, watching and waiting. Monoma glanced up as midnight's announcements rang out. With that, the obstacle race is over. The crowd screamed, cheering for the students, even as the list of the top 48 students filled in behind her on the screen. Monoma's eyes tracked through, finding his name at 21, right behind Kendu at however, the next game's already on its way. Once more, the roulette wheel began to spin. Monoma tensed slightly, eyes locked on the wheel. He knew from researching that the second event was usually team-based, with a point or objective-based system. King of the Hill. The ground began to shift, and where the students once stood, the concrete platform surged, the students being moved up and away. Where they once stood, the ground was unfolding to reveal a deep cavern that had been underneath them. Monoma crouched, staring down, as the grinding of the concrete stopped, leaving all the 42 students who were moving on placed around the concrete outer ring of the pit. And then, from the pit a cathedral began to rise. Stairs, ornate arches, ledges and plazas and switchback paths. And at the top, supported by 4 gates, was a ring that circled a large stone throne. It looked almost like someone had poured Gothic architecture over a dozen-layer-tall wedding cake. The rules are simple. Scattered across the hill are various control points, each with their own value. The points are added every 5 seconds, and the value is split between every team on that point if it's contested. At the end of 15 minutes, the 16 players with the highest value will move on to the next round. Players must form teams of at least 2 to 4. Monoma was already picking out his team, eyes catching on the members of his class he wanted. But there is a way to win even without a high score. At the very top of the hill is a throne. The person who's sitting in the throne uncontested at the very end of the event automatically moves on to the next round, and seeing as Bakugo Katsuki is the winner of the first round, his team gets to start guarding the throne. Monoma's eyes glinted with barely repressed glee. An automatic pass. Yes please. Now, you all have 15 minutes to form your teams, before the second event begins. 1B quickly grouped up, huddling as they discussed tactics. Monoma laid out his plan, eyes glinting evilly as the rest of his class leaned in. None of us should go for the throne until we have enough points to take the top slots regardless of it. We move up, hit and hold the higher point platforms, and work together. If we can keep the highest value spots for us, we can edge out the 1A BSTRDS. Setsuna frowned at that. We can't keep the entire top, we'd spread too thin. Teams of 4 should take and hold sections next to each other. The less we have to deal with in fighting, the better our coverage will be. Kendu nodded along, biting her thumb as she looked up at the hill. I think we should stay on the side, keep a clear shot up to the top, but not rush them just yet. Agreed. Juzo was tapping his fingers on his arm, eyes narrowed as he inspected the hill himself, eyeing the structures he could manipulate. There. Look at that larger platform near the top. We take that, we control the hillside below it. As the class began to agree, they split up, 5 groups of 4 members forming as they began to assess the fastest ways up the hill. Most of the teams, in fact, had chosen to go as groups of 4, with only a few exceptions. Among them, Izuku and Koda signed to each other casually, hands half hidden as they hashed out a simple plan, a hawk resting on the taller teen's shoulder. Yorozu, Jiru, and Shuji had teamed up with a pink-haired inventor, who Izuku pointed their way. Bakugo, Ashido, Kirishima, and Sero had decided to hold the summit of the hill, and the blonde was busy explaining the tactics he had in mind. Todoroki was quiet with only 2 members on his team, Ida and Kaminari. As the 15 minutes began to count down, the team split apart with only Bakugo's team moving onto the map itself, making for the throne and arena that surrounded it. As the clock hit the 10-second mark, everyone began to tense, gathering up and eyeing the hill. 5. Todoroki flexed his fingers, his eyes locking on the perched form of Bakugo who now stood on the back of the throne. 4. Jiru ran her thumb across the hilt of the sword Momo had made for her, glancing up at the hill as she slid her jacks under her shirt. 3. Monoma checked the hair of his teammates that was woven around his left-hand fingers. The gray of Tetsu's, the black of Kodai's, and the brown of Tsuburaba's. 2. Shinsu leaned back, his minion and the rest of the team around him. The short purple-haired kid and the tall blonde with a tail were from 1A, while besides him with her fox-like ears perked up and familiar porcelain-looking mask hiding her gaze was his companion in crime for this event. 1. Izuku slid his hand into his pocket, his right arm held up with Kuro resting on the synthetic material of his glove, talons digging into it without an issue. Koda had sent the other 2 birds, Spa and Chorus, away at the start of the sports festival. They had spent the time spreading the message across the nearby wildlife. Even now Izuku could make out high above them, sitting on the upper legs of the stadium. Start! With Midnight's shout, Izuku lifted his hand up, letting Kuro take flight even as he began to walk towards the hill, ignoring the way that the rest of the crowd shouted and rushed for the platforms. Izuku was already focused on what one he wanted. As he and Koda stepped into the maze of arches and stairs that composed the hill, he almost felt like he was back in Loriden all over again. Goddamn architectural nightmares. Of course, that's when the top of the mountain erupted into chaos as half of 1A decided to charge the throne. Izuku could only sigh, then lashing out and slamming a fist into the wall, crushing a mushroom before it could grow and release spores. As he tilted his head and looked up at the next platform in his and Koda's path, he could only glare, eyes locked on the form of Kinoko Komori. We're just passing through. Don't mind us. The puffy mushroom-shaped girl gave a scowl, more shrooms beginning to sprout around her. At her side, Juzo Honinuki, Kojiro Bondo, and Reiko Yanagi all readied for a fight. Izuku could only give a soft sigh of annoyance. Koda, run for the platform. I'll deal with them. As Koda gave a last glance, he took off on a roundabout path away from the fight, heading upwards. Izuku, on the other hand, began to walk up the stairs once more, a hand coming up to the collar of his shirt and revealing that the turtleneck's collar was actually a band of rolled-up material, a black face mask that he tugged up over his jaw, as his green eyes focused on the 1B crew. They all shifted, one part unbelieving and one part uneasy. Their thoughts may as well have been written large across their body language for Izuku. Is he that arrogant? We can take him. This will be easy. We'll wipe the floor with him. With a slow flex and tense of his muscles to prime them, Izuku let the leash off his heart rate. His heart began to sound the war drum, and he stepped forward, before lunging. Then Izuku spat out BLD, leaning back as he took gurgling breaths. He hadn't realized it until he had tried to run, until his breath was hard and heavy. He had punctured his lungs, the edge of a broken rib tearing through his chest too far and too deep. He was seeing spots, the strain of trying to breath ached. Let me help you. Izuku glared up at the approaching synths. They had spread out, circling him where he leaned back against the central communications array. He had gotten ahead for a minute, enough time to realize he was fed, and his bag was spilling across the computer console. He gave a snarl of pain, teeth bloodstained as his hands came to rest on the supplies he had pulled from his bag. As one of the synths began to approach, the rest closing in, Izuku gave a half spin, throwing the bottle of scotch to smash against its chest, shattering and covering it with the amber liquid. Really, the synth sounded almost bemused at the attack. Which is when Izuku gave a grin back. Yep. And then he lit the flare in his other hand, tossing it to light the synth on fire. For a moment he felt a measure of accomplishment, seeing the pale flesh-like covering of the synth start to char and blackened. And then it started walking again. I am built to withstand temperatures of up to 1210 degrees. The synth ignored the charring or the fact that parts of its jumpsuit had started to drip and melt from the heat. Izuku gave a gurgling swear and drew his second revolver. Bang! A miss, the bullet shattering a computer screen behind the synth. Izuku realized his arm was shaking, his vision swaying as his breaths stopped helping. He was choking on his own BLD. He fired again. Bang! Glanced off the synth's shoulder, and then it was close. The molten hand wrapped around his neck, and Izuku screamed as he felt the flesh sear shut, the sound reduced to a gurgle of BLD through his lips. His eyes were going black, but he could feel the slow crunch of his throat. He tried to aim the gun, only for his wrist to be held up, the barrel raised away from the synth. Hold still please. As the synth tightened his grip, Izuku watched the darkness creep upon him, and slowly twisted his wrist, aiming the gun back. He didn't want to suffocate to death. Not again. The last thing he saw was the glint of the revolver's barrel as he pulled the trigger. Bang! Day 60 hours 12 minutes and 10 seconds death count, 130 initiating respawn. Now 𝐤𝐻𝐽 glanced at the figure coming their way. When Class 1B had split up, each team had noted which other teams were undermanned, and 𝐤𝐻𝐽 had seen that there was only one group that was a team of two. He couldn't remember seeing either of them using a quirk during the obstacle course, and the taller one had come in fairly late in the run. A bit of inquiry with the rest of the team confirmed all of them hadn't seen either team use a quirk, though they did point out the tall, rocky-skinned teen had spoken to the bird the other had called. Animal communication or generation. Some sort of suggestion or mind control. Something to keep in mind. When they had seen the pair moving through the control point they had planned to take, he considered them an easy target. Komori would hit them with a puff of spores, and then 𝐤𝐻𝐽 could soften the ground and bury both of them, removing them from the festival. And if not, Bondo could lock them down. It's why he had chosen to take his team out this way on the conquest plan in the first place. Almost all of them were capture specialists. That plan faltered when Komori's mushroom was crushed. The teen who did it barely acknowledged that it had been a threat, before looking up at the four of them. The dead dark green eyes that stared up had been almost bored with them, and the way his gaze dismissed 𝐤𝐻𝐽's team set him off. When he sent the taller teen off to find another way up the hill, 𝐤𝐻𝐽 found himself filled with a sadistic bemusement, which was tinged with annoyance at the way the teen's collar turned into a face mask. That made this fight more annoying, but only regarding Komori's part of it. And then the teen had taken off at them. It was seconds before that bemusement changed to surprise, and then a tint of uncertainty. Komori had stepped back, joining 𝐒𝐿𝐽 as the two began to grow a variety of mushrooms. This had been one of 𝐤𝐻𝐽's basic team-ups for a reason, with 𝐒𝐿𝐽's quirk letting her rip the fungus from the walls and throw them like paralytic fastballs. Not that she really got the chance. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 and Bondo had stepped forwards when the green-haired teen advanced, but when he kicked off and seemed to skirt through the steps and archways towards them, Bondo had responded with a wave of his 𝐶𝐻𝐵𝐷𝐸 glue, and 𝐤𝐻𝐽 sent his quirk began to soften and melt the nearby footholds. The wave of glue had gone high, and the softened ground was covering the low. The perfect trap. When the glue landed, there was nothing there. 𝐒𝐻𝐽, the teen spun, looking back just in time to catch as the blue uniformed blur of his opponent closed with the girls of his squad. How did he teleport? 𝐤𝐻𝐽 grimaced and rushed to support his team, Bondo following behind to flank. But it was too late. The green-haired teen seemed to blur and flicker as he got into the personal space of both girls, intentionally stepping between the two as he unleashed a flurry of quick strikes, alternating back and forth between the two with a vicious intensity. With a brutal hooking kick, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 went skidding back at 𝐤𝐻𝐽, who caught her with a grunt, before seeing as the form of Komori was judo flipped at Bondo, the giant catching her with a quick dash, before all four of them looked back at their opponent, who was now standing surrounded by paralytic mushrooms. KO. Pop M. As Komori focused and made all of her mushrooms release their spores, The 1A team lunged, not at the 1B crew, but back, kicking up and along the decorative wall of the hill itself as he climbed above the range of the spores, which 𝐤𝐻𝐸 realized with a swear now separated them from him. Like I said, I'm just passing through. As the green-haired teen dismissed them, he climbed further up, scaling and vanishing into the mess of arches above. 𝐤𝐻𝐸 could only curse. Damn it. Back to the plan. Komori, Leiko, you two okay? I'll be fine. That stupid spore head got away. For fungus' sake, he made us look like amateurs. 𝐤𝐻𝐸 sighed. Yeah, his team was fine. He glanced out at the floating scoreboards, only to blink when he realized something else. The 𝐵 stole half their points for when he was on the platform. He paused at that. Wait, everyone on the board has an individual score too. Indeed, as the boards on the outer walls tracked points, they showed that while each team on a control point got an equal split of the points, the individual members also had those points split between who was on what platform. If the platform that 𝐤𝐻𝐸 and his team was on gained them 80 points every 5 seconds, then each of them got 20 points each. Their team still received all 80 points, and ranked accordingly. But when the green-haired teen, Izuku Midoriya, was on the platform, they only got 10 each. Midoriya got while his teammate got people could add to their team's points by hunting for unused capture points, but they also could get a higher personal score by doing so. Which suddenly made the fact that Midoriya was part of the only two-man team way more interesting. Because that meant all their points were only split 2 ways, at worst. If they split up, they could both get the points of 3 or 4 people at a time. And who knows when those are going to come into play. 𝐤𝐻𝐸 gnashed his teeth slightly, before glancing to see the rocky teen who was Midoriya's partner began to collect points. They both got by, F. I hope that the crew that headed up top does better. In the meantime, 𝐤𝐻𝐸 and his team went back to the plan. Capture and seal off as many of the middle of the tower capture points they could get. Bakugo released another blast of light and sound, shattering the growing spires of ice that had started to encircle the summit. Most of his team had split up, hunting for spare points while he held the throne himself. It looked like half and half had the same idea. While others tried to jump in, this was a rematch before all else. Bakugo crouched on the throne, his hands gleaming with a series of sparks, even as he kept his eyes on the ice, frost and shattered ice pillars surrounding Todoroki. As they fought, their scores rose, but both of them knew only one could claim the throne at the end. Bakugo was just glad that Deku had apparently decided that going for it was too much of a hassle. Koda tapped his foot nervously. It hadn't been too hard to reach the section Midoriya had pointed out, a triangular point that jutted out just below the peak of the hill. It was close enough that the waves of ice forming up above him had lowered the temperature, his breath misting in the air. Glancing at the 2 paths to either side that lead up to the point, Koda was nervous. Midoriya had picked the point for 2 reasons: the sheer cliff that lined the crenellated ledges, which would keep people from scaling up the wall easily, and the crossroads that led to the summit. The 2 paths from each side met and turned up the hill, a narrow staircase leading to the clash at the top. Koda jumped, the scuff of boots on stone signaling Midoriya's appearance as he landed at Koda's side, the animal controlling teen wide-eyed. I thought you said people couldn't scale that ledge. Easily. Other people couldn't scale it easily. And not nearly as silent as I can. Koda gave Izuku that. The only sound was his boots on the ground when he landed, and the animal speaker expected that was a courtesy. The 2 of them glanced up, the sight of the board and their score rising, but not fast enough. Other teams were rising slightly faster, overtaking their position. Koda cringed. Midoriya, meanwhile, focused more on the speed at which individual members were rising. His eyes narrowed as he pieced together the game plan of the other players. Call a flock down to defend you, I'll clear the field. Midoriya loosened up his blade, and tightened his gloves once more, head tilted. 1B is making a play. And I feel like they need to take a hit. Koda gave a nod and held his fingers to his lips. A sharp whistle rang out, and above the hill, the circling form of Kuro let out a loud screech. The sky became dark, the flock of birds flowing down in a massive spiral that caused present MIC to scream in surprise. By the time Aizawa began to explain what was going on, the birds had come to roost, perched around Koda's perch, screeching and shifting. As 𝐒𝐻𝐽 himself came to rest on Koda's shoulder, the teen began to thank and speak to his flock of birds. Yes, yes. Seeds and bread for you all, and worms for those who prefer them. I'll have it all for you in the morning. Koda gave a glance and noticed that in the chaos, Midoriya had vanished once more. Then Izuku paced through the conference room in his safe area, looking over the blueprints and manuals he had collected. Vent diagrams were posted to the walls, maps of each section he had seen with notes in bright red and blue as he tried to trace his path. But something was sticking out. How had the alien moved from one place to the next like that? He had also dismissed the idea of using the handgun for anything other than a last resort. It was too loud and ineffective so far. However, that meant he needed something else to deal with the working Joes and the alien. He rubbed his eyes as his vision blurred for the second time in the last 5 minutes. He needed a nap, to rest up before he headed back into the simulation. He needed more data before he could clear Sevastopol. He needed to find out what exactly the working Joes and alien were vulnerable to. As he rubbed the ache between his eyes away, he waved the notebook function away with his other hand, heading back to the bed. He hadn't heard from Sugo recently, but hopefully, the fact that he was still focusing on clearing would make the system leave him be and get some sleep. Now 𝐤𝐻𝐽 cursed as she ducked under a horn that shot her way. She glanced to see Mai, the pink-haired inventor, throw a pair of grenades past the archway they were defending. The manic member of Class 1H was enthusiastic, and with Momo's help she had come up with plenty of small tools just for this, from grenades that released a quick-acting containment foam to a small array of flash mines that would alert them to incoming teams. Already the 4 of them had taken a collection of points that were close to each other, with Shuji and Momo holding their own capture points while Mai and 𝐤𝐽 dealt with one together. The bright flash of light and the now familiar sound of hissing foam rang out, and 𝐤𝐽 heard curses as another member of 1B got caught. Of course, then another pair of horns slammed into the archway, only the instincts drilled into her letting 𝐤𝐽 recover after the impact knocked her over, the archway crumbling even as she rolled to a crouch, her blade pulled up and in a guard. Tsunotori Pony was stuck up to her hips in the quick foam, but her horns were still free to attack. With a grimace, 𝐤𝐽 brought her sword up higher and adjusted her stance, falling into the familiar state she had learned from Midoriya's teachings. She could hear Mai's muttering from behind her, and the soft swears as the tinkerer tried to come up with something to deal with the horned teen. A pair of horns came rushing at her, and 𝐤𝐽 smashed them both out and away with sharp flicks of the blade, the blunted edge more than capable of shattering the horns as she deflected them. She felt the slow tension that she had come to connect to the clash of blades with Midoriya and Momo. The edges of her focus smoothed out, her hearing focused for tricks and on the way air shifted. She wasn't the best fighter with a blade, but she had spent 2 weeks being attacked by Midoriya, who was the most vicious and merciless fighter she had ever seen. The 1B girl was nothing in comparison. The horns could JRK and shift as they closed in, but she was used to that. They were just a touch too slow. 2, 4, 6, 10, 14. The shattered horns were smashed like the beat of a drum, her motions measured and fast as she cut each one down with as much speed and precision as she could muster, taking only a few steps back to avoid horns that tried to flank her. Duck! Trusting Mai, she hit the deck in a dive, ignoring as the last horn sliced through the air over her shoulder. A mechanical orb soared over and latched onto the foam around the 1B student, before sparking. With a shout of pain, the American transfer swore loudly in English, before surrendering. 𝐤𝐽 grinned, and pushed up, glancing at Mai with a sharp smile. Nice throw! As the pink-haired teen grinned back, 𝐤𝐽 slid an ear jack into the hill. She didn't want to risk getting surprised with thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. The steady beat of Midoriya moved from where it had perched nearby, quicker than his resting heartbeat, but 𝐤𝐽 could swear it felt almost eager. She reached out further, feeling for where he was going. 6 other heartbeats, unfamiliar, were grouped up near where the 1B girl had come from. Midoriya was moving right for them. Those poor bestiaris. Then Izuku cursed, ducking behind a corner as lights flashed past him. He had been stupid and rushed for the security office, and got Fing caught. Given how he now had a bullet hole through his arm, he was really not feeling good about this run. As the lights flashed past his hiding spot, he thought back to his plan, which was rapidly being scrapped. find a schematic for the working 𝐻𝐻, find a weapon that could punch through the alien's armor, and get some sort of way open towards the Apollo core, so he could get more information. Of course, the first plan, to grab a shotgun from the group of survivors near the starting room, had gone poorly. Not only did he not get the shotgun, he was instead found, got shot, and kicked the goddamn hornet's nest. There he is. With a curse, Izuku heard the call as a flash of light ran over his side. Lunging, Izuku heard the bang of gunshots and choked at the impact of a bullet in his gut. As he writhed on the floor, trying to get past the shock of pain, a boot ran up and kicked him over. F looters. The woman above him was gaunt and manic, and her shotgun came up, aimed at Izuku's chest. Well, F on a scale of slowly eviscerated by slender to died nearly instantly by massive head trauma, the shotgun was about the same as choking to death on his own BLD. Painful, took way too long to actually die, and had no real solution. He really hated that he had enough experience dying to analyze it like that. Day 61 hours 4 minutes and 10 seconds death count, 131. Now Izuku moved nearly silently along the architecture of the hill. Each step found a foothold with the ease of long practice. His pulse was higher, the familiar sting of adrenaline slowly inching through his veins. He followed his instincts, listening and parsing information as he let his thoughts ping and dance between the sensory information he normally ignored. There were 3 1B teams that were slowly gaining in points, enough that he considered them a threat. The other 2 were still a threat, but not one he couldn't overcome. Thankfully, as he landed with a graceful crouch on the top of a dividing wall, he looked down at a larger control point nearly dead center on the side of the hill. However, while 2 of the members were more defensive, the other 4 were focusing on a narrow staircase that led to the hilltop. An ambush team, interesting. Names from the boards above them matched with the faces of those below. Kamakiri Togaru, who was focused on the hilltop above, fingers twitching with restrained adrenaline at each flash of an explosion, or new icy construct that grew and shifted. Shishida Jirota, who was crouched over a rough representation of the hill, as he considered their tactics. Tetsu, the buff teen shadow boxing lightly, keeping his arms up and muscles loose as he danced back and forth. And Kendo Itsuka, the class president of 1B. The auburn-haired girl was also looking at the map of the hill, rubbing her hands together. The defensive members of the crew were Kodai Yu, who was blocking the lower areas off with supersized chunks of rubble, and the form of a Waise Yosetsu who was currently sealing off one of the archways with rubble in a large barricade. Izuku took this all in with only a second of thought, letting the menacing rush of combat pulse through his thoughts. 6 opponents, 10 minutes left on the timer, and 4 of them are well rested and geared for an assault. Feels just like the simulation. With his shirt's face mask pulled to rest over the bridge of his nose, it wasn't visible, but Izuku's grin was nearly feral. Even in the late morning sun, with no shadows to speak of, Izuku's eyes were shadowed by his hair. With a shift, he lunged forwards, off the wall and into the pavilion. First, the tacticians have to go. His eyes, a gleaming jade, locked with the widening green of Kendo's, her shout only barely passing her lips before he struck. Incoming! Then Izuku broke open another maintenance lock with what was quickly becoming a familiar motion and pulled it aside. Instead of crossing to the other towers, he had moved up the habitation tower, heading for the VIP lounge. He was exploring, trying to map and find useful gear that didn't require getting shot at. He had been uneasy since he left the center of the tower, where most of the survivors had holed up. The further up he went, the more deserted and ruined things became. And he was even more uneasy at the lack of corpses. Bloodstains were everywhere. There were broken doors, sprawled bags and supplies, but no bodies. Just bloodstains. As Izuku moved up further, he shined his light around a corner, slowly panning over a lounge area that was absolutely shredded. He paced through with the maintenance jack held in his right hand and a short piece of pipe, the end sheared off into a point, in his offhand. Clink. Izuku turned, eyes darting across the far side of the area as he stepped backward, eyes tracing the room for motion. Nothing. He took a step backwards and waited. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, something dripped on the back of his neck. He barely had a chance to look up before chitinous claws landed on his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground as fear froze his veins. He was pinned, and the alien snarled, mouth opening in a rattling hiss. It's like an eel. A second set of the last thing Izuku saw was the flicker of the second set of jaws that latched onto his face and dragged him into the maw of the monster. He woke from that death screaming in rage and pain. F that. Day 63 hours 4 minutes and 10 seconds death count, 133. Now Kendo Itsuka considered herself a good fighter. It's part of the reason that after her team and the rest of 1B had started securing territory and points, she had raced to join up with one of the assault teams to take the throne. When the 118 with green hair and a sword leapt down at her, she had been more than confident in her skills to fight him off. She raised an enlarged hand to block his opening strike, and staggered from the force of his blow. Eyes wide, she barely saw the blur of motion, the teen dropping after conducting his dropkick to her hands, seeming to flow into a low swinging stance she recognized as a wheel kick. As it swept her feet off the ground, she could only tense to take the fall. Her arms barely crossed over her chest in time to catch the rising knee that sent her flying across the area, arms already bruising from the force. She looked up, just in time for the rest of the 1B students to rush him. Shishida was the closest, having been next to Kendo when she got knocked away. The beast-quirked teen grew, arms bushy and muscled as he swung for the green-haired teen. The crack of bone on metal and wood met him. The wrapped blade was held reversed and along his arm, braced and secured so that even with Shishida's increased mass, Midoriya Izuku barely shifted, and Shishida was clearly caught off guard by that. Not strong enough, sorry. With a twist, he rolled along the outside of Shishida's arm, the wrapped blade sliding into place on the inside of the beastly teen's elbow even as the smaller, but apparently far stronger, teen turned his twisting momentum into a flat-out judo toss. Leverage and force sending the beast over his shoulder into an unwanted cartwheel. Was that a bastardized 𝐒𝐭𝐴ge move? With a roar of surprise, Shishida went flying, crashing right into the charging form of a fully steeled Tetsu. As Kendo finally staggered to her feet, she heard the roar of Kamakiri as he struck, blades sliding from his arms, lashing out, and Midoriya met them with a flash of his own blade. Sloppy. Kendo could only watch, even as she tried to think of a plan of attack, as Kamakiri was torn apart. The berserker of 1B lashed out and tried his hardest to cut through Midoriya's defenses, only for each blade to be deflected and dodged with minimal effort. The only sign of the blades meeting was the long thin cuts that slowly began to pass through the wrapped tape of the weapon in Midoriya's grasp. Your anger is sharp, but your intent is fragile. You are a brittle blade indeed. With those words, Midoriya stopped defending and stepped into the center of Kamakiri's guard, gloved hand and wrapped blade lashing out and shattering the blades that reached for him, before a spin of the blade in his grip let him slam the hilt into Kamakiri's temple. With a slump, the teen passed out, unconscious. Midoriya caught his collar, slowing the teen's collapse just enough to avoid further injury. Kendo, what's the plan? Kendo swallowed her dry throat, eyes intent as she looked at Midoriya, standing from where he had set Kamakiri on the ground. Glancing to the side, she saw Shishida and Tetsu stand up, while on the other side of her, Awase and Yui were readied. Shishida, Tetsu, keep him dash. A sound like the clang of steel on stone interrupted her, and she glanced back to flinch as Midoriya was flickering across the ground, each sharp motion accompanied by his steel-soled boots on the concrete plaza, seeming to skip and drive him across the flat plaza like gunshots. OCC, she barely got the word half out, hands coming up as the last flicker ended with Midoriya executing a perfect half-spin heel kick, the metal plate of the heel cracking into her crossed arms like the toll of a church bell, sending her ragdolling across the last stretch of the plaza to the edge, where she barely managed to catch the railing there and avoid going over. You take too long. As Kendo once more staggered back, arms stinging, she saw Awase and Tetsu charge the teen. The uncertain feeling was back, and this time she was more than willing to classify it as awe-inspiring terror. Awase and Tetsu were flanking the teen. They had worked together before, both knew how to fight. And Midoriya was playing with them. He held the sword by the blade in his right arm, the hilt held ahead and the blade tucked along his arm. The other hand had gloved fingers that curled and clawed. Tetsu's heavy opening strike was hooked and redirected, even as Midoriya's clawed grip caught and twisted Awase's lunge into a stumble, both of them passing by the green-haired teen, overextended and off guard. And then the flurry of strikes began. A blade-reinforced elbow strike hit 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 gut before the hilt hooked around his neck and dragged him further off balance. A knee slammed into 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 gut, making the teen GG, before his ankle was swept from under him, sending him stumbling away, just in time for Yui to swing a bar of stone that turned into a column at Midoriya. For a moment, Kendo thought it would hit. But instead, Midoriya simply seemed to flatten against the ground like he was breakdancing, leaving 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 to take the hit at full speed and off balance. Yui's wince as the steel teen was sent flying matched Kendo's. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 slammed into, and then through, the stone railing next to Kendo. 2 down. Midoriya's voice echoed out, dragging her gaze back as he rose from his position with an almost ethereal sway before he ducked a swing from the roaring Shishida. Something about his voice was darkly amused, and as he twisted past another lashing strike, he proved why. Kendo saw it. The trap as it was laid out. His back to Yui, his head tilted away from 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 as both of them charged. Shishida had lost his cool, raging, arms lashing out, overextending. With a motion so smooth Kendo thought it was choreographed, Midoriya moved. He twisted under 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻's reach, gripped his wrist, and planted the hand, already gleaming with 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻's quirk, on Shishida's gym uniform even as Yui swung with another bar of expanding stone, eyes widening as it didn't hit anything. Except that Midoriya placed 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻's other hand on it and shoved it and the stone, redirecting it into the chest of Shishida's uniform. With the gleam of weld, Shishida was suddenly glued to a half-ton chunk of rubble, 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 cursing before he was grabbed around the upper arm, feet leaving the ground as Midoriya swung him up and around. There was a split second where it dawned on all three members of 1B still fighting what was about to happen. And then 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 was slamming into the off-balance Yui, and both went sprawling off the platform, right through the gap in the railing that Tetsu had made. With a desperate lunge and her quirk, Kendo caught them by the legs, one hand still grabbing onto the railing to keep from getting dragged over the ledge. Hold on. Yeah, no worries, Prez. The drop to the next level of the hill wasn't crazy far, only about 4 meters, but that was more than enough for a serious injury. Well, unless you were 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻, who was currently half buried in a collapsed archway below, legs kicking furiously. Kendo shifted, but couldn't get the leverage to pull the two up. From behind her, she could hear the sound of Shishida roaring as he went after Midoriya by himself. But after a few seconds, the roar was choked out. She twisted to see Shishida, weighed down by the boulder fused to his shirt, trying to reach to where Midoriya was hanging off the back of his neck, the sword held against the larger teen's throat as he struggled. She couldn't risk glancing back after that, trying her hardest to pull both her classmates up, but soon enough she heard the thunk of rock on rock, and the slow pace of steel heels on stone that signaled Midoriya striding across the plaza. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻, I'm dropping you for a minute. Brace. Both of her classmates readied themselves and fell to the ground with rolls and thuds, just as Kendo tried to twist around to get up. A boot slammed into the small of her back, and pinned her on the edge, with no leverage to move. I really am sorry about this, but your class was a bit too put together. You might still have a chance, as long as you don't come back for revenge. What the hell are you? Kendo was trying to twist free, but couldn't get a grip. Nothing you want to fight. And with that, Izuku shifted his foot, and shoved her off the cliff. Damn it. Thankfully, Yui and 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 were ready and caught her. As they glanced up, they only caught the last second of Midoriya's profile, before he vanished. SHT. And we just reinforced that position, didn't we? Enough, there's still Kendo glanced at the clock and paled. There were still 6 minutes on the clock. Midoriya hadn't needed even 5 minutes to wipe the floor with them. Never mind. Let's go. We can still reinforce the other plazas and get enough points to move on. Let's go. What about Kamakiri and Shishida? They're both unconscious. We don't have time. With that, the three stopped to dig out 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 before they all took off, but not without a few shouted words. Then Izuku sighed as he maneuvered through the luggage and long-term storage sections of the habitation tower, maintenance jack over one shoulder and flashlight off as he navigated by the soft running lights of the station and his rapidly regained night vision. He had started changing up his outfit a bit, hunting down a few belts with pouches and removing the top half of his jumpsuit, preferring the freedom of the tank top he now wore, and the 𝐻𝐻𝐿 that held his bag of supplies. Along with that, the maintenance jack he now had in his possession had been modified over time. A thin layer of cloth around the hammerhead would muffle the noise of breaking locks, and a ripped-up belt with some binding agent had made a serviceable strap to carry it more securely with. The only security scanner that wasn't either torn to scrap or guarded beyond all F was the one in the Systech Spire. Which was annoying, but Izuku had decided that he should learn how to do this manually, and spent the last few lives experimenting when he wasn't mapping and hunting through the station. A few sessions of researching the wiring diagrams for the general security door, a bit of wire to bridge the right connections, and an increasing amount of practice had meant he could get a few doors that had been secured open. As he found the next door, he got to work, crouching as a small lever from his pocket removed the casing for the security panel. Positive to positive, the beep of the alarm failing gave him pause, and he adjusted. Negative to ground, a spark, and he shorted out the door's internal sensor, fried the locking mechanism, and triggered the emergency deactivation. With a click, the door unlocked. Sadly, this also fried the door's motors. With a grunt, he slowly slid one side of the door open, just enough to slide through without catching on the edge. That had been a bad way to lose an arm a few lives ago. He also added, dying from BLD loss because your arm got caught in a door to his list of shitty ways to die. As he got through, he looked out and froze. The spaceport. Here. Izuku glanced around and slowly walked out, eyes taking in the large panoramic view and the small kiosks that were around. I know there was a riot around here at some point. Izuku had been hunting for audio logs and journals as he cleared out the tower, slowly piecing together its history. After the first quarantine had gone down over in the medical wing, tensions had risen. When more and more people started disappearing, when the marshals locked down even tighter, that's when things went bad. And it's not like people were all that happy before that. The station was already on the way to being decommissioned. People were underpaid and overworked. The working Joes had been covering a large chunk of the general tasks, leaving plenty of people without work, stuck waiting for their shuttle off. Which is why when people gathered to complain about the lockdown, with the marshals already on edge, someone had opened fire into the crowds. As Midoriya walked along the upper pavilion of the space dock, he could see where luggage had been left and where racks of crates had been knocked over. It reminded him of what some places looked like after a villain attack. When people ran off to avoid danger and didn't return. Izuku took the stairs down, and strode out across the area right around where customs should be. He stood there, and looked around, before seeing it. Bullet casings. A good dozen of them, left to shine in the light of the stars. A glance around and Izuku could see a few divots in the metal of the far wall, and a few dark stains that had been splattered on the ground, kicked and tracked around where the crowd had panicked. Izuku paused and crouched as he saw something. A revolver, kicked under a trolley, but some distance away from where the marshals must have been standing. Izuku crouched and picked it up, flipping it open to see that there was still 5 of 6 rounds left, with only one having been fired. Curious. He glanced around and called up his notebook, moving back up to the higher level as he began to sketch, getting a higher angle to plot out where things were in relation to each other. Something here was wrong. And he could feel how important it must have been. 10 minutes later he looked at the rough sketch of where people must have been standing. That gun wasn't fired by a marshal. Izuku glanced up, and was right. There, above him, one of the lights was shattered. Someone started a riot, but why? Why would someone want to capitalize on the chaos of the alien? Or be ready to cause chaos anyway? Something is very off here, and I'm growing really skeptical about coincidences anymore. Izuku sighed, and tucked the revolver into his belt. I've cleared most of habitation so far. I think it's time I head to the medical wing and see what I can find. Izuku turned towards the doorway back into habitation. Now, how do I get to the tram without setting off the alien? Now with a sigh, Izuku let go. Dropping the now untransformed Shishida next to the unconscious Kamakiri where they both were off the capture point. Izuku had realized soon enough that the sensor to track students must be in their clothing somewhere, and really wasn't planning to share his points now. With a casual pace, he headed for the dead center of the plaza and stretched, feeling the faint ache of his muscles from the stress he had put on them. The pain of fighting like this was slowly building, but with time to rest, he should be just fine. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, you should leave. I'd rather not throw you off the point, Izuku called out, tilting his head as he focused on a spot near the stairs. 𝐻𝑡. With a scramble of bare feet on stone, she ran off, Izuku watching in amusement as he could almost make out the girl's path and form by the faintest distortion of the air she left behind. With a shake of his head, he glanced up at the scoreboard. As Izuku watched, his score and 𝐂𝐸𝐴 slowly rose, quickly passing 7th, then 6th, then coming to rest just behind 4th place. 5 minutes to go. Izuku sighed deeply and set his sword point first on the pavement stones before him, his hands on the pommel, staring at the path to the summit of the hill and letting himself relax. He had a minute. After all, the throne could wait for him. The crack of an explosion like a cannon strike shattered another forming cathedral of ice pillars. Goddamn it, half and half, what is with this Ice Queen bullshit? The air was goddamn freezing. His breath was misting, and across from him, surrounded by a series of spikes and ramparts, the other team was half buried in an icy fortress that was growing up the side of the hill. This wasn't the clash of their first heroics class or the head-to-head race that had been the last fight. No, this was a slow, methodical strike. And it wouldn't be working if not for the Fing extras who keep charging the hill. Katsuki could shatter the ice fort, could crush his way through and take half and half face to face. But he was stuck defending. He had already taken on a few other attacks. A pair of floating hands had hit him early on, but a few seconds of focus had been all he needed to send them flying off the hill and out of the fight. But every second that he spent taking out some uppity moron with glory in their eyes, the building fortress of ice got more and more complex and embedded. It had dug into the concrete foundations and stretched up and around the various arches and structures of the hill, and every time he had to take a few seconds to destroy someone else, it progressed closer and closer. Like this beach. A series of vines burst from the concrete near the throne, only to be vaporized by a hand of explosive force. The vine-haired teen was part of a strike force that had decided that now that the 1A members were occupied, they could get up and close. And Fing Todoroki could ignore most of that. With the massive ice fort he was tucked away inside. Blasting another seeking group of vines away, he growled and sidestepped as the orange-haired chick with the big hands lunged up at him. Fing Beach. Can you Fing get off my point? He swung around, only for a third fighter to leap up and out of the redhead's shadow. Black and white, the teen clocked Katsuki in the jaw, only to yelp as a blast sent him flying back. Spitting BLD from where he could feel his lips split open, Katsuki growled and let loose. Oh, that's gotta hurt folks. After trying to come back from that devastating throwdown earlier, Kendo Itsuka, Shiozaki Ibara, and Kuroiro Shihai have been knocked out. Of course, with the 1B students out of the way, Katsuki turned back to see the fortress was now creeping up to the throne. FOFF half and half. The explosion cracked and shattered a massive section of the ice fortress, but he could feel it. Bakugo was reaching his limit. If he wanted any sort of chance in the one-on-one matches later, he had to play this conservatively. Then Izuku glanced down, seeing the distant shadows of the group of survivors who sat around the sealed-off area. It had taken a few hours, and 2 deaths, but he had found a way past. A maintenance hatch in the floors above them had a vent that opened in the station's roof. With his maintenance jack, the revolver from the starport, and a lot of random gear in his bag, he had finally made it up to the passage without alerting any of the various survivor groups. He paused one last time to do a spot check, making sure everything was tied down. From the jack across his shoulders and the bag to the gun which was in his belt, to the headset with a light and the backup supplies in his pockets. Unfortunately, now came the hard part. The vent opened quietly enough. He was more than used to how they worked. As it came to rest quietly against the wall, he winced at the sight of the gap below him. The area the survivors had settled into was the junction between the tram system, the damaged space dock, and the access to the long-term storage system. A natural intersection between all three meant that they had easy control of the area around them. However, the rooms they had taken for their own also had tall open ceilings because they were built into a dead zone, an empty area where engineering could reach the backsides of other systems. There was an elevator that headed for the upper floors of the residential wing, as well as the hatches and docking structures for the tram line. The latter was what Izuku wanted to get into. Sadly, the only way to get there was to climb. So here he was, all his gear strapped tight and tied down to be as quiet as possible. He could see the handholds for the area, general-purpose grips to steady an engineer as they opened panels and maintenance hatches. However, the issue is that most engineers would also be clipped onto a safety line above them when doing this. He couldn't find any to use, which meant he had to do without. With a deep breath to steady himself, Izuku lifted himself out of the vent and slowly placed his foot on a ledge. Just take it nice and slow. Don't want anyone to look up. He reached out and wrapped his hand around the first handle and resisted the urge to look down. Nice and slow. He breathed out slowly, shifting so he could swing his other leg out and onto the ledge, before gripping the handle tightly again. One down, now, just keep going. Izuku reached out and climbed his way onwards. One handhold at a time. Now Uraraka Okiko ducked under another spray of glue from Bondo, even as Zu leaped up and around, dodging the skeletal form of Juzo as he tried to melt and distort the area around them. Uraraka and her team had been playing it safe, taking lower levels and avoiding big fights. Thankfully, it seemed to be paying off. Tokoyami was more than able to defend the side of the hill that was currently in the shadow of the sun, the large bird crashing around, managing to control 3 points that were close together, while Uraraka and Zu held another nearby. Sadly, that had only lasted until they were attacked by the 1B team. Thankfully, they had taken out Leiko, the girl with the telekinetic power, early on. Soon after, Tsuyu got lucky and managed to throw Kinoko off the hill as well, the two being eliminated by hitting the ground off the hill and going out of bounds, their scores being reset to 0, which was not something any of the teachers had mentioned. However, Bondo and Honinuki were not so easily taken care of. Okiko took cover as another blast of glue sprayed out. She had lightened her gravity on and off, giving her just that much of an edge when moving, but with Bondo's reach, she couldn't close the gap. She glanced out and caught Tsuyu, the frog girl perched in an archway nearby. Making sure the other had caught her eyes, Uraraka mouthed out, "SWSH." When she nodded, they broke from cover. However, this time, Tsuyu leapt for Bondo, tongue lashing out as a nearly weightless Okiko rebounded off the arches and pillars to fly at the startled Juzo. With a toothy growl, the softening quirk teen tried to ready for a melee fight, hands up for a brawl. Clapping her hands, Okiko returned her mass just before slamming her shoulder into Juzo's stomach, sending both of them sprawling across the ground. She was vaguely aware of the fight between Zu and Bondo, even as she grappled to try and get a hand flat on Juzo. As they rolled, she finally got it, her hand planted on his stomach as she shoved him up and off, sending his flailing body cartwheeling off the hill with loud curses, before a clap of her hands sent him plummeting out of bounds, to be caught by Cementos's concrete. Pushing up, she saw Zu get caught in a spray of cementine, the frog girl pinned by her leg to a column. Pushing up, she charged, the tall teen barely turning before she got close enough to send him after Juzo. "Zu, you all right?" "Fine, Kiro. Just stuck." Careful to avoid the syrupy spray, Okiko tried to get closer and swore. Most of Zu's leg was wrapped up in the quickly hardening epoxy, and she wasn't getting out of it easily. "SHT. You should keep going, Kiro. I'm probably eliminated after this, but you and Tokoyami still have a chance to make it." With a curse, Okiko nodded. "Yeah. Sorry about this, Zu. Swapping enemies was my idea. Don't worry about it. Good luck, Kiro." Okiko ran off. Her team was still sitting steady at 5th place, and if she and Tokoyami could just hold out for the last 4 minutes. Then Izuku glanced down as he fiddled with the seal on the vent. One arm was looped through a handheld, even as he leaned out across a gap in order to reach the wiring for the vent hatch. He hadn't been seen, but the survivors below him were shifting and talking, the sound drawing on his anxiety as it made every move so much tenser than it was before. With a careful motion, he finally unhooked the right wire. Power to the motor array, bypassing the system's computer lock. Just for a spark, small and quick, made Izuku freeze, eyes darting below. Please, 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 please. A long second passed, Izuku's heart was pounding in his ears even as he felt cold sweat along his spine. But no one reacted. A deep slow breath and Izuku went back to the wires. Slower, he connected the wire once more, making sure to ground it. With the faintest of mechanical whirring as the servos kicked in, the vent cover slid aside. Izuku glanced down, and when nothing happened he slowly set the wire he was using aside, making sure it was kept away from anywhere it could spark and fuse. A slow step, and he was there, one hand on the edge of the vent, the other holding the last handle as he lifted himself slowly onto the edge of the duct. If he was right, this path should drop him directly at the tram doors. All he had to do was get there silently and not alert anything. So, with careful motions, he lowered himself into the vent system, arms propped against the vent walls as he slowly began to shuffle down the vertical he was in. 3 vents down, follow for another 3 intersections, then right, left, right, and a final right. 3, 3, right, left, double right. With his mantra in mind, he began to slowly slide through the vent, arms and feet controlling his descent while he ignored the slowly building ache of exhaustion. He could rest for a bit in the locked-down section of engineering before trying for the medical building, he just had to get there. He passed one vent, feeling the shift of air as he reached it. He reached the second one, feeling the air flow by once more. Then the worst happened. He slipped. He shifted, just a bit, just to let some tension off his arm. Maybe he was just too sweaty after a close call. Maybe this section of the was greasier or messier. Izuku couldn't help the shouted curse as he slammed into the wall to stop his descent, just next to the third vent. For a split second, just a few milliseconds, he had hope. And then a gunshot rang out and blew a hole in the vent less than a foot above his head. He shoved his way through the third vent, moving as fast as he could. If he could just reach the tram. Now Shinsu sighed in relief, seeing the slackened muscles and motions of the 6-armed member of 1A. It had taken more effort than he really wanted to get the tall teen to respond to his taunts, but in the end, he had. His team was currently in 7th, but with the way several other teams had members who had started going red, eliminated by combat or ring out, he had a chance. But that chance relied on Jade. Go, I'll take care of the rest of the points. Just keep them off my back. The foxy teen gave a grin. And with a shift of body language, she took a similar stance to the one the 6-armed teen had taken. With a slow breath, her form began to shift and blur, before she blinked at him from over a navy blue face mask and under silver hair. Where the general student had stood was now the intimidating shape and form of Shuji Mizo. As she ran off, Shinsu commanded the real Shuji to attack another platform. Even when the mind control eventually broke, it was more than likely that he would be too busy to put together what happened, leaving Shinsu with plenty of time to watch as his score ticked upwards. He would have to thank Jade for her assistance. And owe her that favor down the line. He watched the scoreboard, feeling the tension even as he let the building headache of using his quirk on more than one person at a time settle. This is gonna be close. Then Izuku kicked down, sending the cover for the vent clattering to the ground, and dropped from the vent into the tram station. The distant shouts of the survivors were growing louder as they rushed through the halls and rooms of the station to find him. It was the work of a moment to slam the button to call the tram to the station. As he waited, however, he stepped up to one of the supporting pillars and placed his back to it, pulling the revolver from his belt as he listened for those weren't the shouts of someone hunting him. Move! Shoot it, shoot it! Gunshots rang out from down the hallway, back where the survivors were. Izuku froze. The tram was moving in, shifting closer by the second. But behind him, people were dying. It's a simulation, they aren't real. A gunshot, followed by a scream. It doesn't matter, none of this matters. Nothing here is real. The shriek of the alien echoed off the walls, and Izuku's knuckles on the gun went white. Nothing matters, as the scream of a dying man came to a choked stop, Izuku snarled to himself. When the F did that ever stop me? Gritting his teeth, Izuku tossed his bag against the gate where the tram would come from and lifted the revolver up, his other hand falling to his side as it ran across the bulky item in his pocket. He needed one more thing. His eyes were drawn to the glint of sheared-off metal. I'm getting really sick of running from my problems. Now the timer was almost up. 3 minutes left. Ida raced between the pair of points he had taken, feet skidding on the stone as he shoved and pushed attackers off. Kaminari was sitting dazed on one of them, recovering from using his quirk on a group of attackers early on, mostly members of 1B and a few general studies students. Above him, he kept glancing at the growing ice structures that represented the third member of his team. He had teamed up with Todoroki for a chance to prove himself. For the help to move to the next round. He wasn't sure if it was worth it. Then the alien rose from a crouch, its mouth dripping BLD and gore as it tore into a dead survivor. As its head tilted up, it began to stalk across the hall towards the last 2 living survivors in this group. They were crying, screaming. As it moved closer, it began to hiss, to snarl that menacing sound as it assessed the situation. "Yo, jackass!" The noise was loud and drew the alien's gaze around, just as the double crack of the gun firing and a bullet skidding off its chiton rang out, leaving only a groove to mark its passing. There, standing in the doorway, lights behind him flickering and casting his form in darkness, was a young man, hair shaggy and shining with green tones in the light of the station. His hand was raised, the gun leveled with the alien even as faint lines of smoke and vapor hung around the tip. Green eyes locked on the alien, wide and almost feral. "Yeah, that's right. I'm right thing here." The alien hissed and began to prowl, its eyeless gaze roving over the situation even as part of its mind said this was a trap. Crack! Another bullet, this one dodged as the alien shifted, swaying where it was perched in a growing pool of BLD and gore from one of the corpses. With a hiss, it decided that the green-eyed target wasn't a threat, but that it was instead an annoying prey. It lunged, bouncing off each wall as it lunged forwards at the doorway. The gun tracked it, but didn't fire even as the alien closed in. Green eyes stayed locked on it, lips mouthing numbers as it watched it close. And then, as the alien moved into the perfect position to kill the annoyance, its other hand came up. A ball of parts strung together around a bright red button, a light which had been unseen behind the teen flashing a bright baleful orange on the side. Midoriya Izuku flung the arm with the gun up to block his face and threw himself back and down as the makeshift grenade of blasting caps, bonding agent, and scrap metal slammed into the alien chest first. It barely had time to flinch back before the timer on it finally hit 0, and with a beep, all dozen of the blasting caps went off. The explosion was deafening, as was the scream of the alien that rang throughout the station. Now Jiru glanced back, eyes widening as she took in the approaching Shuji. Momo was already looking back, mouth open to ask why the taller teen had returned. His steps are too light, and the heartbeat I'm hearing isn't his. With a push, Jiru charged across the plaza, the sound of her running feet making Momo glance back, mouth opening to ask what was behind her. The form of Shuji flickered, revealing a taller, fox-eared teen who was already stepping forwards. Arm swinging back to attack. Kyuka was too far away, her warning leaving her lips too late for Momo to actually react to. Maybe it was weeks of getting picked apart. Maybe it was the constant strikes and reminders. A blade is a tool, not your only weapon. So Kyuka found herself moving, her sword coming back even as she ran before she threw it. The padded weapon spun like a baton, flashing past Momo and bringing a surprised gasp as it thudded hilt first into the other girl's stomach, giving Momo enough time to turn back, her stave coming up, the tip lashing out, only for the other teen to stagger back. Goddamn! She started backing up, but Kyuka's jack snapped into the ground, and she began to send pulses across it, aiming straight at the imposter. Throwing off her balance for just a second, the stave came around and caught the fox girl in the ankle, tripping her. With only a few seconds of effort, the girl was hogtight. DMN. I didn't expect to have to deal with BNDG. The snark was ignored, despite the hint of color rising in Momo's cheeks. Before Kyuka could explain or check with Momo on what to do, Present MIC's voice interrupted. 1 minute left, listeners. Then Izuku shoved himself up, shaking his head to try and clear the ringing from his ears. His arms ached. He could feel beads of BLD across his chest and arms, fragments of the shrapnel that had bounced or ricocheted around the room, but he had avoided the center of the blast, thankfully. He couldn't hear, but there was this incessant ringing that just wouldn't stop. He knew that loud sounds in tight spaces was bad, but it took a second, but his vision finally settled, and showed sprays of smoking metal just past where he lay. Jerking, he rolled back and pushed to his feet, swaying as the room tried to spin around him, even as he glanced at the smoking metal. In the center of where the alien had been, a massive splash of hissing greenish fluid was eating through the deck. Izuku scrambled back, cursing as he glanced at where the survivors had been, only to see that the two of them had long since ran off. Not like Izuku could blame them. He looked for his revolver, only to sigh at the fact it was sitting on the edge of the pool of acid, the barrel and most of the top half already deforming. Stepping back from the entrance to the room, Izuku reached out, and, from where he had propped it earlier, lifted up a shorn-off support strut. Long, mostly straight, and with a wickedly twisted tip. Better than nothing. Reaching up, Izuku tapped to turn on his headlamp. He wanted to see this as clearly as he could. He navigated past the acid-formed hole carefully, testing each step with the butt of his makeshift spear as he moved to the far side, where the spray of acid revealed what had happened with the alien. And the fact that he hadn't killed it. A streak of twisted and melted metal and a human corpse that was currently half melting in acid was proof of that, the steaming trail leading to a wall vent. He considered, no, he hoped, that it would crawl off into a corner somewhere and bleed out. He considered it for maybe 5 seconds, before cursing. It wasn't dead, he hadn't pinned its corpse to the wall. Until he did that, he wasn't safe or free. He glanced over at the way back towards the tram line. His ride was probably here. For a moment, he considered exactly what his plan was going to be, panning his light over the various torn-apart bodies around him. However, something caught his eye. He moved across the room, stepping around the pools of congealing blood where he could. There, where one of the survivors had been run through. Izuku reached down, and wrapped his hand around white metal, lifting it with a slow, careful motion. Well now, maybe this can deal with my little working Joe problem. With a grin, Izuku hefted the shotgun up, eyes glinting as he considered just how to use it. Now the final stretch is here. Tensions are through the roof. The long fight between Bakugo and Todoroki is at a head. Izuku let out a deep, relaxed breath, his sword held in a half-hand grip. The hilt stretched out before him, the long blade along his arm, as he knelt slightly, eyes locked on the path to the top. He had been free of distractions, but he hadn't been idle. As the screens showed the countdown hitting 35 seconds, Izuku gave a sharp, piercing whistle, which was echoed by Kuro. The Black Hawk had been circling above him this entire time. Watching. Waiting. And on his command, the birds took flight from their roost around Koda, diving and swirling around the top of the throne. One massive distraction, check. Izuku was already moving. His feet were silent, the motion revealing a feral efficiency as he shot faster and faster with each step, all but throwing himself up the narrow path to the very top of the hill. 30 seconds. He reached the top going fast, but the end of the path had been sealed off with a thick layer of ice and frost. His feet found a grip on the wall, and his forward momentum was conserved, as he kicked off, springing off the wall as he converted all his force from going forwards to going up. He cleared the first, sheer layer of ice, his gloved and taped hand and the edge of his sparring blade grabbing and hooking the ridge and snapping down, sending him twisting up higher, body twisting to keep momentum and lift himself higher, through the narrow gap between the flock of birds and the top of the ice wall. He could nearly feel a wing rustle through his hair as he took in the arena he was entering. Kaken, his back to the throne and his hands steaming with use. The ground around him was blackened, a bombing range, surrounded by cracked and shattered ice. Across from him, surrounded by ice in waves of shifting glacier was Todoroki, his eyes locked on the throne with intensity. 25 seconds. Izuku twisted, letting the landing from his entrance merely prime and compress the muscles in his leg and back. He was silent, of course. But that didn't matter. The throne was there. The opponents were there. And he was here. An equation with a very simple solution. He took off for Kaken, his steps silent, fast, and loaded with intent. And, just as he expected, Kaken could feel it. Before he entered the simulation, he would have said that Bakugo Katsuki had the greatest natural combat instinct of anyone he knew. He had always been able to read and react to the smallest bits of subconscious warning. Right now, Izuku's intent flaring like it was may as well be warning him with a foghorn to react. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 gave a half-turn, a wide-eyed look of surprise, tinged with exhaustion and rage and annoyance. 20 seconds. Todoroki was slower on the uptake, but even as 𝐿𝐴𝐴 tried to turn and take a stance, the dichromatic teen was adjusting to take advantage of the explosive blonde's distraction. Which was just as Izuku wanted. Deku. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 was already picking up on the plan, screaming in rage as Izuku felt the faintest hint of a smirk on his lips. And, just like he remembered, 𝐿𝐴𝐴 started his signature opening strike. A right hook. Izuku knew he was moving unbelievably fast for a normal person. He could feel it in the way his heart raced and blood pumped. In the stretch and thud of his leg muscles as he sprinted like this, he felt the first slow tears of leg muscles as he pushed himself beyond a normal limit. Bakugo's fist swung out, wide, a crushing blow that would take nearly anyone out. And Izuku stepped in, hooked it in his own arm, and twisted with it, hitting the hollow of Bakugo's arm before he could trigger his strike, making the taller teen flinch back. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 could only flail, off balance, as Izuku pulled his arm into a twisted version of an arm lock, the two spinning in a bastardized dance while Izuku kept only a bare inch of movement from a position that would have snapped his elbow like a twig. Instincts long since ingrained in Bakugo triggered, the emotion of being off guard was anathema to Bakugo Katsuki, after all. He was never really able to let someone else take the initiative. So 𝐿𝐴𝐴 did what he always did when being pressured. He fired off his quirk. The same quirk that Izuku had just aimed dead on at a rushing, unprepared, Todoroki. The icy teen had overextended to take advantage of Bakugo's last-minute distraction. Izuku had expected that too. 15 seconds. So when 𝐿𝐴𝐴 exploded, Izuku was already releasing the arm and rolling out of the line of fire, leaving only Todoroki with a hastily raised wall of ice to take the blast. And for 𝐿𝐴𝐴 to curse as the recoil of the blast nearly dislocated his shoulder from the awkward positioning. The pain was so intense, actually, that he didn't see the smoke twist, Izuku's red boot slamming out of the darkness to kick his knee out from under him. Izuku had stepped right back into the line of fire between the two others. And with his back to Todoroki 𝐿𝐴𝐴, the temperamental son of Endeavor took it as a slight and fired off a small glacier. Izuku twisted around it with careless grace, only for Bakugo's counter of an explosive rising punch that had been aimed at the green teen to impact and turn it to diamond dust that filled the air. The issue with relying on quirks, Izuku spun back, free hand smacking Bakugo off balance by slamming an open palm into the side of his head, right over the blonde's ear. Meanwhile, his blade slid in his grip until the hilt was once more firmly grasped before the flat side slammed into Todoroki's aiming hand, throwing it wide. Is that you become blind to the other threats. Above him, the bird screeched and chirped and quacked. A barrier to keep others from trying to get closer, to keep the fight contained. The blast of ice that was meant to end the fight became another expenditure of energy, only freezing a massive chunk of the wall thicker and wider. 10 seconds. Izuku ducked a wild swing from 𝐿𝐴𝐴, feeling the shift of her even as his eyes locked on Todoroki with a smirk that tightened the teen's features in barely contained rage. As he did, Izuku saw it, just what he wanted. A flicker of ember and heat and spark around Todoroki's left side. And the look of shock as he realized what he was doing. Izuku wasn't blind, after all. He knew that Todoroki had issues with his fire, deep-seated and psychological. And with the teen likely half-frozen as it was, the primal urge to get warm would make him reach for the fire. As the flame petered out around the teen's arm, his face a mixture of shock, fear, anger, and remorse, Izuku was already moving. He ducked and twisted, following like a shadow as Bakugo finally whirled around. He could almost imagine the blonde's face as he realized he now face to face with Todoroki, while Izuku was now behind him, at the edge of the throne. 3. A single push kick sent the blonde staggering, right into the still unstable teen. 2. An almost elegant twist, and he came to rest in the throne, the birds who had been flocking and cawing above him beginning to alight on the stone monolith of the throne's backing. 1. He leaned back with a sigh, one leg coming up to cross over the other, ankle resting on his knee as he placed the tip of the blade on the ground to the side of the throne, his fingers resting on the crossguard to steady it. The bell rang, Bakugo and Todoroki only barely untangling from their collision. What a play! In a last-minute blitz, Midoriya Izuku, the dark horse of 1A, has taken the throne. Izuku let the screams of present MIC fade, his eyes locking on the pair across from him. He met their eyes with a steady gleam, tinged with sadistic humor. You two did want a war. That's the kid from the simulation, right? The screen was replaying the last fight of the round, slowed down so the heroes could take in the teen's movements despite the cluster of birds that kept breaking up the image. Around it, several heroes had gathered, interested in the teen. He's got skills, that's for sure. Tilting his head at the back of the group, 𝐻𝐿 hummed to himself. His eyes were focused not on the replay of the fight, but the live feed of the students gathering up after the hill sank back into the ground. The green-haired Victor was standing among some of his peers, arms crossed and training swords slung back across his back. 𝐻𝐿 had been watching the teen since early on in the festival, picking up on his skills at maneuvering the obstacle course, and being further intrigued by the teen's combat ability in the second round. He would be a good pick, but so would the other. 1. He glanced at another screen, this one replaying 𝐤𝐸 Kyuuka as she defended her point. Smart, strong sensory ability, and a precision quirk. The blade work she's using is basic, but can be improved. As 𝐻𝐿 kept weighing the options, he became aware of the shorter hero approaching his side. Yo, 𝐻𝐿. What's the deal with the winner? The deal, Miruko. The rabbit hero gave him an annoyed look. Everyone keeps talking about some simulation thing. What the F is that? Blinking, 𝐻𝐿 began to explain. And as he did, Miruko's grin simply became more and more interested and aggressive. Him. I almost feel sorry for him. Then Izuku hefted the empty whiskey bottle he had found in the tram station, leaning against the side of the doorway. He could hear the distant sound of someone cursing as they tried to work on the elevator. Hefting the bottle, Izuku took aim. And then threw it. With a shatter, a gunshot, and a lot of swearing, the girl working on the door took off. Right? He waited for the footsteps to start to fade. Now! Izuku sprinted out and at the door, skidding to a stop to grab the security tuner, before turning and taking off for the door to engineering. He took the steps 3 at a time, leaped over a chair in his way, and slammed into the door control before the distant sounds of shouting voices started echoing. By the time they showed back up with guns, Izuku was already moving down the stairs towards maintenance. He headed for the office, snagged the medical kit and handgun from the counter, and moved on. Revolver, medkit, and the incomplete tuner. Check, check, check. And hell, I didn't even get shot this time. Turning from the desk, Izuku checked the revolver. 6 in the cylinder. Perfect, and even comes with the holster again. Izuku attached the holster to his belt and slid the revolver away before tucking the medkit in his pocket. Right. Next is the supply room. With the alien fed up back on the other tower, I should be fine, for a while, anyway. Izuku headed deeper into maintenance. While his bypass would work on most doors, he didn't want to test it on the elevator and risk the entire thing locking up, or falling down the while he was in it. Now Kyuuka was looking at the scoreboard with nervous excitement. And here it is. Our final 16. Present MIC's voice rang out over the crowd before the screens shifted to show the names of everyone who was still in the running. If you were expecting another 1A shutout, you lost that bet. Nearly half of our continuing students are from classes 1B. In addition to 2 dark horses from General Education 1C and Support 1H. This fight to see which class is on top is just heating up. Bakugo Katsuki Rin Hiryu Ida Tenya Juru Kyuka Kirishima A Hiro Fukudashi Manga Hatsumai Midoriya Izuku Minoma Nito Tokage Setsuna Shinsu Hitoshi Tetsu Todoroki Shoto Tokoyami Fumikage Uraraka Okako Rozu Momo Kyuka blinked before grinning. We made it! Midoriya and Momo both nodded. Koda grinned next to them, even though he had decided not to move on to the tournament, his showing had not gone unseen. As they all smiled, the list of names slid out of sight, revealing present MIC on the video feed once more. We've got one more event, midnight. Spin that wheel. Kyuuka focused as the lever was pulled. She was almost positive this was just for show, but UA loved to throw curveballs. And, just as she started to get worried, the wheel slowed and came to a stop. High stakes tag. She blinked, and it stayed up for just a second, before the screen cracked. Who are we trying to fool? There can only be one option. The Year 1 tournament. The crowd went absolutely feral, and 𝐤𝐸 winced at the shouting before the cracked screen exploded outwards, revealing a new, larger screen rising from the ground. And on it, there were the first round brackets. Her eyes traced over names, before slowing, blood draining from her face. The final fight of the first round. 𝐤𝐸 Kyuka vs Todoroki Shoto. 𝐼. Momo bumped into her, looking concerned. I'm sure we can come up with a plan. 𝐤𝐸 glanced to see Momo's own fight. Yorozu Momo vs Tokoyami Fumikichi. Yeah, or we'll figure something out. I know you all want to see the fights as soon as possible. But, let me tell you, it's been a long morning for our students. We're gonna take a break, but when we're back, the fights are on. Until then, a message from our sponsors. While some of the crowd gave groans, there was a general air of good cheer, and 𝐤𝐸 tried to think past her racing heartbeat. What the hell can I do against him? Then Izuku clicked the last of the components for the tuner back together. There was now a hook where he could clip it to his belt, and the tuner itself had been given a once-over to make sure it was secured and solid. Putting the notebook with the diagrams he had copied away, he slid the security access drive into the slot at the bottom of the tuner with a resounding click. Tapping the button, the scanner gave off a beep, and he scrolled through the settings, making sure everything looked right after his little tune-up and modifications. With a nod, he clipped it to his belt and began to gather up the other devices that sat around his workspace. A half-dozen noisemakers, a pair of flashbangs, and a new tool he had found a blueprint for. He held the smoke bomb up and looked over it. These will be useful. Beyond that, he had taken some time to adjust his design, adding simple metal clips to each of his grenades so that he could carry them easier. However, he did need places to hook them. Standing up, he snagged the straps he had cut from another bag he had found and had already combined and connected with the last of his bonding agents. The 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was really simple, a pair of straps that wrapped from his belt to over his shoulders like a pair of overalls. They crossed at his back to keep from falling off his shoulders, and with his actual bag keeping everything in line, gave him plenty of places to hook the gear he had gathered. Taking his time, Izuku sorted and got all his gear stashed away. When he was done, he picked up the makeshift spear, now wrapped with electrical tape and the tip sharpened, and slid it to rest along with the bag on his back. He had even taken the workshop's grinder to the back half, shortening it to just a 2-foot length. Enough to jab with, but not have to worry about getting caught in the vents that easily. Right. Gear has been acquired. Now, what the hell is waiting up in medical? As Izuku opened the door out to the rest of the maintenance hall, and where the security lockdown was waiting, he felt a shiver of something. He paused, but when he didn't hear or see anything that seemed out of place, he started walking, shotgun held up and at the ready. 5 minutes later, the security lockdown ended without any nasty surprises, and he was heading back up to the elevator. But he could still feel it. An itch at the base of his skull. Something is watching. Now Izuku let the ache of his muscles as they knit and healed linger in the back of his mind, as he and his small coterie of friends headed for the cafeteria. He was silently considering how to help out 𝐤𝐸. Yorozu's fight was something he expected she could handle. Tokoyami had plenty of weaknesses that could be exploited, and Momo could make plenty of useful tools to take advantage of them. But Todoroki, Izuku had plans for facing him. Had theories that he could only confirm by actually getting in a fight with the two-tone team. None of those plans could easily be used by 𝐤𝐸. Flexing his fingers, he felt the weight of the gloves, the thick red material hiding his modifications while the wrapped bandages supported and reinforced his own muscles. He was fairly sure that he should have broken at least one knuckle in the fight with 1B, and he was more than satisfied that his fingers only felt strained and bruised. As the crowd of students started reaching the cafeteria, he glanced around to see Todoroki and Kaken walk away from the crowd, taking a turn into a side hallway. For a split second, the green-haired teen considered foul play, before he picked up on the subtle tension between them. They aren't planning to fight. But Todoroki has things to say. Some form of confession. Laying his cards on the table. Blinking as he felt a slow surge of laconic amusement, 𝐒𝐿 stepped faster, falling into 𝐔𝐬𝐽's side. "Geez, you're tense." The punk girl was pale, her shoulders and back stiff and locked up with tension. Her steps were steady, but only because she wasn't focused on what was going on. 𝐒𝐿 twitched his fingers, wondering what he should do to help, when the flash of a lyric came to mind. He had quite an eclectic music taste, but he was almost positive she had heard this one. He gently started humming, taking a second to get the beat right, before he bumped shoulders with 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and when she blinked and looked his way, he hummed a bit louder, bumping into her shoulder gently to the tune of the beat. It took a few seconds, but 𝐔𝐬𝐽 slowly blinked. Are you humming Smash Mouth?" 𝐒𝐿 grinned and stepped back, shifting and flowing as 𝐔𝐬𝐽 tried to poke him. "What the F Midoriya? Walking on the sun." The quirk of her lips and the way her body language was slowly loosening only made 𝐒𝐿 give a manic smile. Momo and Koda had looked back with confusion as 𝐒𝐿 started singing softly. "Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play." His voice wasn't perfectly in tune and he was keeping it low, but the fact that he was singing meme music that had been around for over 2 centuries had apparently caught 𝐔𝐬𝐽 off guard. He watched as color come back to her face, the flush of confusion and annoyance replacing her fear. "Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. Stop, please. I can't take it. No more." 𝐔𝐬𝐽 tried to lunge, hands reaching out to physically make 𝐒𝐿 stop singing. Unfortunately, 𝐒𝐿 was just a bit too fast for her, keeping a half step ahead of her rush as he circled around a now giggling Yorozu and Koda. "All that glitters is gold, only shooting stars break the mold." Judging that she wasn't on the verge of a panic attack anymore, 𝐒𝐿 slowed for a step and let 𝐔𝐬𝐽 slap her hand over his mouth. "Please, for the love of God, I can only take so much." 𝐒𝐿 tilted his head, leaning slightly into her touch so she could feel the shape of his quirked lips. "Mpfafafchfach," he hummed into her palm, and she scowled before pulling her hand back. "What?" 𝐒𝐿 paused for a second, considering his words. He knew what she needed to hear, but now how to phrase it, perhaps. "You need to abandon your fear, 𝐔𝐬𝐽. It's not going to help you here. Win or lose, it's the effort that matters." And with that, he twisted and slipped through the door into the cafeteria, leaving a wide-eyed 𝐔𝐬𝐽 and an equally surprised Yorozu and Koda to follow after him. Then 𝐒𝐿 coughed, even as his eyes focused on the tuner. It was only a few seconds to hack through the door control, but the sounds of gunshots ringing out behind him made him flinch every time. A paired flashbang and smoke bomb had gotten him to the elevator, but the survivors were apparently panicking and shooting at anything that moved. With a click, the door hissed open, and 𝐒𝐿 darted through. A slam of his fist on the button and the doors started to close, but not before he heard a shout. "He's in the elevator. Well if, going back is gonna SCK." He leaned back against the side of the elevator. Pulling out his notebook, he considered the map once more. "I needed the tuner to unlock the elevators, but with the survivors, and possibly the alien, blocking off my way back, I need another way to reach the medical facility. There's a tram from the Apollo core to San Cristobal, where the medical facility is. To get there, I just need to pass through the communication area." With a slow breath, 𝐒� double-checked his ammo count. Revolver, 6 rounds in the gun, and another dozen in a pocket. Shotgun, 4 in the gun, and only 5 more in his pockets. He was going to need to make every round he used count, and that meant he couldn't waste any shot he could get away with. He breathed deep as the elevator came to a stop. "Right. Let's try this again." With a hiss, the doors opened, and 𝐒� walked out into 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Communications. Now in the crowd of the cafeteria, most of the groups had split up. Kyuka was still shocked and somewhat off balance, 𝐒�'s words replaying in her head. As she got her food and joined up with Momo at a table, she couldn't help but be lost in thought. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. That was obvious, right? She wasn't a physical fighter, so why did she care about the tournament matches? But, at the same time, it's the effort that matters. How the hell did Midoriya know how to cut through all her thoughts like that? He did it all the time, the gleam of dark eyes before he spoke wisdom that was just so simple. It wasn't some grand declaration from a sage on high, wasn't couched in layers of riddles and half-explained concepts. Midoriya could stare at something and just say things that made sense. It was almost like Midoriya himself, in a way. He didn't need to hide anything he thought about. From that first day fighting, when they were locked in the USJ together, he had been nothing but genuine. He cut through bullshit like he didn't even see it. All her fears, the rising anxiety of her fight with Todoroki, the self-doubt, in one sentence Izuku may as well have just burned it all away, cutting through with the sheer confidence and intent he wore like a comfortable jacket. She saw it when he trained her and Momo. He didn't care about excuses or what-ifs. He explained his strikes and the reasons and pushed her and Momo to fight without hesitation. As she collected her thoughts, she felt herself settle. She was going to fight Todoroki. So what if she ended up taken out if he pinned her in a glacier or froze her? She just has to do her best. As she felt her resolve firm up, she finished off her lunch and glanced at Momo, who had been quiet to let her collect herself, eating her own calorie-heavy lunch. Midoriya gives the weirdest pep talks. Clearly, Momo wasn't ready for that, given how she snorted in amusement, hands coming to her face as she tried to hold in a snicker. After a second, she collected herself, lips still twitching like she wanted to giggle. He really does, doesn't he? As the two of them carried their lunch trays to the drop-off, they were hailed by Mineta and Kaminari. Yorozu, Jiru. The class president turned, blinking at the pair. Yeah, do you need anything? I'm sure you already know, 'cause you're the class rep, but they said all the girls need to wear those uniforms for the big cheer battle this afternoon. Mineta pointed at a couple of upper-class students who were walking nearby, wearing vibrant orange and green cheerleading outfits. Jiru twitched, then blushed. She was not a cheerleader uniform kind of person, thank you, very much. That's odd, this is the first I've heard of it. She focused on the flicker in Mineta's heartbeat. You don't have to believe me if you want to get in trouble. I heard it straight from Mr. Aizawa. Oh, that little thing liar. She waited for the pair to walk off before she grabbed Momo's arm and pulled her in close. He was lying. Wait, really? But, I mean, those students do have those uniforms. A third voice spoke up, both glancing to see Midoriya leaning in from Jairus' other side. Those girls are part of the official UA cheerleading team. Not normal students. As both girls blinked at the green teen's sudden appearance, standing huddled with them, a thick green smoothie in his hand as he sipped at it. Jiru let a glimmer of SDSM color her thoughts as she glanced at the retreating forms of Kaminari and Mineta. Those boys want a Seki cheerleader. I think they should get one. Hey, Midoriya, you up for helping me pull a little prank? The quirk of his lips was amused and mischievous. By all means, how can I help? Then Izuku rubbed at his shoulder, wincing at the ache that he had. Apparently, shooting a shotgun was not that thing easy. He glanced down at the twitching form of the working Joe that had killed Hughes, and slid out his spike, stabbing down and twisting to remove the last of the synth's head. With a last twist, the body seized and stopped moving. Sliding the spike free, Izuku winced at the dripping white fluid, and gave the weapon a shake before wiping it on the synth's jumpsuit. With a sigh, Izuku stripped Hughes of his engineering badge and gun once more, rummaging through his pockets for spare bullets. He ignored the ethics of what he was doing, or how it would look. There's a time for respect, and there's a time for pragmatism. Izuku stood up, sliding his spike back into his bag and lifting his shotgun up, scowling as his shoulder ached from where he rested it. Taking a moment, he loaded another shell into it, bringing it back up to 4 rounds. I'm going to break a bone or something learning to shoot this, I swear, Izuku muttered, before slinging the shotgun back over his shoulder. With all his gear back together, Izuku stretched his shoulder, rolling it to try and help with the ache of the recoil. Glancing down the hall at the security camera, Izuku started following the tubes leading from its casing along the corner of the hallway. Now, where is that access panel? Now Kyuka grinned at Momo as the two of them left the girls' bathroom they had taken over for half an hour. With a smirk, Jiru sent a message to Koda. Jax, send the pervert our way. It took barely 2 minutes before the perverted giggles of Mineta came charging down the hall, only to skid to a stop, eyes wide as he glanced over the girls. Where's the cheerleader outfits? Momo smiled. Oh, we just wanted to get your opinion on it first. We even got a lovely model for it. And with that cue, the door to the girls' restroom opened once more and out stepped something that should not be as sexy as it was. Bright red-colored sneakers and knee-high socks stretched up slender, muscled legs. A thin line of absolutely pale, smooth skin reached up beneath a vibrant orange and white skirt, which hung to nearly the knees. The skirt seemed to almost emphasize the shape of the hips and waist. Above the skirt, a strip of pale-skinned stomach was seen, and along with it was clearly shaped abs. The slender, sleeveless shirt was loose but gave a vaguely feminine shape to the upper torso. Biceps that seemed to be carved from steel stretched from under the red fighting gloves and pale shoulders shifted and flexed, leading up to the curtain of dark green hair. From the collar of the shirt, the pale skin of the neck led up, a thick green and gold choker hiding an Adam's apple and accentuating the sharp chin and jawline. Messy curls were pulled back into a low ponytail, the gleam of several bobby pins showing where it had been shaped for best effect. However, there were still bangs falling over the left side, almost concealing the gleam of a dark eye. BLD red lips with the faintest gleam of purple and perfectly winged eyeliner stared out from the other side, with freckles only enhanced and darkened with faint touches of makeup. Cheeks and skin tone hadn't been turned rosy and cheerful but instead had been lightened and frosted, making a normally pale complexion all but vampiric. For a moment, as Midoriya Izuku looked out from his makeover, his eyes seemed to almost burn with lust and SDSM, bringing a darkly amused quirk to his lips. He looked just on the feminine side of androgynous, his slender form and tightly coiled musculature bringing the idea of a viper to mind. And then he spoke. What's the problem, Minoru? I thought you could take it. Kyoka felt a shudder up her spine. Izuku's voice had taken a raspy, hushed tone, and even his vocal pitch was suddenly in the more feminine range. Now, Jiru wasn't going to lie. She was definitely bisexual and proud of it. But there was a sheer difference between her occasional long glance at Izuku's but when he trained with her, and the way that her throat had suddenly gone bone dry. She glanced at Mineta and nearly choked. Because the teen had a bloody nose, had gone absolutely pale, and then passed out. She couldn't help it, she burst out laughing, barely noticing how Kaminari, who had been coming down the hall, was blushing up a storm. God, I love my friends. Kyoka glanced back and smiled, meeting Izuku's eyes for a second. As the teen glanced away, he stared down at Mineta with a gaze that screamed of disdain. You okay in that outfit? Momo was still slightly nervous about this. While her anger at Mineta trying to trick them had been intense, her worry about Izuku's part in this hadn't been easy to dissuade. Izuku glanced down, one eyebrow raised in consideration as he gave a stretch. Kyoka had to bite her lip at the way that made his abs stand out. I like the skirt, actually. Not a big fan of the sleeveless top, but it's not terrible. I stand by my argument against heels though. That screams of being impractical and stupid. Momo seemed to be relieved at that, before tensing back up. And the makeup doesn't itch or dash, Shirozu. I'm fine with it. I don't care to do it myself, but I also don't hate it or anything. He did rub his lips together slightly, the gleam of red clear. Wish that the lipstick tasted a bit better. The rest of it actually feels kinda nice. Something new. Jiru felt the truth as she took in how steady Izuku's pulse was, and blinked slightly. That's something to ask about later. As the three of them headed back into the bathroom, leaving a flustered and confused Kaminari to clean up the passed-out pervert, Izuku reached for his gear and headed for a stall. Wait, one more thing. Momo blushed and held up her phone. Can we take some pictures? Izuku gave a slight smirk, eyes dancing with amusement. Sure. Then Izuku slammed through the door with a curse before turning and firing the revolver back out of the passage behind him, tearing through one of the last two synths in the knee. As the droid staggered, he slammed the door control shut and fumbled through his pockets for the last 3 shotgun shells he had. One of them went bouncing away, and Izuku cursed, taking a breath before sliding the last 2 home with a resounding click. Of the 4 synths back in the main area, 3 of them were dead or close enough for kicks. But he missed 1 shot, and then he got flanked by that 5th one from the side room. His arm was also really 𝐒𝐭𝐴 right now. Behind him, the door opened, and he spun around, shotgun coming up as the synth started marching in. Izuku sighted and pulled. One synth's head exploded, splattering the wall with white flecks. Izuku pulled the slide, ejecting the spent cartridge as the second came for him. He sighted and pulled. And the synth shifted. A half-twist of its torso meant that the shot only caught it across its shoulder, ripping up its cheek as it staggered. Izuku dropped the shotgun and lunged over the nearest computer console, rolling to his feet on the far side, yanking the short spear from his back and hefting it. As the synth tilted its head to track him, he took a breath and paced around the console, watching as it began to stride for him. He just needed one solid strike. The synth rounded the corner, and Izuku lunged. He hit the synth in the chest, tackling it back into the console, ignoring as one of its arms came up to grab at him, as he brought his arm back and slammed the spike into its neck. The synth latched onto his throat, but Izuku ignored it, using both his hands to grab onto the spike and twisting. He ignored the pain of not being able to breathe, focusing on using the spike like a lever. Just as his vision started to blur, the spike gave way, and with a squelch, the head of the synth dropped to the floor. Pushing himself up, Izuku gasped, breathing deeply as he tried to wipe the white smears off his arms. All of you. Seriously. He pulled the spear free, scowling at how the once straight spike was now bent and warped. With a sigh, he tossed it aside. Now. What the hell were you all hiding up here? Izuku glanced around and paused. There, in the back of the room, a flashing screen got his attention. Incoming message. Now, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. For the Year 1 tournament. Present MIC's voice rang out through the crowd, most of whom had left their seats during the break, either to get some food or just stretch their legs. As they all cheered, having returned or rushing to reach their seats before the fight began, the screens all showed the arena. A square stage in the center of the arena. Unlike the previous year, this one was more than just a flat plane. 16 large concrete blocks, easily 2 meters tall and a meter across, were evenly spaced in a 4x4 grid around the center of the arena. You've all been wonderfully patient, so I believe it's time to announce our first match. From Class 1B, a recommended student who survived and showed they were more than skilled last match, the Lady of Many Parts. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐵. From the eastern side of the field, the green-haired girl stepped out, waving and smiling at the cheers of the crowd. And on the other side, the king of the castle. The dark horse of 1A, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stepped out with his sparring sword held at his side. Between matches, he had retaped it, and now it rested in his grip as he strode out. He had changed back into his tall red boots and the UA tracksuit. His hair was still held in a ponytail from where the girls had set it, but his bangs had been plaited and woven back along the side of his skull, keeping them from getting in his way. For that matter, he had washed most of his makeup off, leaving the gleam of lipstick and the faint markings of eyeliner untouched. As he strode onto the stage, he flexed and spun the blade in his grip. Dark green eyes met. A feral smile and a dead-eyed stare. Midnight spoke up from her referee stand. Fighters ready. To the cheers of the crowd, Izuku gave a nod, while Setsuna gave a thumbs up. Begin. The match started, and Midoriya rushed. For a split second, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 was caught off guard by his ferocity. But as he closed the difference, already halfway across the arena, sword drifting back and primed for a strike, she reacted, lunging forwards to meet him even as she began to use her quirk, hiding it under the cover of her sports uniform until the last second. When the first strike made contact, it went through her waist, ripping and separating the torso from the hips, until the jacket was torn free with a loud ripping sound. As she spun and drifted up, Midoriya stopped and pivoted, the shredded jacket falling to the ground as he gave a casual swing of his sword. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smmirked down at him, even as she let her arms drift free and sent her legs running off into the cover of the concrete blocks. She herself was wearing a sleeveless top made of the same material as her hero costume, which could split with her quirk and would stay attached to her skin. Surprised. Your sword is useless against me. All she got was a disinterested glance, before he took off once more, strafing slightly as he closed in. Rolling her eyes, she drifted another meter up. Seriously. You can't even reach dash. 3 steps rang out like gunshots. She barely had time to split her head from her neck before the blade came whistling through the gap. Eyes wide, she tried to catch up to what just happened. He had strafed for one of the stone pillars, before running up. 2 steps on the side, and a third that had flung him skyward. But she was almost 5 meters up. What the F? As she tried to twist, head spinning around, she felt a tug as something wrapped around her torso and yanked. As her head was left floating, she could see it. The long loop of red bandage that had caught around her torso. The same bandage that even now dragged behind Midoriya's gloved free hand like a streamer of BLD. She focused, splitting her torso around even as Midoriya hit the ground. He twisted, all his falling momentum dragging the torso like a sling until it crashed into the ground. The pain of impact made her gasp, even as the torso split and flew up, 2 parts floating away and zigzagging to avoid a slash of the blade. Gritting her teeth, she sent her arms flying at him, splitting her hands from the rest of their limbs and forming 2 disembodied fists. Izuku stood, twisting his wrist in an almost bored manner as he wound the cloth back around his hand. 2 hands, 2 elbows, chest, stomach, head, and lower body. I can only do another 5 splits, and sooner or later I need to recombine. I have to hit him hard and fast. Her hands and elbows slammed at him in a storm of strikes, sending him dancing and dodging back into the center of the arena. But nothing actually hit the other teen. His blade swept up to catch an elbow strike before he twisted under a reaching hand, lashing out to knock another fist away. Each movement was made with feral grace, and his eyes kept glancing up at her, meeting her gaze even as she rose higher, to nearly 7 meters, her eyes focused on the fight below even as the teen lashed and danced between strikes. With frustration and a time limit, she focused and sent her chest and stomach careening in at him, swinging in large rings to smash him off balance. The sting of the training sword against her stomach made her flinch and snarl with pain before she sent her legs running out from where they had been crouched behind a pillar. She didn't notice the smirk that twitched Midoriya's lips until it was too late. Then SLUSCSS Torrens, registration number MSV 7760, calling Sevastopol Traffic Control. We are carrying 2 passengers on a Weyland-Yutani bond. You're holding the Nostromo flight recorder unit. We request immediate permission to transfer the passengers portside, over. Izuku glanced over the console, reaching out to grab the headset and pulling it on, leaning into the console as another voice came in over the comms, coming from the Marshal headquarters. Izuku froze, waiting. This is Waits, Colonial Marshal at Sevastopol Station. We have a serious situation here. Izuku winced at the screech of interference, before, hello. Marshal. This is the Torrens. Say again. SHT punching in, Izuku spoke up. Torrens. This is Sevastopol. The station is currently under quarantine procedures. Maintain distance, I repeat, maintain distance. Sevastopol, we can't hear you. We're coming in closer to try and re-establish comms. Contact you soon, out. The ship signal cut out and Izuku swore. Loudly. What the F? Who the hell is on this dash? P. Midoriya Izuku, engineer, first class. I've only just cleared off the communications deck. Izuku glanced around and started looking through the settings. I ain't ever met a Midoriya. Where the hell have you been? Izuku blinked before he started to bullshit. Sir, with all due respect. I found a hidey hole and stayed out of the way until I ran out of food. I barely know what the F is going on. Got him, Nit. I can't blame you for that. What's your situation? Izuku glanced back. There's a group of scavengers in the 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 atrium. I was trying to get some supplies and head to medical to figure out what was going on. However, the only way there right now is the tram from Apollo to Synthetics. What? Have you seen a man named Hughes? I sent him to re-establish communications a few hours ago. Izuku swore quietly. Hughes is dead, sir. A synth got him. Excuse me. Did you say a synth, son? Izuku paused. Wait, do you not know? Know what? The synths are killing people. Now Izuku ducked a reaching hand and skipped back, letting the sweep of an elbow pass him by before he twisted under a charge of the stomach. His sword danced forwards as he rammed it into the reaching knee, adjusting his swing so the disembodied limb slammed into the nearest concrete pillar. Izuku heard the impact but was too busy twisting around Setsuna's breasts as they tried to brain him. That's almost a funny way to die. Death by melons. What a concept. He shifted back and with a smooth twist, swapped his sword to his offhand as he slapped Setsuna's but as it tried to kick him, drawing a yelp from the flying head. In his offhand, a twist of his wrist and the hilt of the sword went unnoticed. I could have sworn you were saying something earlier, Izuku called out, ducking and swiping another grasping hand away, leaping over a tripping elbow, and using her stomach as a stepping point to land on one of the blocks of cover, placing him just under 5 meters from the floating head. That I couldn't touch you? But that seems to be pretty wrong so far. He caught her narrow-eyed stare even as he ducked, swiping out to knock away a flying elbow, his gloved hand smashing it out of his way with something akin to disdain. Watch the emotion, track the words. In fact, Izuku let an amused tone drift into his voice. I would say you're the one with a reach problem. Namely, a kick sent the swinging fist skipping through the air at the floating head, barely slowing before she all but clocked herself in the head, that you can't land a hit. He reached out and snagged the elbow that shot towards him, wrapping it in an iron grip. Lifting it, he glanced at the skin tone. The pale, almost bluish tone. The faint chill. Your time limit is almost up. It's about 5 minutes, right? Before cell death starts to happen. He smiled, almost cruelly, as her eyes widened and skin went pale. The floating pieces of Setsuna broke away from harassing him, gathering in a loose approximation of her body on the far side of the arena. Izuku let the elbow free, seeing it speed back into place as her limbs sealed back together. He doubted most people would see it, but she lost circulation when her quirk was used. The familiar pale blue tinge of cells not getting enough oxygen was painfully familiar. Even if she regenerates like she did after Bakugu's attack, it takes time. Time where she can't risk splitting again. How the hell did you realize that? Setsuna had lost that pride and veneer of superiority she had opened with. Instead, her eyes were wide, her voice shaken. She is afraid of my knowledge. Doesn't know how I learned it. Is off balance. Distracted. Izuku merely gave a dark smile. Personal experience. And then he leaped forwards, his offhand came around and threw his sword like a buzzsaw, the trailing red of his bandage tied to the handle as Setsuna swore, and dove off the pillar, barely avoiding the taped-up bar before it could break her arm. She hit the ground and rolled up. Into perfect melee range. He met her when she rose from the ground. A knee to the solar plexus knocked the wind out of her. An open palm to the ear disoriented her, making her shout in pain as he knocked her off balance. Growling, she threw a punch, trying to get space. The yank of his hand brought the red strap of bandage wrapping around her wrist, and then he spun, using the force to swing around the outside of her guard even as he reached up. Using the momentum of his twist to drag her off balance even more, he sent her stumbling. She twisted to come face to face with him, only to catch the swing of the sword he had caught on its return. As she wheezed, the breath knocked out of her once more, he kicked her knee out from under her, and twisted. As the red wrapping on her wrist came loose, Setsuna slammed into the ground and rolled, coming to a stop just inside the edge of the ring. Gasping, she staggered pushing up to her feet, only to look up at the sound of Izuku's steps. The ringing of metal on stone was threatening. And as she met his eyes, taking in his focus, her skin crawled. What the hell are she never finished her sentence, as Midoriya swung the sword up, and moved the tip barely touched her throat. But the sheer menace that wreathed him made her stagger back. Out of bounds. And with a stunning display of skill, Midoriya Izuku wins, knocking Tokage Setsuna out of bounds. As the cheers rose around the stadium, Izuku stared down. Dead green eyes stared into Setsuna's far more fearful gaze. Haven't you heard? I'm the monster of 1A. For a moment, Izuku let the leash off his killing intent, just a little, letting her body lock up in sheer terror. A deep breath seemed to quiet the very air, muffling the crowd as for a moment, he felt that surge of intent. And then he exhaled, and let the focus disperse around him, the shadow of intent vanishing. Slinging the sword across his back, Izuku walked off. Idly rewrapping his extra bandage back up around his left arm. Good fight. Better luck next year. Then 𝐻, kid. The Apollo Corps should be keeping SHT in line. None of my men are anywhere near it. Izuku glanced at the map in his notebook, next to where he had been transcribing the conversation so far. Sir, I'm passing through it anyway. I can check it out. You need an engineering level 3 access pass to reach the actual AI core kid. For FS sake, Hughes was only level 2. Izuku swore at that, and bit at his lip, looking over his notes. I might be able to bypass the door. But I can't tell until I get there. Best option we have so far. You got a headset, kid? Yeah, been keeping it off, but I can set it up. A few minutes of setting up a secure channel, and Izuku slid the headband with the flashlight and earpiece back on. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hearing YA loud and clear, kid. I've got other projects to run, but I'll keep an ear out for you. Godspeed. Thanks, I'll do what I can. As the line went quiet, Izuku sighed and started gathering up his gear once more. The ship was coming in, but from what he could read on what looked like a long-range radar, they were still almost a day and a half out from the station. He would have to keep an eye on that. Marking down the time he had gotten the message and the approximate time the ship would be close enough to dock, Izuku stashed his notebook once more and glanced around communications. What else is here? A few minutes of searching and he found the single unused shotgun shell he had dropped, a few batteries for lights and comms, and a stash of medical kits. All useful, even if not anything special. Loading the shell into the shotgun and reloading the revolver, he slung both back where they belonged and walked back out to the central area of communications. The 3 dead synths were where he had left them, spilling white sludge over the ground as Izuku wandered past, eyes tracking for anything of value. A few more revolver rounds were added to his collection, as well as a small pack of wires. Finished, he turned back and went towards where the map showed the second elevator, the one down to the Apollo's maintenance area. As he reached the doorway, he paused. And spun, handgun coming up as he let his gaze drift over the empty area behind him. No motion. No sound. For a minute, he just stood and focused. Nothing. Reaching up, he rubbed at his eyes. Am I imagining things? I haven't slept since the start of this run, nearly 10 hours ago. Pushing the thoughts away, Izuku left the communications hub. In the vents high above, something shifted. Injured, but far from dead. Now Momo couldn't help but feel something like pride. Satisfaction. No, vindication. Because that one blonde Class 1B student Monoma, who kept leaning over the wall between classes, had started the entire match by loudly proclaiming that Setsuna was nearly unbeatable, particularly for a barbarian swinging a sword. Those comments had died off around the time that Midoriya nearly decapitated the girl, drawing gasps from the crowd. When Midoriya had forced her to reassemble, the blonde had started stammering about cheating. Thankfully, Kendo Itsuka, Class 1BS president, had quieted the blonde and apologized with a dry smile. But now, watching from on high as Midoriya strode away with that calm air that she had come to associate as him dismissing a threat, Momo really was proud of her classmate. Okay, real fast. The sound of Kendo leaning over the wall again caught the attention of the members of 1A who had gathered so far. Some were still resting in preparation of their upcoming matches, but as most of the class glanced her way, she gave a deep breath. What? The F is up with Midoriya. Momo felt a flare of irritation before Kendo continued. What is his quirk? Is it some inverted empathy? Cause I swear to God, a muttered prayer from behind her rang out, but Kendo ignored it. That last moment of the fight he did the same thing he did to me during the second round. That whole be terrified thing. Most of the class glanced at each other, remembering the few times they had seen Izuku sest off. That's actually just how Midoriya is, Kero. Yeah, Midoriya bro is just scary sometimes, dude. Kirishima spoke up, rubbing his head. It's manly of him, but just don't get in his way. Kendo gave a somewhat confused stare. But then what is his quirk? With a snort, Bakugo spoke up, eyes focused on the screen above as the next pair stepped out. Uraraka Okako vs Fukudashi manga. The nerd is quirkless, lady. Okay. That clear things up. He's just like that. As the conversation between everyone began to split into groups, Momo glanced around and paused. It didn't take that long for someone to walk back to the stands, right? So where was Midoriya? As if summoned by her thoughts, the slender form of Midoriya seemed to all but materialize from the shadow of the far wall of their box, stepping up and to the ledge overlooking the field. He looked almost untouched from his fight, and was currently nibbling on what Momo recognized as a high-calorie bar for people with enhanced metabolism. She saw the faint gleam of his eyes as they kept track of the fight below. Momo followed his gaze, seeing a large, was that a word that just slammed onto the field? And Uraraka just lifted up the word and threw it back. Then Izuku glanced at the panel he had spent the last 10 minutes carefully disassembling. SHT. This was way more advanced than the ones he was used to. Normally he could just hardwire a circuit to fry it, but that was not going to fly. Carefully he tried to map out the schematic, noting it down in his notebook with careful lines. As he finished sketching, he looked up and glanced at the door itself. 3 layers of pressure and impact-resistant metal, layered to protect what was arguably the most expensive single component of the entire station. Cause of Fin course nothing in the god-forsaken simulation could ever be easy. Dismissing his notebook, Izuku pushed himself up from where he was crouched under the door lock. Tapping his headset, he started walking back through the deserted maintenance halls that he had used to get close in the first place. Marshall. It's Midoriya. Got an update. What's the news, kid? Izuku glanced around the next corridor, handgun at his side. Apollo's core is locked down tight, and I can't hack through the door. I looked around and there's a few other options, but they're so sealed up that I'd need a cutting tool to get through them. DMN. I would suggest using a plasma torch, but I don't know where the hell you could find one. Never mind, I'll look into it on my side, see if any of my men have another option for you. You still gunning for medical? Izuku glanced up at the signs he passed, double-checking that he was going the right way. Yes. I'm heading for the tram now. I'll need to cut through the lower levels of 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 synthetics, which I can already tell is going to SCK. If the androids really are killing off crew, I don't doubt it. We're reinforcing the marshal's office now. If you do get in deep SHT, try to make it back to the habitation tower. Thanks. I'll keep it in mind. With a tap, the headset went quiet. Izuku glanced down as he stepped into yet another smear of BLD, and lifted his handgun higher. Was it bad that he was starting to recognize the difference in BLD trails? 'Cause this one was crusty in that at least a day-old kind of way, and was clearly one of the aliens' kills. Mainly because the body was dragged off, and the BLD streaks ended at a wall vent. Izuku glanced at it, gave a split-second moment of consideration, and decided that no, that's stupid, before turning to continue along the corridor, only to find another corpse. Again. Crusty BLD with the addition of the massive wounds of the alien's tail. And, hanging from his grip, was half a shotgun. The tail had apparently sheared right through it. Ignoring the BLD, Izuku lifted the fallen half of the shotgun and tilted it, letting the 2 still intact shells in the tube fall into his own hands. A moment of searching found a pouch with at least a dozen more. Thank you. I promised to put these to good use, Izuku muttered to the corpse as he took the pouch. In the back of his head, he felt the sense of being watched once more. Ignoring the urge to spin and investigate, he pulled down the shotgun from his shoulder and reloaded. Extra ammo, that vibe of something watching, and I'm passing into the source of all the synthetics on the station. Why do I feel like this is going to SCK? With a pump of the gun, Izuku loaded a round into the chamber and slung it back over his shoulder. Less than 5 minutes later, he was walking into the hub for the tram. And still, he could feel something waiting. Now Momo stretched, thinking back over her current plan. She had headed down when it became clear that Uraraka had the upper hand, being able to send both the pillars around the arena and the words back to manga. By the time she was at the waiting room, Uraraka had been cheerfully walking off the field. And now, she was reviewing her options as the stage was reset. Her opponent was, admittedly, a powerhouse in his own right. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were a dangerous duo, with the quirk being nearly sentient in its own right. She was fighting 2 people instead of 1. However, she did remember Midoriya's fight with the teen from the battle trial. While the sunshine would work in her favor, she had seen the teen use dark shadow in the light before, with quite a lot of success. She flexed her hands, thinking of exactly what she needed. A lot of light, a bit of reach. As the chime to head out on the field rang out, she nodded to herself. She had a plan. She strode out the door onto the field, and above her present MIC's voice rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, our fighters this round. A genius with the world at her fingers, and the class president of 1A, Yorozu Momo." Momo gave a slight wave as she walked up onto the stage, the crowd cheering enough to make her flush slightly. And her opponent. The feathered teen who only gets more dangerous in the dark. Tokoyami Fumikage. Across from her, Tokoyami gave a short bow, while Dark Shadow threw up his arms and grandstanded a bit to the crowd's cheering. "Are the contestants ready?" Midnight called out, getting nods from both sides, and a massive thumbs up from Dark Shadow. "Begin!" With the shout, both sides charged into motion. Tokoyami rushed towards her even as the shape of Dark Shadow grew and twisted, reaching out to attack her. But she was more than used to dealing with fast opponents. The flicker of her quirk in her right hand, and another along the side of her left flashed out, and she stepped forwards to meet the assault with a newly formed spear and bracer of dark rigid metal. As Dark Shadow crashed down, she dodged to the side, bringing her spear up to fend off a strike. With a twist she ducked behind one of the pillars, backing off even as Dark Shadow smashed through it. It did give her space though, which is all she needed. With a sharp motion, she slammed the side of her spear along the back of the bracer, all while creating a pair of sunglasses that wrapped her eyes. With a spark, the bracer, layered with flint and strips, threw up a shower of sparks, fragments of magnesium mixed into the material making it into a white-hot flare. One which also ignited the spear tip. As Dark Shadow reared back, Momo advanced. The bright white of her spear tip lashed out and around, nearly catching the quirk multiple times until with a snarl, it smashed another pillar apart, sending Momo dancing back from the shrapnel. As the quirk retreated, it revealed Tokoyami, who had perched on a distant pillar, eyes squinting against the glare of her weapon. "Impressive, Yorozu-san. But I've learned some new tricks." With shift, Dark Shadow began to shrink and wrap tighter around Tokoyami, and it took only a few seconds before Yorozu understood. The quirk was layering its mass under Tokoyami's sports uniform. Flickers of smoke and darkness seemed to almost float from his collar, and in the dark of his feathered head, two yellow eyes blinked open, staring down from the other teen's forehead. "After all, I was told to work on my hand-to-hand." With a grunt, he kicked off the pillar, cracking it as a flicker of black pushed him off the pillar. Grimacing, Momo knew this was not going to be as easy as she hoped. With a twist, she slammed the spear tip onto the ground to shatter it, leaving only the end cap of the stave burning. She didn't want to hurt him, but she needed to be able to strike back. As Tokoyami rushed her, gleaming black talons of shadow wreathing his hands, Momo met his charge with her own. Then the boom of the shotgun was matched as another synth lost its face. He had been expecting some form of opposition moving towards medical, but not one this bad. He was down to only 6 shells for the shotgun, and that was after finding another half-emptied box of them as he searched through the area. As the synth twitched, he let the shotgun hang from its strap and slammed the now white fluid-covered maintenance jack down. As the synth's skull caved in, the teen let out an exhausted sigh. "That's 10. Thinking back, Izuku nodded to himself. 10. Thank F they only roam in pairs at most. Rummaging in his pockets, he counted the shells he had left even as he reloaded the shotgun. 4 in the gun. 3 in his pockets. Add to that the 6 rounds in the revolver and the 4 he still had in his pocket, and that was something around 7 to 9 synth kills if he was careful. Yeah. Izuku took a moment to use a spare rag, wiping the white BLD from both his hands and his jack. He didn't want his grip to slip again. That was how he got slammed in the chest earlier. Speaking of, Izuku pulled his shirt up, only to wince at the deep purple and red that stretched across his sternum. He was almost positive that one of his ribs was cracked, but he couldn't feel the bubbling of a broken rib punching anything important. Rummaging on his rigging, he pulled out a medkit. A couple seconds of lining up the needle and he depressed the kit, hissing at the combination of pain and numbness that spiked through his chest, before it came to rest at a mild throbbing. Better than constant eye-watering pain. He'd take it. As he put the gear back on and adjusted to make everything fit once more, he felt the sense of being watched once more. He fumbled with a clasp, even as he strained his senses to try and pick up where the feeling was coming from. Behind him, and up. He ignored the urge to turn and look, and instead let his fingers trace over the bombs. Explosive, noisemaker, smoke. There it is. He carefully let it drop into his hand, even as he shrugged and patted down his pouches. The jack was slung over one shoulder, the shotgun over the other, and he tossed the grenade behind him, letting it bounce across the metal flooring in the gaze's direction. Izuku ducked and plugged his ears as the flashbang went off and a very familiar screech of anger rang out. With a crash, the vent that was in the ceiling back behind him crashed to the ground. And the alien landed on top of it. Where smooth and elegant chitin once covered the alien's limbs, sections were pockmarked and warped like scar tissue. The pitting and twisted chitin even reached up its face, scarring one side of its head. Beyond that, the scars that reached deeper had nearly fluorescent green bubbles and streaks, as if the alien's BLD was constantly burning and coloring the chitin. As it rose up, it gave a scream that could only be described as vengeful. And then, it lunged. Now Momo danced back, spear jabbing out as she tested Tokoyami's ability. Dark Shadow was hiding under his clothes, keeping the light away even as it wrapped and followed Tokoyami's strikes. However, even after only a few seconds, Momo could tell that she had the edge when it came to both control and skill. Tokoyami was able to smash through stone and shrug off strikes, but his own attacks were clumsy at best, as if he was two people trying to act together. Which, she realized as she twisted around another strike, the butt of the spear smashing up and across to send Tokoyami reeling, might actually be true. If Dark Shadow is trying to follow and mimic Tokoyami, then she watched closely and was rewarded. Tokoyami had to move before Dark Shadow could mirror it. Which meant that all of his attacks were telegraphed in advance. And, as she could see, both sets of eyes were still more than light sensitive. Parrying a strike, she winced, feeling the stress of the stave as the impact almost snapped it. But that was fine. Under her shirt, a new tool formed, and then dropped as she stepped back. Catching the Matryoshka doll she had made with her foot, she kicked it up at Tokoyami. As she expected, he wasn't able to bat it away, still unbalanced with Dark Shadow's help. Instead, as it bounced off his chest, he looked down. And right into the flashbang that had come from inside the doll. Momo was lucky that she had the foresight to make earplugs. However, she wasn't expecting quite how badly Dark Shadow reacted to the point-blank flash. Almost like a wave of darkness, Dark Shadow exploded out of Tokoyami's shirt. It shredded the material, the instinctive flinch from the light going through the material of the sports clothes like wet tissue. Momo wasn't going to get a better chance. With a shout, she closed in, and used the stave as a lever to swing and catch Tokoyami by the ankle. As the blinded teen gave a shout, she stepped in and jabbed down, pressing the butt of the stave to his throat, even as Dark Shadow retreated under the teen. As the bird-faced teen blinked, Midnight came closer, before nodding and turning her MIC back on. Match call. Yorozu wins. Tokoyami is unable to continue. As the cheers went up, Momo felt the rush of adrenaline leave her system. She won. Now this is disgraceful. The words were sneered out, accompanied by the sound of a remote smashing against the far wall, even as the screens showed replays of the festival so far. A lab coat swayed as the red-haired scientist paced before the monitors, eyes tracing the green-haired figure. From behind him, hands dripping BLD and thick, round glasses reflecting the gore and viscera of his work, the doctor spoke up. What seems to be the problem? Is he not demonstrating his strength to the world, just as you desired? He hasn't. He's barely exerted himself. This disgrace of a tournament hasn't even pushed Subject 9. Blue eyes narrowed as Akihiko Sugo stared at the replay of the obstacle course. Give it time, Sugo. The tournament has just begun, after all. Surely one of his classmates will provide some form of challenge. With a yank, a bullet was pulled from the corpse in front of him. Do you know bullet sizes? It's a 9mm, Sugo called out, not even looking. I know for a fact that Subject 9 prefers that caliber, considering it's what he's used to. Oh, interesting. I rarely get to explore gunshots. As the bullet clinked into a tray, 𝐤𝐵 𝐞𝐻𝐼 resumed pulling apart the corpse. I admit, I did have high hopes for the hunter. It's a shame to see it fall so low, and by bullets of all things. Turning, 𝐒𝐭 glanced at the doctor. The advent of quirks merely offered means that had never existed. It does not discount the techniques that were already present. Yes, you've mentioned this before. A skilled sniper is as much a threat as a hero in the right circumstance. Resisting the urge to comment on the casual dismissal behind the doctor's words, 𝐒𝐭 turned back and crossed his arms, sneering. If nothing else, the information on Subject 9 that we've gathered thus far will assist in Projects Alpha, Delta, and Lambda. With his gaze locked on the screens, 𝐒𝐭 never noticed the faint glare from Dr. 𝐤𝐵. The two were to create an army that would destroy the modern era. And yet, the results from his self-proclaimed counterpart were lacking. As 𝐤𝐵 resumed his dissection of Hunter, he pushed the thought away. The truth of whose strain of 𝐻𝐼 was greatest would come to light sooner or later. The simulated growth of Akihiko Sugoa's hunter-killer. Or the careful creation of 𝐤𝐵 𝐞𝐻𝐼's high class. Then flashing blacks and greens scored through metal as 𝐒𝐿 scrambled and lunged, ripping smoke grenades and flashbangs from his 𝐻𝐼s even as he threw himself over a crate, the sound of shearing metal matched only by the roar of the alien itself. Ignoring the spike of pain as he landed on his ribs, he threw himself into a roll and pushed up, dropping the now armed grenades at his feet before he felt the alien's tail sweep his legs from under him, sending him crashing back to the ground. The gasp from his lips was ignored, the burning of his ribs shoved down as he closed his eyes tight and rolled under a railing, dropping to the lower side of the corridor. The next sound blew out his eardrums, and the world started spinning. Too close to the grenades. Smoke filled the air, but aside from the echoing ring of the flashbang, he couldn't hear anything. The revolver was gone, dropped as he was trying to escape, but his shotgun was still across his back. As he sprinted, he shrugged it around and tried not to trip. His sense of balance was off. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the flicker of black and green and ducked. The way the alien's blade-like tail ripped through a section of railing like it was paper was all the threat he needed. Twisting, he fired the shotgun, and ignored how it almost ripped out of his hands. He hadn't braced for the shot, or even really aimed. But the alien seemed to be upset, and there were new drips of green where the metal pellets had torn through a patch of still-healing carapace, so he at least hit the FR. A second shot nearly broke his wrist, but the alien staggered back. Which was all 𝐒𝐿 needed as he ripped out a noisemaker and a smoke grenade once more and slammed their triggers, dropping them. Hey, I can almost hear that. As the alien shifted, jaw opening to reveal that second mouth once more and the faint echo of a scream reaching his ears through the ringing, 𝐒𝐿 took the chance to actually brace the shotgun against his shoulder and fired twice more. Splashes of green sprayed free, but the alien's charge didn't stop as it tore through the smoke. As it closed in on him, it reared back its arm and lashed out. Swearing loudly, 𝐒𝐿 brought the shotgun around and braced. The impact felt almost like getting hit by a truck, the shotgun in his grip folding around the black chitin of the arm before slamming into his chest, ripping the air from his lungs even as he felt his body being picked up. 𝐒𝐿 was slammed into a metal wall, denting it even as the impact cleared the last of the ringing in his ears away. Despite feeling like he couldn't breathe, his desperate hands scrambled around his chest, searching for the smashed remains of the shotgun skipped off the ground as the alien strode from the smoke, and this time he could hear it. The deep, bone-shaking, terrifying growl. The sheer menace it exuded. As his hands found what he was looking for, a sickening snap. The alien had slammed down, its claws digging into his left thigh even as the weight of its chitin inverted his knee, crunching bone under its weight. He couldn't help the scream that tore from his lips. Splashes of green ran down its chest, and 𝐒𝐿 could see the shape of some sort of bone or crest, visible under its scoured faceplate. As it leaned in, acid and drool oozed from its jaw, searing holes through his clothes and thighs. 𝐒𝐿 flinched, seeing the second mouth rear back, almost ready to strike. And that's when he swung his arm up and shoved his right arm, fist first, into the alien's jaw. On reflex, it seemed to clamp down, and 𝐒� could only scream, one part vindication, and one part sheer pain, as his arm was torn off at the elbow. The alien reared back, just far enough for his foot to come up and shove the creature back and off, even as red BLD spilled to the floor from his stump. His screams staggered out, hitching as adrenaline hit his system like a freight train, before his vision seemed to flicker and waver. As the alien rose up, tail whipping back and forth for balance, Izuku could only choke out a laugh, laying in the growing pool of his own BLD. Because Izuku could see it, the ripped-off arm, his ripped-off arm, still held fist first in the alien's mouth. And the clenched fist, wrapped tight around a special gift. Last time it had to go through chitin. This time he was going to bypass that. Beach! And with his whisper, there was a bang. Now Momo leaned back in the corridor, breathing still heavy and BLD pumping. Over the loudspeaker, she could hear present MIC shouting about the current match, and just how evenly matched Kirishima and Tetsu were. Judging by the way she could even hear the thud of hardened flesh and metal skin, it seemed they were neck and neck. Pushing up, she staggered, legs wobbling as the adrenaline rush began to fade away, before she headed for the stands. However, just as she drew close, she saw the crazed pink-haired teen glancing around, before she narrowed her eyes on Momo and all but rushed for her. "Hey, you! Do you have a free minute? Thanks, come here." As the pink teen grabbed her arm and dragged her off, Momo could only sputter in confusion. Then the scent of scorched flesh was matched by the choked-off screams of Izuku. The road flare held in a shaking grip slipped from the blooded fingers of his left hand. But the deed was done. The stump of his arm, just above where the elbow once was charred and blackened, the wound cauterized, and the bleeding stopped. With a grunt, the belt that acted as a tourniquet was loosened, slowly letting BLD flow resume. Izuku dropped the flare to the ground, the blooded red metal rolling to a stop with the other 3 he had used so far, and the half-dozen medical kits that were now emptied, used to numb his wounds. With the deed done, Izuku gave a shuddering breath and spat out the wadded-up cloth he had been biting down on, ignoring the faint specks of BLD from where he had bit his tongue. Across from him, where the far side of the corridor once was, the floor gave way, still hissing and spitting toxic vapors from the splatter of BLD that dripped from the headless corpse. The alien was dead. It just took his arm, a crude pipe bomb, and luck. He wanted to laugh, but his throat felt broken. The screaming had ripped something. Slowly, using his left arm to grip the edge of a pipe on the wall to try and balance, Izuku crawled to his feet, ignoring the pain of his shattered knee. The leg had been splintered, using the maintenance jack, rope, and the last of his bandages to bind it the best he could. He gave the shotgun that had been warped and ruined a rueful glance, before turning and hopping past the point where the alien had corroded the floor. He was looking for... perfect! Laying on the ground where the alien had slammed him, was the revolver. A swaying step, where he blinked away the dizziness of BLD loss, he reached down and lifted it up. The sheer pain of his leg as he placed his weight on it was almost enough to cause him to black out again. A moment of trying, and he finally slid it home on his belt. He did sigh at how awkward it would be to draw it. He had to reach across his own stomach to snag the handle, and he didn't even want to consider how to reload it. Not right now. Turning back, he navigated around the corpse again, hand on the wall to balance himself as he hobbled forward with a shuffling mix of hops. If it wasn't for the sheer amount of drags in his system, he strongly suspected he would be screaming more. As it was, his world seemed to blur at the edges, as if he was viewing it through goggles filled with water. Moving forwards, he turned the corner at the end of the hall and choked out a laugh. He was only a few dozen meters from the elevator to the medical wing. What a surprise! Staggering along the wall, he reached out, clumsy fingers tapping at the call button, before he leaned against the elevator frame, arm bracing him off his bad leg as he waited. With a ding, the doors opened, almost sending Izuku crashing to the floor as the door slid out from under his grip. His splintered leg was not happy at that, choking off another scream, he staggered in, slamming his back to the wall as he took pressure off the leg. For a moment he could just stand and force himself to breathe. When his breathing didn't sound like he was choking, and his body stopped shaking, he reached out and hit the button for the medical floors. Who knows, maybe they had better painkillers. That would be nice. Now as Hatsune Miku finally wandered off, freshly repaired gear adorning her frame, Momo relaxed. It hadn't been difficult, by any means. She had just helped the pink-haired teen with some minor repairs and replacing one of the fans on her boots. Though, she did manage to convince her not to screw with Ida too much. Her vice representative was uptight, but he was also prideful, and would be much better as an opponent than as a public test for 𝐻𝐈𝐺 gear. She did get to glance at the play-by-play of the end of the match, however. Kirishima pulled ahead just enough to win, but at the cost of spending some time under recovery girl's care. Heading for the stands once more, she heard present MIC's muffled voice as he announced 𝐻𝐈𝐺 and Ida. She stifled a laugh when the inventor hijacked the audio feed. By the time she reached the stands, 𝐻𝐈𝐺 was already giving sales pitches as she danced across the field, Ida right on her tail, even as the hover boots and creative use of cover and some grappling lines let her take corners faster than the taller teen. When she stepped out, standing next to Midoriya, she saw the blurs down on the field. After a few minutes of silence, Izuku spoke up, "Thanks for helping me out. She deserves a good show." Glancing over, Momo took in the almost fond look on Midoriya's face. "How do you know her, anyway?" Izuku hummed, eyes tracing the fight. "I ran into her before the start of the term. She's taken up a position as my personal engineer, and helped design the armor and gear I used in the USJ. She also is helping with some of the more complex gear I requested. She's gone above and beyond for me." He had a distant look on his face and glanced over his shoulder, dark eyes roaming. "The rest of 1A, before glancing back at the match, just like Koji, Kyuka, and you have." Momo blinked. That was the first time that Midoriya, or Izuku, she supposed, had used their first names. In fact, today was the first day in quite some time that he seemed to be almost relaxed. She gave him a quiet shoulder bump as the two watched on. "Anytime, Izuku." Below, Ida finally landed a hit, using the leftover rigging provided by Mai's grapple to slingshot around a pillar, cutting Mai off mid-speech to the cheers of the crowd. And with that momentum, Momo watched as Ida took back control, fighting off new invention after new invention, all while Mai gleefully explained each of their uses over the intercom. With a final grand blast of plasma, which Izuku gave a soft chuckle at, Mai resigned, leaving the battlefield damaged and scorched, and Ida standing victorious, if slightly singed. As the two left, and the stage was once more reset, Momo leaned back on the railing and looked at Midoriya. Just like back in the battle trial, he seemed to be 3 steps ahead of everyone else watching. As the next match was called, Momo noticed as Izuku glanced at the board, and a soft twist came to his lips. "I'm curious to see just how much is changed." She could only watch Izuku's eyes sharpen, as below, Shinsu Hitoshi walked out to meet Bakugo Katsuki. "You and Bakugo know each other, right? I know he talks about you occasionally." Izuku nodded. "Yes, we were childhood friends. Though, he was always a bit too prideful when we were in school together. But since we've come to you, his seemed to mature." As the match started, Izuku couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the distant words he could pick up beyond the crowd's cheers and the distance. Then Izuku grunted as he pulled himself out of a vent, once more cursing and gasping swears at the broken leg. His splint at least meant he could stagger around, but it made trying to move through the vents, with tight corners and twists, absolute hell. Lifting himself up, he glanced around, taking in the variety of signs that marked this as the main lobby of the medical tower. Limping along, Izuku glanced at the signs, taking note of the variety of basic information for anything he didn't know. How to apply pressure on bleeds, how to wrap splints and strains, tips for safety measures to avoid injuries. Riveting stuff to help take his mind off the pain. Staggering across the hall, Izuku paused, and headed to one of the corners, hand reaching out as he leaned on the wall to pull a crutch from where it had been stashed away. "Here. That's nice." Looking over the crutch, Izuku took a moment to adjust it to his shorter height, before trying to use it. It was uncomfortable, and his balance was already out of whack before adding in an extra limb, but it was better than walking on his splint. Less pain was nice. Besides, now he could, sort of limp faster. Flexing his wrist over the handle, Izuku gave a few tests, nearly overbalancing once or twice before he got the basics down. And with that, he took off once more, this time angling for the actual medical wing. But as the door opened, he paused. There, standing behind the reinforced glass of what was probably the receptionist's desk, was a taller dark-haired man, who looked just as surprised as Izuku probably did. Now Katsuki cracked his knuckles, focusing on the tall teen with a shock of purple hair who was scowling from across the ring. You must think your quirk makes you tough as here. The words felt almost like a punch, despite Katsuki's faint growl of anger. What the F does this third-string jackass think he knows? Oh, Katsuki knew he wasn't tough SHT, not yet, and not for a long but time. He didn't even qualify for the words. He was skilled, sure, he put in the time for it. And for his quirk. He was DMN well aware that he was born lucky. So, sparks crackling in his fist, he called back. Are you gonna 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲? The grip of ice on his heart tightened as he watched, yet again, as Deku, as Izuku, walked that perilous line between death and madness. As every 𝐒𝐭 comment about his quirk, every snippet of praise boiled under his skin, as his pride burned. He could only watch as Izuku proved that it wasn't the quirk that made someone strong. It was the sheer, unrelenting will to take anything and everything that the world could throw. Take every hit it sent your way, and then grin, spit out BLD, and tell them to try harder. The bang of an explosion seemed to cause the world to snap into focus. Face. He wasn't looking at Shinsu anymore. He was staring out at the edge of the arena, barely a few paces from the edge, his hands stinging from the familiar spark of an explosion. Well, SHT. I didn't think you were the type of jackass to not pay attention. What a useful quirk you have, right? The voice was still slow and insulting, but coming from behind him, it was also laced with panic. As he turned back, hand flashing with another explosion as the familiar venom of rage spiked in his veins, Katsuki swore out. What the F? Spitting out saltwater, Katsuki dug his hands into the sand and the surf and dragged himself up. Behind him, the ragged cliffs of the secluded stretch of beach stood out. His phone played another clip, another video, of Izuku. This time the blast came out, and Bakugo had to flinch as it blew past his own face, the flash of heat and flame snapping him from some sort of daze. But he could see it, the scowl of frustration and focus on the purple teen's face, even as his mouth kept running. What kind of hero are you gonna be? Suicide bomber light. What a goddamn waste of combat ability you are. Shut the F you. I need to go to therapy. The kitchen table went silent like he had dropped a goddamn nuke, and not the ones on his wrists. I'm sorry, what? He met his mom's surprise with a scowl. He knew this was going to hurt to explain. He came back to the crash of knuckles against his face, and snarled. That was his goddamn fist. He just 𝐒𝐭 himself. What the hell was going on? You really are a 𝐒𝐭 disgrace, aren't you? Can you shut the F? The gym was more expensive than he really wanted to admit. A side effect of being set up to handle destructive quirks. He gave the taller man ahead of him an assessing glance, before setting his bag aside. I need to learn control. The older man barked a laugh, salt and pepper gray hair and beard shaking. Welcome to the club, kid. Why the hell should I teach you? Bakugo didn't fire a spark. Instead he glared the man dead in the eyes, and spoke with the seriousness of the grave. Because no one has ever tried, and I refuse to cause collateral damage. Another blast, and Bakugo snapped out of it. He was backed in the corner, and he barely understood the specifics of what was happening to him. Think, God 𝐒𝐭 damn it. What's the link? If it's some sort of mental quirk, he needs to be providing a trigger. Deku would have dissected this SHT and moved on with his life by now. Narrow red eyes met with a dark lilac gaze. What the hell? Oh, are you back with us? Does he never shut the F you? The words rang through his head and Katsuki nearly committed an explosive facepalm suicide right there. Right. First off, mute the F. This is gonna hurt later. Raising his hands next to his ears, he loosened his jaw. He didn't want to break his teeth like this. He saw the realization and uncertainty of the purple-haired jackass as he put together what was about to happen. Katsuki growled, and with a bang, he drowned out the world. Ringing filled his ears, blasting out any other sound, and with his teeth bared he shouted words he couldn't hear. You wanna know how lucky I am? Gritting his teeth at the pain and the way he felt his balance shift unsteadily, he took a step forward. Then let me explain. Deaf to the manic shouts and questions of the lilac teen, Bakugo Katsuki began to stride across the pitch. I got a quirk with power, and people decided that was it. And it wasn't until I stared at the bloodied corpse of my best Fing friend, the only goddamn person who saw me, that I realized that I had been blind. He could see the lips moving, but with the ringing and his pulse drawing it out, he honestly did not give a f. He was taken because he was quirkless. And then he proved that quirkless doesn't mean worthless. I watched him die 1,000 times, and come back each time with sharper focus and harder eyes. Now the purple-haired teen was stepping back, uncertain even as he seemed to be desperately shouting at Katsuki. And as I watched him forge himself into a weapon just to survive, I focused all my time onto being better. The ringing was fading, but that was fine. Ducking under a clumsy swing, Katsuki twisted up and threw a textbook perfect cross. The way that Shinsu staggered back, BLD spewing, showed that he had broken the teen's nose. He didn't stop there. A shove, and he was driving Shinsu back, palms slamming into arms and stomach, his footwork intercepting the thinner teens as he all but forced him to retreat. All without a single goddamn explosion. You're right, probably. The system is fed. Congrats. Now stop beaching, and do something about it. Half the people in this Fing tournament had a hard Fing time, you aren't Fing special. And with that, he drove his fist into the teen's face, knocking him off his feet and over the boundary line of the arena. His ears were still ringing, but he could make out MICs shouting. Below him, Shinsu Hitoshi sprawled across the grass, unconscious. Then Dr. Coleman was the man's name, and he was theoretically the sole surviving surgeon on the Sevastopol. Izuku took a seat, legs out on a gurney as he stared at the man who was fiddling with the tools around him. Even now the doctor was looking at the teen's stump of an elbow and slowly peeling burned-off material from the end. Izuku kept his handgun close at hand, but was willing to let himself be poked and prodded. His sharp green eyes watched every poke and stitch and prod. He's twitchy, but his hands don't shake. Practice. God, you've suffered quite a few wounds. If you had bled out even a little bit more, you'd be in severe danger of dying from BLD loss. As it is, you are anemic to the extreme. Coleman worked on the stump some more before setting down the scalpel and forceps. Any advice to help with that? Coleman blinked and hummed. If you could find a bag of OBLD in the cold storage, then I could filter it into your body through and for, helping to relieve the side effects. And where would that be? Coleman gave a hesitant pause. Why, in the rest of the medical storage facility. Izuku gave a dark glare. And what, exactly, prevents you from going up and grabbing some? I'm locked out. The only person who had the code is Dr. Morley. Izuku felt a headache come on. And what happened to Doc Morley? He died. Izuku gave his greatest no-Fing sh expression. But, if you can track down his terminal and bypass his door code, using that security tuner of yours, I can access medical storage. Izuku sighed. Can you give me a better splint? I'm probably going to need this door jack. As the doctor got to work, babbling thanks, Izuku flexed his sole hand to release some tension. I don't trust him. But if this run is already fed, I need every bit of information I can get. Now Red Eyes looked up from the edge of the stage as Present MIC and Aizawa announced he was the winner. The Red Eyes met Green, and Izuku acknowledged the challenge. Saw the conviction. As Bakugo left the stage, Izuku glanced back. Jiru was leaving and every line of her back and shoulders read of fear and resignation. He didn't really like that. Giving Momo a silent goodbye, he shoved off the railing, ignoring the way that Todoroki watched him leave. Behind him, Monoma Nito and Hiryu Rin were called onto the stage arena. He doubted he would have to fight either of them, considering they would have to fight through both Bakugo and likely Todoroki in order to make the finals. He trailed behind Jiru as she made her way to the waiting room. He wondered if she was even focused enough to listen to him, considering just how distracted she seemed. When she closed in on the room, he picked up the pace, moving at a silent jog until he was right behind her. Really, really distracted. What a shame. Well, better get her attention. He snapped his fingers right at the base of her neck, and bit back a laugh as she whirled around like he had rung a gong. Fing hell. Well, since he had her attention now. You're being stupid. Excuse me. 𝐤𝐬 snarled, getting right up in Izuku's face, the two of them almost nose to nose. Izuku still kept his stare steady, watching her chest heave and her hands shake. Todoroki is going to win. And you've resigned yourself to that. Yeah, no SHT. Izuku rolled his eyes and poked her forehead with his fingertips faster than she could easily see, making her flinch back. Think, Kyoka. So he wins. He moves on. You know that, and he knows that. So he's focused on the next battle, against whoever wins between the 1B students. Then he has Bakugo to contend with. He's already thinking of the next 3 fights. Focused on the next 2 fights after you because he already assumes he's won. Kyoka threw her arms out, the shaking of her fingers clear as day. Hasn't he? Izuku kept her eyes locked and reached out and wiped an angry tear from her eye, watching as she swallowed a shout and glanced away. You don't have to win. I said that earlier, right? Izuku let his voice drop, and dragged her attention back to him. He let the faintest surge of intent fill his voice, to call to the deepest parts of her mind. He didn't reach for the fear, or the intent to kill, as easy as they rose to his mind. Instead, he focused on the faint memory of sun and ash, channeling the memory of 𝐒𝐿 on the balcony. Yeah, you did. She met his eyes, and suddenly she seemed to almost visibly relax. You don't have to let him win either. Make him pay for it. Make every step a hassle. Trip him. Disorient him. Make a spectacle of it. Izuku tilted his head, deep green eyes seeming to narrow at Kyoka's. The greatest tactical mistake anyone and everyone can make is ignoring somebody. He's going to give you a single opening. Take it and break him. As 𝐤𝐬 gave a slow nod, Izuku reined back in his focus. Good luck. He stepped back, and she seemed to shiver from the lack of eye contact. Izuku started walking off. He was technically supposed to be at the other waiting room for his match anyway. He only got a few steps away before 𝐤𝐬 spoke up. Hey, Izuku. Thanks. He didn't respond. But he did have a trace of a smile on his lips. 𝐤𝐬 took a deep breath as the announcement that Minoma Nito had won the match rang out. She was pacing almost absent-mindedly, going through the arm stretches that Izuku had drilled into her as she considered her move. She had one shot. But how to pull it off? She didn't have a sword or anything that she could use. Izuku hadn't taught her anything crazy, just basic combat. And even training with Momo really hadn't prepared her for this. She was almost positive that Todoroki's first move would be a wave of ice, just like the battle trial. How is she going to avoid that? All she had going for her was her heartbeat attack, the sharpness of her jacks, and the element of surprise. Slowly stopping her pacing, her mind began to race. What, if I don't need to avoid it? But use it. It was risky. Hell, it was probably insane, DMN near suicidal in an actual fight. Why do I get the feeling Izuku is a bad influence on my tactics? Taking a deep breath, 𝐤𝐬 began thinking about how to put the pieces of this crazy plan into action. Then Izuku shifted his leg, taking in the dull silver of the brace that the doctor had strapped around his crushed knee. He wouldn't be able to kneel or run, but it was more than able to support his weight and let him limp around with the help of the crutch. His stump of an arm was now wrapped tightly with white bandages and sealed with some sort of glue to keep it from coming undone. His revolver was shifted to his left side, in easy reach of his sole remaining arm, and the door jack was hanging from his back. As he glanced back, the door to the medical room where Coleman was sealed tight, the familiar red light of a lock blinking. Over the door intercom, the doctor spoke up one last time. While you get the codes, I'm gonna start preparing something better for your knee. Be careful. I know that other survivors were poking around in the lower levels here a few hours ago. Izuku snorted softly and started staggering down the hall, crutch under his arm and eyes scanning the area. He wished he still had his comms headset, but it had vanished sometime around when the alien jumped on him. Probably melted or tossed into a vent somewhere. Sighing, Izuku went back to picking his way through the halls. The place was a mess. Much like he had seen over the security cam several runs ago, the entirety of the hospital wing was knocked around. Gurneys were overturned and makeshift barricades had been made in an attempt to block off some doors, only to be scattered when something, probably the alien judging by the scratch marks, crashed through them. As Izuku limped through the wreckage, he glanced at some of the markings, mind already reconstructing the scenes. Gouges where it landed from a vent and moved around. A desk had a BLD stain that dragged across, which Izuku could tell was a desperate grab as someone was yanked away. Windows looking into a few offices along the way were cracked and shattered, some with the telltale gouges of the alien's movement. Huffing as he maneuvered around another half-collapsed barricade, Izuku glanced around. Morley, where the F was? Glancing up, Izuku caught sight of a blood-stained sign on the wall. Here. That helps. Following the arrow on the sign towards the offices, Izuku limped around a bend and down a long hall with more crumpled and strewn furniture. BLD stains, scattered body parts. Nothing new. Izuku shoved the thoughts about how fed up he was away, pushing past the broken bodies slumped in corners and under a half-collapsed barricade. He focused on the thud of his braced leg and the thump of his crutch. He focused on steady breathing and ignoring pain. He was almost sure that this run had already become a write-off, but he had more to learn. It took nearly half an hour to pick past obstacles, travel through halls, and eventually find the door to Dr. Morley's office. Fumbling from his belt, he lifted up the tuner, only to curse at the fact that it had two knobs, both of them far enough apart that this was going to be awkward. With a sigh, Izuku got to work. Now Todoroki Shoto stepped away, ignoring the words his father was throwing behind him about how much of a disgrace he was being. The words had been said so many times before that they no longer held meaning to him. Instead, the words that Bakugo had tossed in his face at the end of their conversation kept coming back. You aren't the only one with a SHT past. He shoved the thoughts away. He would prove that he was stronger than his past and his father. He would do it with only his mother's quirk. And he would crush anyone in his way. Stepping out of the tunnel, he blinked at the sunshine, before pacing up to the arena. The blocks of cover weren't going to be much of an issue. It just meant that instead of forming a glacier he should go for a more widespread ice attack. Across from him Jiru took her own stance. Legs bent and arms up. He didn't care. She was merely a distraction on his path. Begin. He reached deep, even as Jiru began to run at him, sprinting across the ground. What a waste of effort. Reaching for his quirk, he gave a single sweep of his arm, and let it go. The air in front of him turned to mist, and he caught a single glimpse of Jiru diving behind a pillar before his quirk rushed ahead of him. Across the ground, twisting ridges of ice spread out, wrapping around and under the blocks nearby, lifting them out of place like they were mere toys, before rushing forwards, encasing the rest of the stage in layers upon layers of ice. Now it was just a matter of Midnight realizing that he had won. Lowering his arm, he gave an exhale, breath misting in the cold. Above him, the murmurs of the crowd began, but Shoto ignored them. None of them mattered. 𝐻𝐻 he blinked. What was that? He glanced around and suddenly felt nauseous. And from the look of things, he wasn't the only one. Even Midnight looked vaguely off guard. The cheers and conversations of the crowds were loud, but beneath it he could hear something. And then the humming, that faint echo, grew louder. And with it, the ice began to crack. Shoto took a step forward, trying to sense where the sound was coming from. And nearly tripped as the world seemed to double in front of him, his balance seeming to fall apart even as he moved. The cracks kept spreading, but they were only cracks. The ice was still there. Breathing deeply, Todoroki reached for his quirk, planning to send another wave just to be on the safe side when the sound stopped. He breathed, half slouched in disoriented pain, when the sound of running steps on ice drew his attention, only in time to see Jiru bear down on him without her sports jacket on. Her breaths were covered with frost, and her boots were half encased in ice, but she wasn't out. Todoroki tried to stand and shift, but even though the nausea had started to fade, his balance hadn't quite recovered. And with a crack, Jiru performed a textbook hook to his jaw, right below the burn mark. The impact sent him staggering, and it was only years of taking far heavier hits from a far stronger opponent that kept him from getting knocked over. However, it did clear the last of the dizziness, and with it, sent a spark of sheer rage and disbelief through him. With a shout he swung his arm back around, frost trailing the motion as he sent a wave of ice at nothing. Jiru hadn't stayed where he thought, and instead had circled around him with quick steps. As he threw the ice out, he barely caught her from his bad side, as she went low. A kick with her boots at his knee, sending him down. The crack of his knee on ice and he rolled with it, coming up a few steps further away, dodging as the punk rocker slammed her fist down at him in what would have been a vicious strike had it landed. With the ice hemming her in from one direction, she sprinted after his downed form. But 𝐤𝐻𝐻 wasn't going to fall for that a second time. A shout and twist brought another wave of ice up, and twisted it to meet the other teen's charge as she tried to go for another punch. With a shout, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 was lifted and trapped, her arm encased in ice and wrenched upwards. Give up. F you too. With a swing of her boot she caught 𝐤𝐻𝐻 in the shoulder, sending him staggering back even as that hum returned. And then spiked. The ice covering her arm cracked, and then shattered, sending 𝐤𝐻𝐻 to the ground. However, her arm now hung limp and she was biting back a litany of curses. The jack that she had slammed into the ice formation was freezing and her skin was now bright red, laced with small scratches from the ice. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 rubbed at his jaw and snarled, before sending another sweep of ice, only for the sound to spike and send him stumbling again, the ice veering off course as 𝐤𝐻𝐻 ducked away. Coming up, he narrowed his eyes at 𝐤𝐻𝐻. There. One of her earjacks were embedded in the ground behind her, likely the cause of the vibrations. He was sick of playing her game. Ignoring the slowly growing ache of using the ice, Todoroki brought his hand back, and threw out a much larger attack. He barely saw 𝐤𝐻𝐻's look of resigned fury before she was caught up in the sudden glacier. And this time, Midnight called the match. Winner, Todoroki 𝐤𝐻𝐻. The hush that had fallen over the crowd was torn. Cheers, but uneasy. With a frown he stepped up and placed his left hand on the glacier, starting to melt it. Above him, half encased in the ice, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 leaned back with a curse on her lips. Then typing with one hand was a beach. At least he could sit down and keep pressure off his leg. Morley's office was empty. No doctor, no lab coat, no access badges, and no PDA. But the computer was there, and Izuku did know how to bypass the lock. As Izuku scrolled through the messages, however, things were becoming clearer. A message from Dr. Lingard with complaints about mood-enhancing drags vanishing faster than they should. A voice message from Coleman beaching about not being allowed in the dispensary. Which led Izuku to the oh-so-fun conclusion that the only doctor still alive on this godforsaken space station is also a drag addict. Who was trying to get high one last time. As Bakugo would say. Thing, joy. Thankfully, the last two messages had a direction to go. First, a note about doing rounds for the week it was sent. Second, the code to get through the quarantine lockdowns. Wonderful. As Izuku staggered up, he took one last look at the emergency evacuation map on the wall near the door. Tapping it, he added it to his notebook function. Right. Where did the good doctor die is the big question. With his crutch in hand, Izuku set off for the medical examination rooms, and from there, towards the surgery suites. Coming across the first door with a code, he leaned on his crutch and tapped in the code, before with a beep it opened. This area looks a bit cleaner, and one of the first things that caught his eyes was a whiteboard with rooms and doctors. Dr. Morley. Rooms A29, A26, and C, that helps. Time to follow the doctor's rounds. If he was lucky, he would find the corpse sooner than later. Now there will be a 30-minute intermission between rounds. Please, feel free to take a walk around. MIC hit mute and leaned back, taking a sip of iced tea as he looked up at the replays of the matches that another studio was talking about. He had tried to convince 𝐤𝐻𝐻 to join him for the announcements, but the other teacher had been remarkably quiet so far. Only joining in for a few of the earlier events, and even now only barely commenting on the tournament matches. You doing okay? What's up? 𝐤𝐻𝐻 glanced from the screens with an expression that seemed tense. Most of my students that have moved on so far are the ones I've been worried about. Uraraka and Yorozu are the only ones that I have no real concerns about. Uraraka has been fairly upbeat, and has a competitive streak. However, I doubt she'll cause a problem with it. Meanwhile Yorozu merely has a level of insecurity, but that's been fading away the more she works with Midoriya. MIC nodded, following along with his friend's train of thought. And Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki. Aizawa glanced up at the screens. Bakugo needs to learn to tone down his anger and aggression somewhat, but has remained remarkably clear-headed so far. Even with Shinsu going after him psychologically, he still kept his focus and pulled out a win. But don't tell me you haven't seen his grudge with Todoroki. When they go up against each other, I don't know how bad their fight will be. Todoroki clearly needs to work past his own issues. Best case, they both work out some frustrations in their match, but keep it from going too far. Worst case, I'm expecting one, if not both, to end up in the infirmary. What about, MIC hesitated. Midoriya? Yeah. He's unstable. He's been unstable. We've all read the reports. We've seen some of the videos. For all that has seemed almost playful. If he reaches the finals, and it's very likely he will reach the finals, then he'll be going against either Todoroki or Bakugo. And I don't know which of those would be worse. Midoriya is the only member of the first years who came belted. And I worry how much a blunt and padded sword is going to stop him from going too far. MIC felt his throat go dry, and sipped some more tea. And if he doesn't? If he can keep himself under control? Then this is still a SHT show. The festival's contract means that names and basic histories are revealed. After this, anyone who puts the faces and ages together will realize that Midoriya Izuku is the simulation survivor. Hisashi could only blink at the realization of just how much that would change things. The teachers had been keeping things quiet, but if the rest of the world started yelling about a killer in Yue, things would be tense. Great. This is going to SCK. Is there a reason you didn't ask him not to compete? Aizawa sighed, and sipped at a glass of water. He'll be found eventually, at least this way it's on our own terms, and Midoriya can demonstrate his skills. As long as he doesn't lose control, this is the best option we have. Despite his uneasiness with the situation, MIC had to admit, this was likely the best chance they would have to change Midoriya Izuku's public image. Now, it boiled down to if the team could keep his mind together. Then Izuku signed out of another computer, before pushing up. Nothing here either. Sorry pal. He ignored the body on the gurney behind him and fumbled for his crutch, hobbling out. The A-wing was apparently the general area. Colds, minor injuries, checkups. Nothing here was exactly meant to be hard to deal with. However, that meant he probably had to go to Wing C, which according to the directory, was the quarantine and surgery wings. Which meant going up the stairwell nearby and passing through B, which was the long-term wing. Great. A moment to adjust himself and get moving, and Izuku was on his way. The doors to the upper floors were easy enough to get to. The first was merely another quarantine code, and the second was one of the orange barricades. However, it turns out getting through one of the door barricades with one hand was very difficult. Growling under his breath, Izuku set the wrench on the bolt, for the fourth time, and started to lean. With only one leg, he couldn't brace properly, and so he had to hook the bolt, and then yank with his entire body to slowly loosen the jack. With a final JRK, the bolt loosened and the jack slipped free. Sadly, with all his weight on the jack, with it slipping free, Izuku was sent crashing to the ground. Biting back the scream of pain as his ruined knee hit the ground, Izuku spent a few moments just laying there, fighting back tears and pushing away the sense of weakness that was creeping up his spine. Bringing his breath back under control, Izuku planted his hand on the ground, fist still wrapped white-knuckled around the jack, and started crawling back to his feet. Staggering, he hooked the jack back over his shoulder, and reached out, hooking his fingers over the door jamb, before yanking on it. With the crash of metal on metal, it went skittering back across the floor. With a deep breath, Izuku slammed the door button, and opened the way to the surgery ward. If the doctor wasn't here, he was going to be absolutely cessed. Now Kyuka shivered under the blanket. She was lucky not to have any frostbite, but the exposure to cold had really not been fun. She had used her jacket as a buffer earlier on, keeping from getting frozen to the arena by doing a pull-up with it. While the jacket had been a lost cause, it had left her mostly free to move after using her jacks to punch through the ice around her legs. After that, it was a blur of adrenaline. It was like when she sparred with Izuku. There was nothing coherent. In the moment she had felt in control, but without adrenaline, she just had fragments. She knew she had scored at least one hit, and her knuckles were bruised to show it. She thought she remembered a kick, and that she had been pinned at some point. She remembered her arm encased in ice. As she sorted her memories of the fight, the screen showed that the arena was once more back into shape. And here we go. The first fight of the second round is in less than 5 minutes. Please, return to your seats and buckle in. It only gets more intense from here. She stared at the screen as the profiles of Izuku and Uraraka were displayed. Then Izuku glanced at the body on the gurney with a mix of confusion and horror. He was on the computer, looking over the medical report. Dr. Morley's body was slumped in the corner, almost beyond recognition, but Izuku had looted both a level 3 security card, as well as the doctor's PDA. And looking through the messages, he was getting a far more terrifying idea of where the alien had come from. Catherine Foster, co-captain of the USCSS Anesidora. The same ship that had come in for emergency medical assistance. Izuku had thought the alien had smuggled on board. He was right in a sense, but not about the how. It was smuggled on board, inside Catherine Foster. He could only stare, seeing the way the bones had been snapped outwards from the chest. That it had torn its way free through the sternum of its host. It had hibernated inside of her. Had used her to grow. To develop. And suddenly Izuku realized something terrifying. The video feed. It had the alien dragging bodies off. Alive. Bodies. He shoved the badge and PDA into his pocket, turned, and charged for the door as fast as he could limp. He needed to get to Coleman, get his drags and improved splint, and get out. The alien had grown to full size in under 48 hours. It had been collecting bodies for nearly twice that long before he killed it. And he had no idea how long the GSTTNPRs were. Now Okako gave a shuffle, hopping in place as she lightly shadow-boxed in her waiting room. She was honestly excited. She was wary of Midoriya in the first days of the year. She knew enough to know that she should be cautious. But now, she was facing him down. The survivor. She was almost giddy. The fight with Manga from 1B had been fun. Throwing his own quirk at him was awesome, and the ability to jump and throw the blocks already present had helped so much. But Manga had been a ranged fighter. Not a melee one. She had to fight him mostly just by throwing things his way faster than he could dodge. Not like Miss Strife back in Mie. Miss Strife was old and busy, and hadn't taught her much, but she did show Okako the basics, and helped her get them polished up. But now, she was going to be pushed so hard in this fight. And she was ready for it. One last tug on the pink wraps around her knuckles and palms to make sure they were tight and snug, and she was prepped. The chime to head out to the field rang out and she took a second to settle herself before walking out with a smile, feeling hyped by the cheers of the crowd even as she kept her focus on the match. Across from her, she watched Midoriya step out of the growing afternoon shadow of the far side of the field. And got shivers. Even looking at him, dressed in the loose shape of the sports uniform, she could read the tension and the threat within his stance. The sword was held loosely in his grip, and his hair and makeup hadn't even been ruffled since he first stepped into the arena over 2 hours ago. She gave one last hop and skipped up onto the edge of the arena, keeping her feet shuffling back and forth as she brought her hands up, held loosely curled before her chest. She focused on Midoriya's eyes. She could all but hear Miss Strife in her ear. Watch the eyes, and watch the feet. They tell you where the next hits are coming from. You have good instincts. Use them. Izuku's dark eyes were almost dangerous. Every second they seemed to size up and shift focus, the same way that he seemed to dismiss her before the entrance exam over a month ago. But now, they seemed sharper. As midnight ran through the rules once more, for the sake of anyone who wasn't tuned in already, Okako tensed. And across from her, green eyes narrowed their gaze by an increment. And with that, begin. Both of them broke into charges, Uraraka only swerving enough to drag her fingers over one of the pillars and flick to give it torque, sending it drifting away from the ground in a slow spin. Meanwhile Midoriya had no such distractions, as well as a much faster step. The sword tip came around, and Okako was forced to step back. Her arms came back up as she lashed out, bandaged knuckles tapping out against the blade to knock it off course, even as Midoriya shifted from the languid stance to something more formal, blade pulling back to a two-handed stance as he lifted it to rest at eye level. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 wasn't going to let him set the distance, and instead lunged down, one hand shoving off the ground as she tried to get close. A twist of his wrist, and the sword came down in a swipe along her arm, twisting to knock her grasping right hand wide, and taking a half step back to avoid an open clawed swipe from her left hand. Stepping back herself, she let her hand drag against another of the pillars, sending it drifting free of gravity as well. She wanted him distracted as much as possible, and she knew he would be constantly checking the now floating debris. "You're better than I thought," came the soft compliment, Midoriya once more adjusting to a more centered stance, the blade held out and flat, but tucked closer to his core. More maneuverability, less power, his left hand bracing along the hilt to guide and direct the sword faster. "Thanks. I practice a lot." And with her lunge at him, they resumed their dance of fists and steel. The blade swiped a series of long threatening curves that forced 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 to constantly keep her distance in mind. And when she forgot, she got a reminder by the tip of the wrapped blade tagging across her thighs or shoulders. Always aiming for the most debilitating attacks, but none of them were game-ending. They were testing. Almost teasing. Meanwhile, her quirk, and the threat of it, kept Midoriya constantly on the move. Every swipe of her hand or move of her palm was a threat that could potentially shift the entire match in her favor. More than once Midoriya skipped away from a lunge, or ducked around and behind cover to keep his distance. And because of that, they kept moving. And every time they were close enough, a pillar became another floating threat. Some were sent drifting across the area. Others were thrown at Izuku and knocked aside, sending them pinging around each and even shattering apart depending on how exactly they hit. However, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 could see it. It was working. Midoriya's eyes kept having to glance and assess the area, and with the dust and constant sound of different blocks hitting or bouncing off each other, he kept getting distracted keeping track. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 could use the sixth sense of her quirk to keep track of her floating weapons. And thanks to the nausea medicine she had requested from the support department with her costume, she was able to keep it up for far longer than she used to. She kept going, kept fighting, ignoring the growing spots where bruises would form across her shoulders and fists. But finally, she got it. A side step put him further from her, his sword held up in guard, and she tapped her fingers together. "Meteor Swarm." She didn't shout it out, but Midoriya must have realized the moment her hands touched. His eyes glanced up and narrowed in focus. Half the pillars in the arena, a full 8 of the 16 that had been there at the start, were almost dead center above him, drifting in layers that would overlap where they fell. Skipping out of the crash zone, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 watched with focused eyes as Midoriya ran through a variety of thoughts, almost all of them visible only in his eyes. Surprise, the glance at the pillars as he took in their placement. Annoyance, directed vaguely at himself and the situation. Consideration, reviewing the facts, recognizing that even at his fastest he would still be in the impact zone or out of bounds when they hit. Amusement, a glimmer of sheer intensity. And then, focus. The air became heavy with intent. Swinging the blade around, he took less than a second to shift to a lower stance, grounded and centered, as the blade came to rest gripped firmly in both hands, gloves tightening on the pommel, his skin flushed and she swore that his muscles shifted. It was threatening, gloriously composed and almost as if the world around him was frozen. And as the first of the pillars crashed down, he struck. The first pillar shattered, splitting into several chunks that scattered away from Midoriya. The second was nearly split in half, sent the other way with a backhand. A side step and kick, sending one crashing away, a third swing of the blade, sending one pillar crashing into another as he deflected it. And then, with a full body swing, he sent the final pillar crashing back into the ground, sending shrapnel across the ring away from him. But it left him open, for just a single second, his sword out of position and body set away from her. His sword was frayed, splintered wood and torn wrappings hanging loose from the long blade. His focus was away from her, and that's all that she needed. She sprinted as fast as she could, using the still present dust in the air for as much cover as she could. Even as she moved, Midoriya was swinging back around to meet her charge with a look of gleaming determination. But she was expecting that. A sweep of her wrists that felt like slamming into a steel pillar, and she sent the blade of the sword up, despite the red lines it drew across her arms with the rough edges. The alarm flickered on his face, as he was open, and just in range. Her palm slammed home, and her quirk activated, "Gotcha." Then Izuku stared through the glass as Coleman worked at the console. "Hurry up, Doc. I need that elevator open now, not later." Yes, I apologize, but why the rush? I thought you wanted something for the pain." The doctor was clearly nervous. And it had taken more than a bit of convincing to get him to open the elevator lock before getting the medical dispensary open. As the doors beeped, the elevator lockdown dropped, and Izuku felt a fraction of relief. "Thank God. All right, Doc, you should be good to go." Izuku glanced back at the doc's slightly giddy laugh. "Thank you so much, Midoriya. It's quite the help." The doctor turned to head for the door from the security office, when Izuku felt every hair on his body stand straight up. Wait, he was too late. The door was already opening, and in the dark of the hallway, a spear-tipped tail pierced through his chest. Another alien. Fully grown. He was right. Izuku cursed and slammed the call button for the elevator. They were breeding. He didn't stay to listen to the last gurgled screams of Dr. Coleman. Izuku ran. Now as the blade went up, Izuku knew he had been caught off guard. He was impressed. It was chaotic, and Izuku had been aware of her goals, but the brunette was nearly as skilled while unarmed as Momo was with her arsenal of weapons. Even holding back and keeping his skills only so. High above her skill set, he had been pushed. He had intended to let her show off somewhat, considering she was in his class and they were, maybe not friends, but quite assuredly acquaintances. As Uraraka's open palms came to slam into his chest, he let the hilt slip through his fingers as her quirk came into effect, an absent flick sending the weapon high. He was remarkably happy that Uraraka came at him full force. It was something fun. Similar to training with Momo and Kyuka. A rush of energy danced across his skin. As he felt his weight almost vanish, the force of gravity negated across his body, Izuku ranked her skills ever so slightly higher than he was expecting. But again, he supposed that martial arts were only so useful compared to her quirk in the entrance exams. Even as he was shoved back, starting to float off the ground, heading for the boundaries of the ring, he kept his eyes locked on Uraraka. He saw the dawning realization at the lack of concern he was expressing across her face. And that's when his sword came back down into his grip. The sword that wasn't under the effects of her quirk. And like that, Izuku settled back on the ground, the weight of his sword now holding him back onto the cement of the arena, only halfway to the edge that she had pushed him at. Nice attempt. Shifting slightly, he adjusted to his new center of balance. The sword was the only thing weighing him down, and he was absurdly happy that he had weighed it down the way he had. Even now, he could feel the way the tape and wood was splintering. He doubted the secrets of his weapon would last for another round, if not the rest of this one. But that was fine. He had other secrets. Shall we go for round 2? Bending his knees slightly, he adjusted to a bastardized form of Artoriza's style, the blade held across his shoulder to keep his balance centered, drifting lower and legs half-crouched as he let his body form a loose triangle centered around the blade. Izuku let a smirk stretch across his lips. Uraraka lifted her fists back up and got ready. Time to stop playing around. Now, honestly, Izuku thought, bouncing lightly on his feet as he got used to his drastically altered gravity. This is interesting. With a shout, Uraraka rushed at him, clearly aiming to attack before he could adapt to his new gravity. With a smirk, he kicked off just before she got in range. He focused on keeping his stance low and balanced as he practically slid around the arena, minute taps of his feet on scattered debris from the fallen pillars sending him skipping off of peaks on what would normally be flat ground, as Uraraka charged after him with some frustration at his speed. Without gravity, he only had to worry about contact points and keeping his angles clear. However, as Uraraka lunged after him, aiming to intercept, he decided to test his verticality. A twist of his leg and a solid stomp to kick off a peak of rubble, and he went from traveling along the ground to being upside down and passing over Uraraka's lunge. As she overreached, not hitting him like she planned, Izuku struck. The lash of the blade was fast, but not as strong as it could have been. With all his weight focused on the blade and nothing to push off of, it had sent his smooth leap into a wobble and set him spinning. Izuku frowned even as the sword dragged him back to earth. Flexing and using the blade on a back swing, he nullified the spin and flexed his core to reorient himself to the ground, where he touched down lightly, the sword once more coming up to rest over his shoulder as he let his left arm lower, dragging his stance lower until his gloved fingertips brushed the concrete. Across from him, Uraraka recovered from her stumble and reached out, 2 large chunks of stone lifting with her hands as she braced. Knowing what was coming, Izuku tensed, fingertips hooking around a fist-sized chunk of concrete, while his grip on the sword tightened. With another shout of exertion, Uraraka twisted and threw the 2 blocks in quick succession, the stone chunks moving like a professional baseball player's best fastball. Twisting, Izuku spun around the first, and lashed out with his sword to shatter the second, sending what was now a cloud of gravel out into the field behind him. However, the backlash of the strike nearly knocked him off his feet, sending him sliding along the ground. No weight to counter a swing. Equal and opposite force. As he recovered, Uraraka was already charging his way. This is actually difficult to handle. With a grin pulling at his lips, he set his feet, and kicked off as hard as he could. Clearly Uraraka was still expecting a game of keep away, as she barely got her hands up to block the fist he threw. With the thud of leather on skin, he was sent flipping back up and away, even as Uraraka staggered a half-step from the strike. He couldn't stand and strike at her the way he wanted. So he would have to adapt. With a flicker of his time in prey, he knew exactly how to do it, too. He landed and kicked off, going low and nearly diving along the side of the arena, his feet and free hands scrambling along rubble as he adjusted differently. It was one of the first lessons of space combat, after all. Orientation is in the mind. With a twist he flipped over, and landed feet braced against one of the few remaining pillars that Uraraka hadn't sent floating. His sword across his back, he locked eyes with her, and she flinched, arms coming back up, as he kicked off like a rocket. This time swinging and twisting to throw his knee at her neck, the glimmer of fear and unease in her eyes at the threat of the attack, even as she ducked and he skid to kick off another chunk of concrete, returning to his threatening circle. He could see it. Where before she was brash and willing to charge, now she was hesitant, second-guessing. It was a game of timing and stamina now. Who stumbles first? Then Izuku limped down the hallway as fast as he could, glancing at the arrows leading towards the tram system. If he could get off the tower, maybe head back to habitation and get to the marshal, he might be able to get more information. More possible ways to deal with the aliens. A turn made him blink. A long wall of windows staring out into space on one side, and a variety of couches on the other. Some sort of relation or viewing deck. He even saw the shutter of a coffee shop, closed and locked up, along the way. Nice to know some things never change. Izuku muttered, slowing to catch his breath. His leg was now a constant throbbing pain, even through the gentle haze of painkillers. Glancing around, Izuku brought his notebook up and set it on a small counter near the coffee stand. Flipping through it, he tried to figure out where exactly he was. There. Yeah. Viewing Atrium F. He traced the lines of hallways leading from here. He was trying to find the shortest way to the tram lines. Nodding, he tossed the notebook back into wherever the simulation kept his files, and started moving again. However, he hadn't gone more than a few steps before his crutch slipped out from underneath him. God, what the F? Pushing himself up, he glanced back, and paled. Where he had just been, glimmering in the starlight, was a small puddle of viscous clear slime. Familiar slime. He didn't look up, just threw himself to the side as an alien dropped from the vent above him. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I forgot about the F vents. Scrambling for his revolver, he screamed as the alien's tail slammed down through his stomach. He bit back another scream as the alien leaned down, hissing at him. His arm felt heavy, and the pulse of his BLD, already spilled enough to be a threat, was making his body feel cold. Raising the gun, he fired. Once. Twice. And both missed the alien. It seemed to almost laugh, rising up to its full height. But Izuku could see it. A pair of bullets embedded in the glass of the viewing deck. Cracks. He fired again. And again. And again. and the alien ignored it. But the glass cracked even more, spider webbing stretching across the section of the deck. As it began to reach down, hand grasping for him, Izuku stared it dead in the face, and fired a sixth time. With a shatter, the glass broke. As the rush of air and cold dragged at him out, he kept his eyes on the alien, watching as it flailed around, panicking, before losing its grip and being scared out of the glass. Izuku could only close his eyes as he followed it. Out into the void of space. Now Uraraka was riding the high of combat. The clash of her arms and fists as Midoriya engaged like a pinball on speed. Each strike was weaker than his earlier attacks, a consequence of the lack of gravity and leverage, but he had compensated for that by being extremely unorthodox. She couldn't break his stance, because he wasn't setting one. She couldn't slam him to the ground, because he didn't fall, so much as drift. She ducked a sword swing, only for his open hand to hit her shoulder and throw him out of combat, only for the sound of his boots on concrete to signal as he darted to the side and back at her. The issue was that trying to catch his sword might as well be a death sentence. Yes, it would nullify the last thing holding him down, but to do it she would have to stay close. And with the way her stomach was beginning to ache, she wasn't even sure that she could handle that. Another strike, this time leading with the red blur of his right fist as he closed in, sword held in a reverse grip behind him, each flickering jab like a full body motion that came with a twisting step to use the ground as a firing platform. She blocked and dodged and weaved, before with a twist she lunged for the sword and only caught red ribbon. And the sword came around from the previously empty right hand, ribbon trailing from the hilt, tightening the loose red loop that now encircled her forearm. And then she was anchored, her wrist and his bound up tightly. The thought flickered through her like lightning, the symbolism almost hilarious. Her wrist and Midoriya's are bound by a red ribbon of fate. She didn't let it stop her. Down a hand each, and unable to disengage, the fight shifted from speed and timing to endurance. The red-gloved right fist met her stomach, wrapped around the hilt and using the sword's weight to back his hit, sending her nausea spiking, but she didn't hesitate. With a scream of focus, she slammed her fist out in a brutal punch, which hit his free right shoulder with a sickening crack. She barely saw the flicker of pain across his expression, before he kicked off, using his lack of gravity to swing around her, feet kicking out to catch her ankle, though she managed to hop over it. Only for her landing to be yanked off balance as Midoriya went upside down. Her wrist was twisted with the motion, and she was forced to twist, only for the sword hilt to slam for her temple. An awkward duck meant it only grazed her temple, but it still sent her staggering, and with a blink she realized he was lacing the fingers of his bound hand with hers, his grip keeping her fingers outstretched. She barely had time to process that before her own hand was pressed against her stomach, and she felt the surge of nausea, the gleam of her own quirk triggering on herself. Let's see how you do without gravity yourself. And with a kick, the ribbon unfurled and Midoriya was backflipping across the open air, even as 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 was sent on a course for the far side of the arena. With a frantic slap of her hands together, she felt the effects of her quirk shut off, and dropped to the ground below. However, she cursed at the fact that she couldn't control what she shut off. It was all or nothing. And on the far side of the arena, landing with a graceful crouch, Midoriya stood on one of the three still intact pillars, his right hand and the sword held loosely behind him as gloved fingers of his left hand gripped the edge of the pillar like a sprinter on a starting block. Brown eyes met green. And then he kicked off and began to charge, using his legs like pistons to all but explode off the ground. The pillar behind him and the concrete he stepped, almost skipped off of cracking under the force of his kicks. It was all she could do to stagger to her feet, hands coming up in her guard even as she fought the overwhelming urge to vomit. For a second her vision wavered as her nausea hit hard, and she swore he split into two, just before he recombined into a single graceful threat, twisting with the sword swinging down around him like the executioner's axe. The sword went high, and so she blocked high. But she didn't watch his eyes. And with a half twist, the high strike was revealed as a feint, the force of the blade passing past her enough to rip at her clothes. And her legs were swept by a boot and the flurry of red hands and dark green hair filled her vision. For a moment, it was like the world froze, her stomach lurching at that moment of breathless adrenaline, the sky above her seeming to oversaturate and blur out of existence. And then she was slammed to the ground, her head held in a careful grip, and the rough and ragged wood of a wooden sword held across her throat. Checkmate. The word was whispered, but she knew it was true. A knee pinned her arm, the sword at her throat, and the gloved hand on the side of her head, fingers threaded through her hair. She gave a single ragged breath before exhaling in defeat. I concede. She didn't listen to Midnight's announcement that closely. She was trying not to puke on national TV. It wasn't until Izuku was standing up, stepping off of his pin, that she realized why he had grabbed the side of her skull. If he hadn't, she might have been knocked out when her head hit the ground first. If not something more serious. Instead, his padded fingers had taken the impact. As she slowly was pulled to her feet, Midoriya's hand a steadying influence, she heard him, voice pitched low. Good fight. I actually had to push myself. It was then that she realized that, no longer hidden by his body's zero gravity, his right arm was clearly dislocated, sagging under the shoulder of his uniform, fingers locked in a death grip, the only thing keeping the sword from falling to the ground. Holy SHT, I dislocated his arm. Izuku winked, and then lifted her arm over his neck, hiding his shoulder under her body as the crowd cheered them on. She stared in amazement as, hidden by her body, she felt his entire shoulder and arm flex and shift, before with a faint pop, his arm was relocated. That didn't make her nausea any better. Holy SHT, he beat me with a dislocated arm. Izuku gave a huff of amusement, but kept walking. I did. You hit like a truck, you know that. She flushed as she realized she had spoken out loud. Then it was a terrifying way to die. But when Izuku bolted up in the simulation room bed, choking on air, he didn't want to think about it. He didn't want to remember those last moments out in space. So he stumbled out of bed, one hand barely responding as he felt the most intense sensation of pins and needles he could remember, his brain trying to reconnect to the fact he had a right hand again. His steps stumbled, one knee locked like he was expecting pain, but it never came. But, regardless, he stepped into the shower and turned the heat on as high as it would go. For almost half an hour, the only thing that could be heard in the simulation was the sound of water spraying on tile, and the deep, sobbing breaths of Izuku Midoriya. At the end, steady hands reached out and turned off the water. Izuku toweled off and dressed himself. Black slacks and a warm long-sleeve t-shirt were pulled from the closet, and Izuku stepped out into the simulation room once more. He walked slowly, and lay on the podium, leaning back as the screen rotated out once more. Alien, isolation. As the world fell away, he ignored the death counters gleaming 136. Now Momo bit her lip even as she darted through the halls towards the medical wing. The fight with Uraraka had wrecked the stage enough that there was a 15-minute break before she had to fight Kirishima. As she turned the corner, she flinched at the sound of shouting. The stupidest, most reckless thing I've seen someone do in the last decade. She rushed for the door. Was someone hurt? Both of them had seemed just fine when they walked off the stage. Pushing open the door, she paused. There, shirtless on one of the medical beds, Izuku was sitting with a tight expression, his body tense. At his side, poking and prodding at his shoulder, was the short form of Recovery Girl, who was still ranting about reckless behavior. Relocating your own shoulder, goddamn it kid, I should remove you from the tournament for lacking a brain. Momo was trying to figure out if she should interrupt, even as part of her started trying to process that claim of him relocating his arm. I doubt she'll be stopping soon. The voice drew her gaze to the beds to the other side of the small room, where Kyuka still sat, wrapped up in a heated blanket, and Uraraka stood next to her, body covered in bandages around her arms and an ice pack held against her side. What happened? Uraraka blushed and glanced away, even as Kyuka deadpanned. Gravity Girl here hit his shoulder so hard she dislocated it. And then Green decided the best solution would be to finish the match, then relocate his arm by flexing his bones back into place. Momo could only blink. What? Recovery Girl must have stormed off, because Izuku's dry tone cut in. It's not the first time I've reset my own joints. All three of them turned to see Izuku standing by his cot, looking towards them, his shirt and jacket in hand, and his shoulder wrapped with white bandages. It's Seekus, but I'm used to not having a medic on hand. He glanced further into the room, where Recovery Girl had vanished behind a wall into an office. which is apparently a habit I should break. How's your shoulder? Uraraka looked guilty, eyeing his shoulder. Not too bad. Just sore. With a shift he started pulling his shirt back on. With a start, Momo realized his hands were bare. Where's your gloves? Izuku smirked softly as he rolled the shirt back over his stomach. Relax, I'll be more than equipped for our fight. Don't worry about padding your weapons either, just blunt them and I'll be fine. But that can break bones. I don't want to seriously injure you. The dry look that Izuku tossed her way may as well have tasted like sand, and he reached out to snag the sword nearby. With deft hands he unwrapped the cloth and shook it, chunks of wood falling to the ground, and the gleam of metal glaring through where it had covered. If you pad your weapons, I expect mine will rip right through it. The three girls stared, taking in the thick bar of metal that was apparently hiding under the cloth and wooden sheath. That's what kept you grounded. I knew that sword was too heavy. Izuku nodded, and braced its rounded point on the ground as he sat back, leaving it to lean on his leg. Almost 7 kilograms. What the hell? How the F do you move so fast with that? Izuku shrugged, but there was a gleam across his eyes. It's not the heaviest thing I've swung at someone. And I'm not putting all my force behind it usually. Just letting momentum carry it is enough. DMN, green. Momo wanted to ask more, but the speakers came on, calling her and Kirishima to the field. I have to go. Good luck. Go get M. With Kyuka and Uraraka's voices behind her, she barely caught Izuku's smile as she rushed by. But she definitely heard him speak as she passed. See you next round, Momo. Then Izuku stared at the map, glancing around. They need to be somewhere, right? Where are all the bodies going? It was almost a dozen runs after his first run into the medical wing. He sighed and turned the door once more, pausing at the sight of another welded-off access patch, before sighing. He had avoided medical and communications entirely this time, grabbing the sensor and then heading the other way, deeper into the depths of the station. In fact, he was fairly certain that he was somewhere under the AI core altogether. Walking up to the door, he knelt and pulled his newest tool from his belt. A twist of the valve, and a test of the trigger, and Izuku pulled down a pair of blacked-out welding goggles, before using the handheld blowtorch to cut through the lock over the manual access panel. It was slow going, a matter of patience. Too fast and the metal wouldn't be cut through. Too slow and he might cut into the door mechanisms. And he didn't have endless amounts of gas for the cutter anyway. With a slow hand, he completed his circuit of the panel and reached up, gloved hands pulling at the edge before flicking it out and dropping it to the floor. A pull of the SWCH, a shift of the lever, and the door slowly slid open several inches. Glancing through, Izuku hefted the motion detector and flicked it on. A slow, peaceful beep. Nothing on the other side that was moving. With careful hands, Izuku pulled the door open and moved through. He wished he had found a new shotgun. It would have been really DMN nice when walking through the most cramped hallways in the goddamn station. Instead, he reached back to the long holster on his hip and pulled out a sharpened metal stake. Steel bar in a half-inch round stick, a grinder, and duct tape was more than adequate, even if they didn't last long. They weren't pretty by any means, but they would put down a synth if he got it in the right place. His current plan for aliens, however, was no. So, with slow steps, Izuku advanced into the depths of the station's engineering department. It was almost a tower unto itself, built underneath the medical and communication towers. He peeked around corners and moved slowly. Practice had taught him how to step quietly, but it still took a lot of his attention to do. A peek around another corner, a glance through windows, and the slow process of searching for gear. He glanced at his watch, thinking. If the Taurans was still arriving at the same time he heard from the first communications, then they would be here in less than a day. Ducking into a storage closet to avoid a patrolling synth, Izuku closed his eyes. He needed information. Where did the aliens stay? Were they free roaming or did they nest? Was there a weapon that would kill them easier? And, most importantly, how did he access the Apollo core? Its mother AI was in charge of all the synth behavioral programs, and if he could reconfigure them to attack the aliens, it would be a distraction if nothing else. Pulling up his map, Izuku started paging through the notebook. If he could find the programmer and AI maintenance location, that might be what he needed to get to the core. After all, as Izuku was learning, janitors, mechanics, and cleaners had the keys to go everywhere. Now Momo stepped out onto the field with a deep breath, and looked across to see Kirishima stretching and waving to the crowd, a broad, sharp-toothed smile at the cheering that came back. Momo, however, was trying to center herself. She was already considering the weapons she wanted to use, and felt the soft hum of her quirk through her stomach. As she and Kirishima came to rest standing across from each other, she brought her arms up, and Kirishima did the same, taking an open stance, his arms held low and wide. I guess if you can shrug off hits, then going for a more aggressive stance is better. Ready, begin. Kirishima charged right off the bat, feet thudding as he ran, stance low and arms stretched out as he headed straight for her. And Momo reached for her quirk, mind spinning through blueprints and structures even as she darted to the side, behind one of the concrete pillars as she burned fat and stored material into a new form. Lusern, the War Hammer. She could hear the thud of Kirishima's boots, and could predict the path he would choose. As such, when Kirishima shattered through the pillar like it was made of cardboard, she met him with the polearm to the gut. The staff of the weapon was shorter than her usual quarterstaff, but the weighted end was going to make all the difference, a wide short disc wreathed in RBB turning it into a hammerhead. The sound of the padded metal head hitting him in his gut was only matched by her grunt of exertion as she was sent sliding back before her feet caught on the concrete. It worked through. Kirishima was set staggering back, cracks forming over his stomach where the hammer had met him, and not letting her momentum die, Momo leapt into a series of twisting swings, bringing the hammer around like a pendulum at every opportunity. The padding didn't last long, Kirishima's hasty guard tearing at and eventually through the covering, leaving only smooth metal to clang off of his hardened form. The same happened to his clothes. Large tears of hardened skin and metal ruining the cloth and revealing more hardened skin across Kirishima's chest and shoulders. However, she could see it. Each strike was moving him less and less, as he hardened and set his stance better to react to the kinetic force. Twisting, she darted in, and jabbed the unweighted end towards his face, only for him to take the hit across his cheek and throw a punch which nearly clipped her hip. And like that, the momentum she was banking on was gone. Twisting around, Momo ducked another hit, and had to block a third, before slamming the hammer down in a weaker blow that barely distracted the now grinning Kirishima as he closed the distance. Together they danced back and forth across the arena, Kirishima smashing at her guard and forcing her to put every inch of speed and distance she could to avoid each blow. Her hammer was swinging out desperately to try and trip or deflect him enough for her to build up momentum again. Tripping as she overextended, the hardened fist of Kirishima slammed his hands onto the handle of the hammer as she blocked, and the metal twisted, even as she was shoved back first against a pillar. For a moment both of them struggled, hands fighting for control of the hammer even as she was pushed harder against the pillar. She could see it though, he was reaching his limits, parts of his face and stomach losing the hardened look that he had across his arms still. Grimacing, she raised her legs and kicked him in the gut as hard as she could, using his own pin against the pillar for leverage. The kick sent him back, and a snap of metal giving way rang out as he was sent staggering. With a sharp exhale, she dropped the half of her weapon that had the hammerhead, holding onto the other half of the hilt. She called on her quirk and a second short stave fell from her arm, and she caught it, shifting from wide polearm stance to a much more focused one, the staves coming up to guard even as Kirishima got his balance back. Eskrima the clash was much faster now. Without the weight of the hammer, she was able to move faster, but as a consequence she couldn't block with the Eskrima unless she used both sticks. The ringing of steel and hardened flesh picked up once more, this time a much faster tempo as Momo hit Kirishima in as many places as she could. Arms, shoulders, neck, head, chest, knee, leg, thigh, side, chest, neck, shoulders, gut, sides, chest. Deflect dash the mantra consumed her thoughts as she tested and pushed Kirishima, the red-haired brawler grinning even as Momo gritted her teeth and sped up. And then with a twist of his fist, a haymaker that was too close too fast, she brought her sticks up to block. But instead of a fist, his hand landed on the crossed weapons and clenched, pinning them in place. And leaving her wide open. His fist to her gut was enough to send her staggering, and as she loosened her grip, 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿 tossed the sticks away and charged. Thankfully, he didn't capitalize on her weakness fast enough, as Momo ducked and twisted, leaving another pillar to take his fist and crumble. They had carved a path of destruction from the center of the arena to the very edge. I'm not running on empty, but I don't have a lot of leeway. This next weapon has to finish this. She ran through her mental armory. Something she could use to get reach. A way to pin him down, keep him from chasing. A weight, and a closed hook dash. With a deep breath, she darted at 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿 even as her next weapon started forming. Patterned links of pale white titanium, lined up perfectly, each link forming around the last as he swung at her head, and she dropped to a slide, cursing the pain of her knees slamming on the concrete even as she caught the weapon forming from her side. A second weight to cap it dash from her hand she lashed out, and pale links of chain whipped around, a weight dragging it out to tangle around 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿's knees as the other teen yelped. kusarifundo. The weighted chain caught, looping on itself as she yanked, pulling 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿 off his feet as she twisted and started to tug, the sound of concrete and hardened flesh slamming together as she twisted and pulled. She couldn't let him settle, she had to keep him moving, so she yanked and twisted, and the sound of him dragging across the concrete followed as she stepped and dragged, building up speed as much as possible before the edge, before ending with a heave. And with a yelp, 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿 went sliding out of the ring, onto the grass. And Momo was left breathing, as the crowd cheered. Now BLD dripped down the long, jagged edge of a blade, leaving an almost artistic splatter as a worn hand gave it a flick to clean the crimson from the metal. Across the alley, BLD dripped from a variety of slashes marring sleek white armor. Pathetic. Another fake hero. The words were gruff, almost venomous. Body limp under the effects of the other's quirk, Ida Tensai could only muster a defiant stare. All of you heroes, all of your propaganda and advertising, and yet you all fall by my hands the same. The sword was smoothly put to rest in its sheath, and spiked combat boots strode across the concrete of the ally. You spend so much time on image. Not skills, not action. As rough hands yanked at Tensai's jaw, he had no choice but to stare at the bloodshot crimson eyes of the hero killer. I do wonder, fake. What was so important that you stopped your patrol, that you hesitated? It made my hunt for you much more difficult than I preferred. Red eyes searched Tensai's face, looking over each twitch and flinch. And he caught the slightest flicker. To the phone on the ground. Striding over, Stain picked up the phone and saw the paused screen. A close-up shot of a younger teen, square-jawed and with familiar-looking engines in his calves. A slow measuring glance at the image, and Stain looked back at the form of Tensai, still slumped and immobile. See, this is why you are a fake. This is why you failed. A disdainful toss of his wrist and he shattered the phone across the brick wall. You are divided. Your focus is impure. Tensai met Red Eyes with his own steel gray, and didn't flinch. He forced his breathing to steady out, and refused to move or give quarter. Perhaps I should assist you with this failing of yours. Tensai felt the slightest give in his muscles, the lightest of shifts, allowing the numbing to fade ever so incrementally. As Stain leaned down, inspecting him, he bit out slurred words. Yo, neva. Vim. The spittle sprayed flecks of BLD over the other man's face, but the vigilante merely stared with that same maddened gaze, long tongue wiping the BLD splattered on his lips and re-establishing his hold on the fallen hero. Stain gave a soft chuckle, a sound steel over gravel. Oh my, what a faker you are. I'm going to enjoy ruining you. The rasp of metal on leather filled the air as from his boot Stain drew a long curved knife. Let's start with those engines you have. On his thigh, Tensai could feel the faint vibrations of his communicator. He had missed his check-in. His last thought was that he only hoped his team would get there soon. And then there was nothing but pain. Then Izuku glanced across the wall, long since plastered with a massive map of Sevastopol. Red markings traced across the wall, all of them slowly growing denser and more tightly clustered as he reached further and further into the system. Sticky notes clustered each point, with both times and numbers. Pacing back and forth he traced lines of red string, marking paths he could get through. There were things he needed to get, and the paths were never set in stone. Shotgun, security tuner, the advanced data core for the tuner, a flamethrower, the plasma cutter to bypass the sealed doors. Beyond that, he needed to find and isolate the 𝐒𝐿𝐵 command codes that govern the synth response to the aliens and access the mother AI. And if he can do that, he might just be able to figure out where the aliens have made their nest. So far he had narrowed it down to the lower half of the station, and his current possibilities were the freight shipping area below the habitation towers, the deeper sections of engineering far below San Cristobal Medical, or the station's reactor core. He really hoped it wasn't the core, considering how heavily secured and dangerous that part of the station was, but he was resigned to the idea it would be the nest. The only upside is that he would likely be able to overload the reactor and purge the nest if it was there, and possibly send the station on a crash course for the nearby planet. That option got more appealing each time he ended up killed by the Fing aliens. Now Izuku leaned against the wall next to one of the locker rooms, and breathed quietly, his body tense with the uncomfortable sounds he was hearing from behind the door. Uraraka had mentioned needing to go store all her arm wrappings, as well as get her phone from her locker. What he hadn't expected, waiting for her, was to pick up the sound of her phone ringing. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he couldn't help but hear the way her voice hitched. Izuku hadn't meant to overhear her answer her parents' call, but the sobbing had caused him to freeze up. He listened to the faint sobs, his rising pulse drowning out the details as he felt his hard-fought sense of calm shift. He pushed off the wall. He didn't want to hear any more. But inside, that tight-held wall that was keeping his darker thoughts in check began to crack. "I caused that, didn't I?" He began to stride away, face blank and body tense, and closed off. "I don't want fame. I don't need to win. So why? Why did I push so hard? I could have tapped out at any time. I could have just given up, right?" It wasn't the first time he had thought of that particular phrase. In fact, the last time. The dark red glow of lost Izalith still burned the very air. His voice was hoarse, but across from him, a brightly gleaming light, and a monstrous star-shaped insect that provided it. His tears streaked down, sizzling over the pale flesh of undeath that he was clad in, while his hand, tight around the nameless sword in his hand, began to tremble. "Finally, I have found it, I have it. My very own son. I am the son." Izuku could only choke back a sob, the heat burning him almost an afterthought to the sheer pain that filled his heart. But he knew what to do. With heavy hands, he lifted the blade in his hands and leveled it at his mentor. He cut the memory off, taking a deep breath as he forced his heartbeat lower. A moment later, he paused on the way to the arena and tilted his head. Bakugo was walking past, heading to face his next opponent. Izuku gave a nod and moved to pass him, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other held the sword, hilt up, across his shoulder. "Hey, Deku." A slowed step. "Yeah, Kaken." For a moment silence stretched out, the blonde biting at his lip as he searched for words. "Half and half has some trauma. Stuff to do with his dirtbag of a father. I'm going to try and knock him out of it." Calculating green met piercing red, and Katsuki felt as if the world was fading out, leaving only the cold assessing gaze of Izuku to overwhelm him. Izuku gave a slow blink, breaking the staring contest, before shifting the sword and heading back for the stands. "If you don't break his pride, I can break his fear. But it won't be pretty." Izuku didn't look back. And behind him Katsuki gave a soft scoff, but it was a sign of acceptance. Izuku couldn't help flexing his hands. There was too much going on. Too many layers of uncertainty and personal stakes. The memories were close to the surface, the crowd too loud and the rules nearly suffocating. It was hard. Hard to keep his blows soft. He could feel the warm stickiness of blood stains on his hands even wrapped under dry crimson. He flexed fingers tightly around the hilt of his blade, despite knowing his hands were clean and dry. Momo could handle the edge of his darker impulses, and facing her wouldn't push him beyond his binds, same with Kaken, but if he faced Todoroki, if he was forced to watch one of the strongest quirks in class cripple himself in pride and fear, and then sneer at him for his lack of strength, the mere thought sent an ache that he was scared of through his spine. If he faces Todoroki, then nothing will be certain. If he faces Todoroki, there will be BLD. Then Izuku crashed through the door, breathing as BLD seeped through the myriad lacerations that laced up his arm, layered with the bright red marks of an electrical burn. He pushed himself up and ran. I found it. It's taken over a week, but I found it. He hit the ground at a slide to make it around the corner, faster, before rising back to his feet and sprinting as the distant sounds of a working Joe called out, echoed by the screaming and hissing of an alien far behind him. He didn't blink as he dropped another smoke bomb and a noisemaker at the intersection, darting past another surprised working Joe even as he slammed an elevator button. Correction, the hissing sounds of not one, not two, but 3 aliens was behind him. Izuku ignored the pain of the massive claw marks across his back. He ignored the ache of his muscles. It had taken too long, way too long, but he saw it now. He knew where the nest was, could see the threat for what it was. He knew how to win alien isolation. The elevator opened, and he ducked inside, slamming the controls to close the door and pressing the button for the lower floors even as he leapt for the ceiling, hands hooking on the edges of the already open emergency exit, as it was how he had gotten down here in the first place. He drew himself up, and clambered for the ladder leading up. If he was right, the aliens would follow the sound of the elevator down, while he could head up. He was halfway up though when he heard the beeping, a timer he had set earlier going off. Tapping his comms to swap to a line he opened up earlier, he took a breath. He had to do this right. Last time they hadn't taken him seriously and everyone on the ship had died. Sevastopol to Torrens, come in Torrens. For a moment, there was static before with a beep the voice of the ship captain came in. This is Torrens, status. Thank God you're in range. The station is under quarantine. We have a race of hostile life forms on station and it's killing us off. I'm trying to set the station on a decaying orbit, but our mother AI is currently hostile. Stay off the station. What? Jesus Christ. What can we do? I'm in the middle of trying to set the station on a crash course for the planet, but it's not working great. Keep a holding pattern. I'll try and get more confirmation as we go, but unless someone on your ship has an administration access code to get to the mother AI, I'm going to do this manually. Most of the survivors are a lost cause, but if we time it right we can get the last major holdouts off station. This is Christopher Samuels. I'm the Weyland-Yutani representative for our mission, and I have administration access to all AI facilities under our control. Perhaps I can help. Izuku froze. That was new. Yeah. Give me some time and I'll contact you, but my advice. You might need to prepare for a spacewalk. Getting too close to the station is a bad idea. What do you mean? Izuku flinched, the memory of an alien punching through his spacesuit several runs ago flashing through his mind. Let's just say that the hostile lifeforms don't die in vacuum. Keep your distance. Understood. Torrens out. Good luck. Izuku let the channel go silent, and shifted back to his climb. He had the blueprints and the console codes he needed. And as he rose closer to the communications tower, he glanced at his watch. Day 88 hours 10 minutes and 10 seconds death count, 194. It had been a long month. Now Ida strode through the hallway with a determined set to his shoulders, and paused at the archway looking out onto the field as he took a deep breath. And then he stepped into the sun. Ladies and gentlemen, your third match of the quarterfinals. The explosive-fueled Bakugo Katsuki against the speedster Ida Tenya. It's the secretary and vice president of 1A, clashing for their right to move on. With steady steps, Ida paced onto the arena, watching Bakugo march up the far sides, hands already flexing at his sides. This might be my last chance to prove myself. He leaned forwards as the crowds cheered ever louder. My family is watching. I will make my brother proud. With the rev of his engines, he took a runner's stance, while across from him Bakugo crouched low, fingers and palms sparking with the power of his quirk. As midnight started the match, Ida kicked off, engines firing at full speed as quickly as he could. Bakugo rushed to meet him, and Ida began to strafe as he closed in, swerving with as much precision as he could. He was faster, and as Bakugo made it past the first of the concrete blocks, heading for him, he focused, and darted to the side, lining up his shot. With a flare, Ida felt the strain of his engines going as much as he could before using recipro burst. With a spark of flame he surged forwards, traveling from where he was with a crack of air and the roar of his engines. At the last second, He cut one leg's move and twisted before he hit his target. The stone pillar that was right next to Bakugo. With the crack of his boot on stone, he turned it into shrapnel and sent the larger chunks of concrete slamming into his opponent, only to be met with a burst of flame and sound as Bakugo met the assault with his own quirk. "You're mine." And then Bakugo was there. Ida ducked under a palm that sent a burst of flames just past his shoulder, and fired off another burst of engine, kicking out to sweep Bakugo's legs. A twist and a blast of explosion righted Bakugo's fall before he could hit the ground. A punch thrown at the blonde was batted aside, and Ida twisted around a returned jab, smoldering with explosive potential. Ida wasn't unfamiliar with hand-to-hand, but he could hear the words from months ago ringing in his ears as he was pushed on the defensive. As he disengaged, leaping back and feeling the traces of burns from a close call across his shoulder, the cool tone of Midoriya's voice rang through his mind. Bakugo is a fighter to the core. His skill set is built and refined around destructive close-quarters combat with a focus on rapid and high-intensity engagement. Ida darted around the blonde, the move of his engines pushed to the limit of what was comfortable. But he couldn't stop here. He charged in again, and the two clashed, explosive blasts met by kicks backed by the move of his engines. Ida strained, but he just wasn't fast enough to break through Bakugo's defense. The blonde was viciously competent, and his instinct was second to none. He met every strike before it could impact for the most damage, and Ida's arms were burned and hurt by the blasts of explosion that he was forced to deflect or dodge, the sleeves of his uniform charred and ragged from the fight. Finally though, he got a chance, a single opening where Bakugo blasted backwards from a kick that almost took the blonde's head off, and still brushed blonde hair. But it was an opening. Stomping his foot back down, he pushed his engines. With a spark, the reddish heat of his engines surged, and blue flames ripped from the vents as Ida leaned forwards and braced. The surge of power flooded his legs as he kicked off, and the world around the edges of his vision was lost to a blur of color. He focused solely on Bakugo, the blonde meeting his determined gaze with a demonic snarl of sheer adrenaline. Burst! The next second was a blur of motion, as he shot across the space between him and Bakugo. The first impact was him slamming into Bakugo, arms wrapping around the teen's legs to drag his body with him. The second was the block behind Bakugo, the concrete shattering as Ida smashed the blonde through the block. He wouldn't have done this if he wasn't aware of the fact that the cover blocks were made of weakened concrete, and were designed to crumble and shatter like glass under hits. The third impact was the next block, Ida curving to meet it as he used Bakugo as a battering ram. As it burst into dust and shattered chunks, he swerved to try and meet a fourth, and the blast of an explosion and the twist of Bakugo's torso threw his balance off. With a shout, both teens separated, their combined momentum sending the two bouncing across the arena. Ida shook his head and blinked at the cracks across his glasses. The impact-resistant glass of his lenses has reached a breaking point. As he staggered to his feet, he saw Bakugo already stalking across the arena, his overshirt torn to rags and dust falling from blonde hair as the other teen scowled. Ida began to charge, and stumbled. His engines misfired. And that gave Bakugo an opening. The explosive blonde closed the distance, a blast of fire marking a quirk-fueled lunge before he was in Ida's teeth. Heavy blows were met by burned arms, and guards and stances were broken. Without the compensation of his heavier kicks, Ida could only fall back under the barrage. It was only Bakugo's mercy, or perhaps his sense of fair play, that meant he didn't take explosions to his face, but fists instead. Ida desperately tried to hold out, to meet him with his own attacks. A flicker of his engines finally surged, and his moment of relief left him unguarded, his arms dropping by the slightest of degrees. The final blow was lightning fast, and completely unexpected. But it was more than enough. With the crack of knuckles on his skull, Ida took a shot to the head. And with a stagger, he collapsed. But even as the world went dark around him, he could hear those haunting words come back to him. "So, hero, what's your play?" And much like last time, he didn't have an answer as the world went black. And just like that, the explosive battle of speed comes to a decisive close. Bakugo Katsuki moves on by knockout. Not far from the arena, a phone rang out in a locker. It wouldn't be answered for some time. Then Izuku glanced over the communications consoles, tapping at the computer while his notebook lay open, lines of code copied in from where he had found them as he compiled the code he needed. It was painstakingly long, but with all the synths that normally hung out up here piled in the corner, he was hoping that he had time. As he put in the last chunk of code, he hit the option to compile. The echoing bang of a flashbang and the scream of an alien broke him from his thoughts. SHT, it'll have to do. Tapping the option to download it to a disk, Izuku hefted his shotgun from where it was set, duct taped to the flamethrower he had found in the depths of engineering. With a screech, one of the vents on the far side of the room irised open and an alien came charging out. Only to trip off the pipe bomb he had planted above the opening, wiring it to a proximity sensor. The explosion sent it scrambling across the ground, stunned, as Izuku opened fire, arms braced and shotgun loaded. By the time he unloaded the third round, it was bleeding and its left arm was hanging by a thread, and as it tried to lunge at him he darted to the side and opened fire with the flamethrower, painting it across the monster's open wounds. 1, 2, 3. And with the fourth shot added to the flames, it sent the alien scrambling away. And with a screech it took off, one arm left behind and acid eating at the floor as it fled. And Izuku turned to sprint for the door, only stopping to snag the floppy disk with his code before he made a break for the elevator. By the distant sounds of screeching, he had more aliens flocking to their wounded member. He didn't have time to waste. Midoriya to Torrens, can I get an ETA on that spacewalk? Torrens here, we have maybe 45 minutes before we can deploy a line to the Apollo core's airlock. Fine, see you there. Tell Samuels to go straight for the core if I'm not there when you show up. Izuku tapped the comms before he could get a reply, already in the elevator as it dropped down towards the tram station. Taking a moment to breath, he tapped open a different channel. Marshall, I've got hostiles on my tail and I'm heading for Kilogram, get ready. Will do, kid, Godspeed and good luck. The door opened, and he sprinted out and across Loren's lobby, leaping over seats and tables as he made for the far side of the tram system and the doors heading lower down to Gemini Exoplanet Solutions. He was almost at the doors by the time he first heard the distant screeching of the aliens crawling into the lobby behind him. It's gonna be a tight window, but I can do it. I can end it on this run. He slammed through the door like a hound out of hell, and cleared the entirety of the stairwell with a leap before rolling to his feet and sprinting down a long hallway, yanking and dropping a flashbang with a proximity sensor behind him. He needed the aliens to be close enough to corner him, but far enough away to not see the trap. He needed them cessed. He'd injured them before, wounded them and hurt them, left traps that crippled one or two. They weren't invincible. But they were hunters, and when one of them was killed, the others responded with more aggression. It had taken a lot of very painful experimentation, but he thinks he figured it out. This, grudge mechanic. It had happened in Freddy's with thee and he didn't have the context to recognize it. The monsters in each run were responding to him. Hurting an alien would make it focus on him, on hunting him down. Damaging but not killing a synth would leave them to chase or ambush him later on. But he also learned that the more he aggravated an alien, the more focus they would get. Either stalking him through the corridors, or planning ambushes. And with the chase already on, he knew they would be hunting for a way to intercept him. And that was the key to his plan. He needed them to try and plan ahead of him. That's right. After all, the labs are a dead end. It's an obvious place to corner me, isn't it, UFOs? Now Todoroki paced through the corridor with singular purpose. The quarterfinals were coming to a close, and he was closing in on his goal. The time between matches was more than enough to recover from the cold of his quirk, as well as any other side effects. He ignored the faint echo of nausea that still rose, and the time he had spent barely able to stand after his match with Jiru. It was a fluke, nothing more. It had to be. He stepped past one of the last corners, and slowed. Midoriya Izuku stood there, dark eyes gleaming in the half-light of the tunnel. The green-haired teen was watching him with a blank expression, his body loose as he leaned back against the wall, arms crossed. For a long moment they both stared at each other, tension building as they stared. With a slow and casual motion, Izuku pushed off from the wall and walked past Shoto, heading back down the hall. At the last moment before he headed around the corner back into the bowels of the arena, a murmur reached Shoto's ears, and sent a surge of rage, white-hot and poisonous through him. Your power is wasted, Todoroki. He spun, feeling his quirk writhing under his skin at the comment. But Midoriya was gone. And he had to go to the arena. He pushed his emotions down, shoving them into that deep pit of rage that burned like the scar that adorns his face. He didn't have time for this. He needed to focus. He strode out onto the arena with his face locked down into sheer stoic ice. The faster he defeated the blonde from 1B, the faster he could move on. 2 more fights after this would end the day. He would prove to his father that he didn't need his flame, only his mother's ice. The Ice King of 1A himself, Todoroki Shoto, and his opponent, the copycat of 1B, Monoma Nito. Todoroki knew his game plan for the blonde. Distance and ice would be all he needed, considering that Monoma couldn't copy a quirk at a distance. However, as he tensed and prepared for a fight, something felt off. Monoma wasn't taking a stance to get closer. Begin! As Todoroki drew on his quirk, he threw out his hand, focusing to send a massive surge of ice at his opponent. If the blonde didn't want to come to him, he would be more than his inner thought ground to a halt. Because, instead of the glacier consuming the blonde, a familiar and terrifying sensation of heat rushed out. And the center of the glacier, where it shattered and turned to steam, familiar flames flowed from Monoma. His father's flames. Then Izuku slammed through the door, hearing the screech of the aliens chasing him as he entered the lab, and sprinted down the outer hall before skidding around the corner. With his boots slipping on a pool of BLD, he scrambled to right himself and hooked his hand around a door frame as he swung around and through the next door, into the center of the labs, before skidding to a stop at a generator. He pushed the primer and started cranking the manual start, ignoring the growing screams of the aliens even as the generator started up, sputtering before it settled back into a low drone, sending the lights in the labs flickering as they were taken off of the emergency power, and causing the computer banks around him to come to life. Marshall, the lab is powered on and I've got the aliens closing in. Be ready on my signal. Will do, son. I've got the systems up. Izuku threw out a pair of smokes and a flashbang behind him, before he tapped in the last few commands on the console. With a beep, the lab's intercom rang out, a mechanical voice speaking up. 30 seconds to laboratory lockdown. Right. Now for the tricky part. He took off at a sprint back through the lab, and hit the deck at a slide as an alien lunged through the smoke, before pushing back to his feet and dropping another bomb before he leapt over the BLD stain and landed back in the hall. The flashbang rang out behind him and sent the alien staggering, while he twisted and threw a pipe bomb back through the doorway. The screech of aliens and the blast of the bomb echoed as he sprinted for the door. As he got close, the voice spoke up once more. 5, 4. He slammed into the frame and the door slid open, his body darting through before it was even completely open, as he sprinted for the next doorway. Around him, the short hallway was flashing with red lights, and a sign was lit up, blinking. Warning, explosive decompression imminent. 3, 2, he reached out and slammed the button, closing the door behind him as he lunged through the slowly closing doors back into the rest of Sevastopol. He was halfway through when the loop of a chitinous tail caught his ankle. Twisting, he scowled and snapped the revolver up as he braced himself against the entrance and unloaded, the alien half through the first door screeching even as claws and talons scraped at the door frame. Warning, exterior door open. Izuku fired again and reached up to tap his comm, yanking his foot free, flinching as the blade of the tail cut his leg open, the alien screaming as Izuku twisted, dropping his gun to reach out and hook his arm around a pipe nearby. Do it! There was a blast of sound, and then a muffled whoop. Izuku had one last chance to take a deep breath, and then brace. Through the still open door, he could feel the pulse of the explosive bolts before decompression hit. The Project Kilogram 348 lab was designed for hazardous material research and study. And because of that, it had the most stringent quarantine measure on the entire ship. It could be detached and fired off station. And take anything with it into the gravity well of the local gas giant. The open door that had once led to the labs was now a gap leading out to the void of space. Izuku cracked his eyes open against the rushing pressure of the station venting out into the void of space, seeing the way the air was rushing from deeper into the station past him. Tense as he could, he reached up from where he was laying, hands scrambling along the side of the airlock as he tried to. He barely saw the chitin of an alien, sent floating into the void of space, before he yanked on the manual lever for the door. With a slam of metal locking into metal, it shut. Without the rush of decompression tearing at him, Izuku dropped heavily to the floor, breathing deep gasps as he felt the room repressurize. "Kid! You there? Kid!" Reaching up, he tapped at the earpiece before finally finding the button. "Alive? Lab's out of here." At least 3 of the aliens went with it. "Holy 𝐿, kid." Izuku could only broadcast a laugh back before he pushed to his feet and started staggering back through the halls. Heading to the AI core now. One of the people on the Taurans should have valid access codes. And if not, I do have explosives and a plasma cutter. Understood. We've locked down the mall back on the habitation tower, but the synths are starting to gather outside. The faster you deactivate them, the faster we can help. Izuku took a deep breath and gave his arm a shake, feeling an ache from where he held onto the pipe. Understood. It wasn't until he was halfway out of the room when his hand fell to his side, and he realized something. "Oh, come the F on. Again." He looked back with a sigh as he realized he had dropped his handgun and the decompression had dragged it into outer space. "Thing hell. I keep losing those." As he turned, he started jogging for the airlock on the far side of the tower. With the hunting pack out of the fight, he figured he had an hour or 2 before the next group of aliens came hunting for what happened to them. And if his plan worked, he might even be able to keep that from happening. Now Todoroki Shoto sent his ice out, his mind frozen in a fractal of panic and fear and memory. He could barely make out the blonde hair and smirk of Monoma, an almost maniacal expression, only cast into sharper definition by the surging red flames that wreathed the other teen as he charged through the rushing glacier, the ice turning to steam at the blonde's very touch as he pushed through. He was on the back foot, dancing back and away from flickers of uncontrolled flame that turned concrete pillars into glowing red slag and ice into steam. He should have been able to handle this. Should have been stronger than this fire, but every time it liked too close, every time it tore at his ice and sent steam rushing past him, he felt his chest seize. His pulse was deafening and the blonde was saying things, but his voice was drowned out. Instead he heard his father's words ringing from each blast of flame. "You'll never accomplish your duty like this." Ice rose up in a semicircle of spikes to make distance, and Monoma barely halted his charge, flames liking at ice even as it dissolved under the heat. It was only by riding a new layer of ice up and around that he dodged the next wave of heat, as his defense was turned to steam. "Worthless. Where's your effort? I didn't make you just to have you fail." Spikes of ice rushed forward only to turn to steam and melt as Monoma burst with flames, sending himself higher over the ice, the blonde's once bright blue tracksuit jacket vaporizing as he used the flames like a jet to propel himself forwards. A glacier managed to intercept him, but not for long. "You don't need to mingle with these worthless nobodies. You have a higher calling." Shoto could only barely avoid the next blast of flame, feeling the side of his uniform blacken and fray from the heat even as he dove through the steam. The sensation of steam punched through his panic, and filled him with a memory of sheer terror and pain. A moment when his face was burning. The next voice that played was the one that hurt the most, as he stumbled and rolled to his feet, turning to face Monoma once more. "I'm so sorry, Shoto. I'm so sorry." He raised his hand, but the steam was thick, and he couldn't blonde hair, a reaching hand, and suddenly he felt fingers grip his wrist. "Let's see how your quirk works." Shoto's eyes widened, and panic rushed through him as he called his quirks to the surface. And with a manic grin, Monoma released a twin burst of uncontrolled ice and fire at point-blank range. The explosion of elemental force blasted both of them back and away from each other, cratering the ground with the force. With instinct on his side from years of practice, Shoto threw his hand out and formed a cradle of ice and snow to soften his impact, ignoring the way that his skin felt raw and cracked from the surge of heat. He glanced up to see Monoma standing up from a nearly molten pit of ground, his right arm hanging low, clearly broken, even as a manic laugh spilled from his throat. With a touch of ice, the broken arm was wrapped in a makeshift splint. "I can't believe you're scared of such power." Shoto narrowed his vision, feeling the boil of his rage as it rose up his spine. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 barely seemed to notice, instead laughing as traces of fire and frost spread across his form. The wavering distortion, the echoes of his past that raged through his mind crystallized as his rage snapped him from his past. Your father was right. You really are weak. And there it was. Planting his feet, he rose up, ice lacing his arm as he began to reach deeper. He was going to prove he didn't need his father's fire. Right here. Right now. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 laughed at his approach and sent a blast of red flame at him, but right now 𝐿𝐿 was feeling distinctly sessed off. A wave of his left arm caught the flames, and in a motion that was almost more instinct than skill, turned the billowing flames inwards. With a flicker, only smoke remained, twisting in and away as 𝐿𝐿 began to pick up speed. A flicker of contempt and surprise across 𝐼𝐼𝐼's face appeared, and he sent a larger blast. Another clawed sweep ripped its cohesion apart, sent it curling away and around him as he began to jog. Another, and he was sprinting, his right arm held low and to his side even as he felt the burning cold rise up through his bones into his flesh. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 looked panicked, and sent a wave of ice, and another blast of fire, trying desperately to stop 𝐿𝐿's advance. The ice rushed, then split as 𝐿𝐿 intercepted it with his own rush of ice, spreading out from his foot. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 raised his arm once more, a massive surge of flames blasting at 𝐿𝐿. And 𝐿𝐿 met it with the largest ice attack he had unleashed yet. A blast of steam and mist rose up, blinding the audience. And when it began to fade, the center of the arena wasn't a mere glacier. No. It was an ice age. Twisting ice spires rose off from a central mass, the ice nearly crystal clear to show the way that in the center, arms pinned back and face only barely clear of the ice, his jaw locked closed by the ice that wreathed him, was 𝐼𝐼𝐼, staring out with panic and struggling to boil his arm free, only to feel the surge of another power re-freezing it instantly. Buried up to his arm in order to keep channeling his quirk into the ice, Todoroki merely stared as it began to creep up, more ice slowly covering the teen's face from the mouth down, leaving only the blonde's nose and eyes free. Call it. Or I'll have to suffocate him until he passes out. Besides, his quirk will wear off soon. And when it does, he'll be hypothermic. Midnight shuddered at the ice-cold seriousness of the teen. Todoroki Shoto wins. With a crack, the iceberg opened, leaving 𝐼𝐼𝐼 hanging from his shoulders in the front of the iceberg before Todoroki walked off. With the frantic fight over, it was clear he wasn't unscathed. Burns laced the teen's arms, his ragged sports jacket hanging on by threads and showing a black top underneath. Beyond that, a chunk of his red hair was charred. Hey, wait. Let me out. Todoroki ignored 𝐼𝐼𝐼's cries. As he passed through the tunnel, he looked up to see his father staring at him from the end of the tunnel, eyes filled with disdain. Your performance was a dash of off. The words were hissed and poisonous and sent Endeavor reeling from the unexpected interruption. By the time the pro-hero got his wits together, Shoto had vanished into the door towards medical, the floor behind him frosted with his footsteps. Then the door to the AI core hissed open, Samuels leading the way as Izuku flanked him, shotgun up and ready. The access point for Apollo should be just up ahead. I'll go in to try and access the core directives. With some luck, I should be able to isolate whatever directive is currently commanding the synths. Got it. I have a copy of a base code to turn their targeting onto the aliens, but it's untested. Samuels nodded and muttered. Aliens. I still can't believe what a mess this is. Izuku ignored the comment, focusing on the surrounding area. He had already gone over the basics. The USCSS Anesidora had found the isolated planet where the Nostromo's emergency transmitter had been sitting. Their co-captain had been infected and they'd rushed to Sevastopol, the closest hospital ward in this part of space. Everything after that had been a series of bad events getting steadily worse. He hadn't gone into the more suspicious things he had found, however. Not the instigation of the riots nor the variety of messages that implied that whatever was happening was caused on the orders of Weyland-Yutani. The same company that had sent Samuels and his co-worker, Nina Taylor, here. Who just so happened to have the access clearance to the Apollo AI. Izuku was not willing to let his guard drop. Not now. It was a short distance to the core, but as they rounded the last corner, the two slowed. There were at least half a dozen synths blocking their path, eyes red. In sequence, they all said the same thing. "You're not supposed to be here." SHT. Now Izuku ran the cloth in his hand along the dulled sword. While Todoroki and Monoma had clashed, he had watched and assessed the two of them, learning more and more about where Todoroki's mind lay. His sword, now cleared of the wooden sheathing and taped-up wrapping, lay across his lap. It was 2 inches wide, half an inch thick, and nearly a meter long. The edges were rounded, the handle revealed to be almost another 10 inches long and wrapped with leather. The most interesting detail, aside from its unusual size, were the 2 seams that ran along each side of the blade's center, half an inch from each rounded side, ending at the crossguard of the blade, a thick and blocky bar. With gentle fingers, he ran a fingernail along the side, and felt for the subtle points that would trigger its secrets. Secrets he expected that Momo would almost push him to use. It was a matter of moments to get the various pieces of his gear back on. The compression bandages were re-wrapped around his arms and wrists, and his black gloves slid over the red bandages, the comforting weight of another weapon surrounding his hands. Every fight before this had been reactive. His attacks were made to draw out and show off his opponents, before taking them out after he understood their weaknesses. But with Momo, it would be a matter of technical skill and instinct before all else. He already knew her fighting styles, and she had a better-than-average grasp of his own, particularly with a sword. For a moment, his hands tensed as he remembered the last time he had truly faced someone in a sword fight, instead of merely sparring. Gwyn. The Lord of Cinder. The wielder of the first flame. He wasn't as skilled as Artorias had been. Not as fast as Ornstein, nor as brutal as Smuff. But Gwyn had been the culmination, the final barrier standing at the end of Izuku's journey. It took him only 1 attempt to defeat him. But it took 2 hours. Izuku flexed his fingers, remembering how the flames had ached as he fought. He was not scared of fire. But he was aware of its danger. Of its threat. As Present MIC called for him and Momo, he settled himself, hefting the sword to rest over his shoulder with a smooth motion. He would match her step to step, and let Momo show off. He would push her to show the world just how skilled she was, before he tested just how far she could go against him for real. As he walked towards the stage, he ignored the phantom taste of arterial spray across his lips. He could keep it together. He would. He refused to burn out here. Not until he was done. In the end, it's just another run. The crying can wait till after the action. Then Izuku sidestepped one synth, shotgun coming up to press against its skull and finger pulling the trigger even as he twisted. As the synth skull vanished in chunky white paste, he was already drawing a bead on another. With a pull, its face was half torn apart. A second shot and it staggered before falling. At his side, Samuel stepped forwards and gripped one of their heads, slamming it against the wall with a sickening thunk. The last round in his shotgun found its head in the mouth of another synth. And as it fell back, head hanging by a thread, Izuku hefted a stun baton in one hand, the other pulling one of the thin shivs from his belt. The static of the baton made the synths glitch and stagger, and he was well aware of how to tear them apart by now. He lunged into a flurry of motion, jabbing the closest synth in the gut before tearing forwards. As a synth fell with a shiv through its eye, another was slammed against the far wall, Samuels crushing it with strong motions and cracking its head against the wall. Izuku stepped back as one of the last 2 synths charged him, and ducked, hand reaching back to drag another spike from his belt. The shiv took out its knee, sending it crashing to the ground as Samuels charged the last one still standing. With narrowed eyes, Izuku reloaded his shotgun, and as Samuels crushed his third synth, Izuku blew the head off the one still crawling after him. Samuels rose up, shaking off his hands. And Izuku leveled the shotgun his way. Izuku! Samuels slowly raised his arms, palms facing the green-haired teen. Izuku took a step back, finger resting just along the trigger. You're not a human. Samuels hesitated. No. I'm not. I'm an advanced synth, working for Weyland Yutani's Asset Recovery Corps. And what asset are you here to recover? Samuels blinked. The Nostromo's flight recorder and, failing that, I'm to investigate and locate the navigation data of the USCSS Anesidora, uncover the last known location of the Nostromo, and return to my division. So why help me? Because I need to access the core regardless. All Apollo systems have the ability to backread corrupted data installed on the flight recorders. Plugging one in automatically makes a flash copy of the encrypted system before any attempts at hacking or decrypting are attempted. Izuku gave a long, slow breath before slowly lowering the shotgun to a resting position. Fine. I need you as it is. Keep your distance until we're done and I won't shoot you. Acceptable. As 𝐒𝐚𝐲 moved onwards into the AI core, Izuku flexed his grip gently before his headset beeped. Midoriya, what the F is going on? Marshall. I've got synths banging on my doors and the system is locking me out of the station network. Izuku froze and looked at 𝐒𝐚𝐲. We're at the AI core, it's probably trying to do as much damage as it can. We'll do what we can, just hold on. With only a glance at 𝐒𝐚𝐲, the two of them took off down the hall towards the AI core. They were on the clock, and they didn't know how long they had. Now Momo flexed her hand, quirk ready and muscles tense as she took in Izuku across from her. There were clear signs of his previous fights, the faint scrapes from rubble and shrapnel, as well as the bandages around his collar from his dislocated arm. It was all but superficial, and looking at him was more than enough to realize just how little he had been injured until now. Meanwhile, she still felt the bruises from Kirishima's attacks, and even beyond that of the impacts of fighting Tokoyami earlier. While she could have taken advantage of Recovery Girl's healing, it would have drained her stamina and weakened her fat reserves in the process. Instead, she was making do with some painkillers and a bruise cream that would help numb the ache of her muscles. As Midnight stepped back, Present MIC announced the fight, two screens lighting up with silhouettes of each of the fighters. For our first semifinal match, we have the lean, green fighting machine. The dark horse of Class 1A, Midoriya Izuku. After a calm start in the race, he took the throne and declared himself king of the castle, and now he's cut down all opposition. A montage of the previous fights, clearly edited to show the greatest moves and hits, played before it resolved into a determined-looking profile shot of Izuku, his hair tied off behind him and sword across his shoulder. And his opponent. The calm, the cool, the elected leader of 1A. The lady with an arsenal in her skin and the skill to use it. Yorozu Momo. She's kept a steady head and has pulled out a consistent performance all day, keeping at the front of the pack with the best of the best. Another montage for her, showing off her weapon skills during the tournament fights and the scene of her firing the cannon to destroy the zero-pointer, before zooming out to show the reverse profile. Both images were facing each other over top of the announcer booth. But will cool heads prevail against unrelenting force? Or will the king topple the president? Midnight, count us off. As Midnight stepped forwards, Momo tensed, sliding her feet into position and centering her balance. Even if Izuku threw his blade like he had before, she was ready. Ready! She gave a sharp nod, eyes focused. Begin! Then Izuku glanced around, taking in the two connected rooms. On one side, behind a glass viewing screen, was the access point for the AI core and a long bed-like shape that sent shivers of unease down his spine. Looks like the loading room and the podium, combined with an MRI. The other room, where he and 𝐒𝐚𝐲 had entered, was instead a large area filled with wire connections and consoles, likely access to the rest of the ship functions that were plugged back into the 𝐼𝐧 system. I'll go in and attempt to access Apollo's system. Stay here and monitor the consoles, I may need some assistance. As 𝐒𝐚𝐲 moved to join the AI, Izuku pulled the memory card from his pocket. Sam, take this. It's a targeting program that should set the synths on the aliens. Understood. As the advanced synth walked through the doors, Izuku ran through his equipment, counting out bombs and ammo as he looked around, before setting up at the external console. 𝐒𝐚𝐲 lay on the gurney in the Apollo core, and Izuku watched as it slowly slid into the massive ring, blue lights tracing over his form. Apollo, I'm requesting access to hazard containment protocols. For a moment, nothing. Izuku could barely make out the faint sounds of beeping as screens around 𝐒𝐚𝐲 flashed on and off, too far away to make out. Show active protocols. With a hum, Izuku was suddenly aware of energy sparking from several of the data connections. Connections leading to the interface. DMN. Apollo is trying to reject me. We might be in trouble. SHT, what do you need? With a flash of sparks, one of the connections overloaded. You need to manually disconnect the various systems. Got it. Even as Izuku looked for the first of the breaker's sways, wait. You have to disable the terminals in order or the cascade failure will be fatal to me. With a growl, Izuku glanced over the 5 overflow terminals. Which one? I'm in the schematics right now. As Samuels talked, Izuku looked over the breakers and found the connection. He would need to use the maintenance jack to manually disconnect each system. Red cable first. A moment of looking and he found it, even as the entire room began to fill with smoke, plastic and RBB components sparking with overloaded power. As he sprinted over, he unhooked the jack and slammed it down to lock on the bolt, before tensing and pulling. With a shower of sparks, the connection broke free, and the warning light for the first breaker shut off. Red is down. Next, look for a blue cable. Can you see it? I see it. He sprinted over and with another wrench of the jack, it gave off a surge of sparks and smoke, disconnected from the grid. With a blare of klaxons, the lights went red, washing out all the color. Hey Sam, the emergency lights just came on, and I can't see the rest of the colors through the smoke. I can guide you. I remember what the room looked like. Izuku took a breath and braced. Got it. Call them out. There should be an overturned gurney, the next one is behind it. Spinning, Izuku blinked smoke out of his eyes before sighting the gurney and rushing over, before using the jack once more. Got it, next. Hold on, the system's fighting me. Back wall. Near the viewport to the rest of the computer systems. Izuku rushed over, and with a flare of sparks, he broke the connection. The last one, right? Yes, last one. As Izuku got closer, another blast of electricity arced through the air, and the banks of the computers around Samuels began to flicker with static, the bright orange of flames blooming between computers. Hurry! Izuku slid the jack to the bolt and gripped it, but as he began to yank on it, his body suddenly felt as if it was on fire. Sparks from the connection conducted electricity through his arms, as he gave a roar and yanked. A screech of tortured metal rang out before the breaker opened, leaving Izuku to hunch over with the jack, hands feeling raw and arms shaking with the remnants of coursing electricity. With the last surge of static, he saw Samuel slide out and stagger from where he was laying on the gurney, the lights flickering before the red faded away and the regular lights returned, those that hadn't been blown out. Without waiting, Izuku smashed through the glass and hopped into the room. SHT, Samuels. The synth looked torn up, sections of skin had been damaged or burned away, revealing white ceramic. Midoriya. I've unlocked access to the deeper parts of the AI core. If you can reach the central processor, it will at least let you access it. I installed your program, but it won't be initialized unless you can reach the core. SHT. And you. Heh. Too much damage. My systems are already failing. Izuku couldn't really say much to that. Midoriya. If you can, make sure that the aliens don't escape. Please. Find out what happened to the flight recorder. Its data is currently in the system. Solve the mystery. With a slow thump, the synth went still. For the first time in several runs, his watch beeped. Objectives updated. Access Apollo. Identify the source of infestation. End the xenomorph infestation. With a slow breath, Izuku stood up. A new door was unlocked, leading back into the station towards the lower level of the tower, where the AI core was waiting. He had a job to finish. He didn't want to do this again. With a rack of his shotgun, Izuku got back to work. Now Momo charged forwards, mind racing as she took in the slow approach of Izuku, sword held across his back as he seemed to glide over the concrete in her direction, measured, angular steps barely touching as he closed the distance. With a flare of light, her weapons came into reality from design. A French fencing saber appeared in one hand, the long, curved weapon made of solid steel and with nearly perfect balance, with a simple basket hilt. In her other hand, an angular kite shield was formed, strapped around her arm and with the longer base leading past her elbow. The feeling of a mouth guide settling in her mouth as she closed the distance marked the last piece before she reached him. And as she entered his range, she was met with devastating swings of his blade. The weight and thickness of it meant that it didn't cut through the air so much as crash, dragging air in its wake. She darted in and out, circling and deflecting some of his swings with the tip of her saber even as he set the pace. Despite the weight, he swung and flowed around the weight of the blade with grace, always leaving her just in reach of his devastating strikes, leaving little chance to get close enough to strike out herself. She could see the absolute mastery of his blade work, precise control of the sword, with one hand on the back of the blade itself, and the other using the hilt. With both hands moving in sequence, it choked back reach for quick precision and still gave him plenty of ability to deliver devastating blows. She ducked under one strike, and the blade was carried by its weight until it cleaved through one of the pillars, shattering it and leaving what looked like an opening. She slashed in, aiming for his vulnerable side when his right hand snapped back, leaving his sword in a one-handed grip, before smashing down on the blade mid-strike with the sound of clashing steel. She could see it. Braced along the back of his knuckles, revealed by the edge of her sword scraping through the fabric of his gloves, was the gleam of steel. She barely had a chance to slide back and out of range before the sword in Izuku's hand could crash back through her guard. As she retreated, her nearly meter-long sword was held level, the curve swaying and aimed at Izuku as he adjusted his own grip, walking from the ruined pillar. "I have to say, I expected a polearm instead of a saber." The low tone of his voice cut through the hush of the stage. "I decided speed would be the better counter to your weapon's weight." Izuku was expressionless, only showing a polite face of interest, despite his aggressive body language. She kept pace, the two falling into step in a wide circle. A single step would bring her in range for striking, but two would bring Izuku past her preferred range and into the midst of his. She darted out, attempting a feint, only for Izuku to step into it, his hand coming up to catch the slash in his gloved grip as he twisted and swung his sword up, nearly catching her own arm as she stepped back. The ring of steel, however, proved he had hit what he was aiming for. The ringing clash of steel sent her saber's blade shattering into a myriad of shards, and Momo danced backward. Izuku held the jagged point of the blade in his grip, inspecting it as he let her gain distance. "I have to say, it's not a bad weapon, but it's fragile." He tossed the shard away and stepped after her, Momo's mind racing even as the gleam of her hand signaled a new weapon, a naginata. The polearm was nearly third again her height, and as she took a grip, she leveled it in towards Izuku. "Ah, there's the polearm." He began to step forwards to meet her, and his hands both came to rest on the hilt of his sword before he moved. The hunk of metal Izuku was using as a blade ripped through the air, and she stepped back, twisting the naginata to knock it up, and grunting when her weapon creaked from the impact. As the two of them circled back around, Momo began to see Izuku use more and more tricks. Things she hadn't been able to catch from a distance. His weapon had enough mass that when he threw it out and yanked it back, he could shift after it, moving nearly as much as his weapon did to reorient. Beyond that, he used its mass almost like a shield, taking several heavy strikes with barely a flinch as the sword caught them. As she twisted in for another strike, she decided to expand her arsenal. A flash grenade dropped from her stomach, and she tossed it his way, already forming glasses and earplugs even as it popped up from a kick. She barely saw the sword shift before Izuku was smashing the flashbang out of the air, catching it mid-explosion and sending its bright white wreckage to the side, as Izuku stepped behind it with eyes closed. She reached out, slashing with the nogi. The lash of his hand smacked it up, and the point of the sword jabbed under her guard. "Nice try, but I don't need my eyes, Momo." As she flexed her hand, stepping back as she raised her naginata again, Izuku glanced down at his sword curiously. She could see the clear scorch mark where the flashbang had been caught. She took a breath and went back on the offensive. The next 10 minutes would later be remembered only as a blur. Another flashbang, this time smashed away before it could explode. She tried a taser, only for Izuku to block the prongs with his gloves, leaving scorch marks on the cloth where the static hadn't penetrated. The feeling of weightlessness as she took a swing that launched her into the air. Her naginata shattered between the sword and a pillar when she misstepped. A replacement spear, simpler to make than the naginata, that nearly shattered on a block, discarded as it bent nearly in half. A smoke grenade that was shattered and sent to the side. The sight of the blade coming out of the dust, and her lack of a weapon, raising her arms and focusing her quirk, the blade coming to a lock against her arms as they screamed in pain, 2 long pieces of titanium bar rising from her skin to take the strike, that then fell to the ground when she disengaged, bent out of shape. And through it all Izuku's measured gaze. Assessing. Planning. Hunting. Every move she made was taken into account. Every weapon broke down and discarded. Every trick she pulled was seen through. Her shield bent around the sword, and she lashed out with a staff, knocking him back but ripping the shield with his weapon. A chain was tangled around his arm, and he swapped hands, wielding the sword left-handed while he untangled himself before tossing the chain out of bounds. A long sword was smashed into a pillar during a parry and then snapped in half by a backswing. Another spear snapped and the lucerne she'd made to replace it was too slow and was discarded. And among all of that, flashbangs, smoke grenades, sonic grenades, attempts at tear gas, all of them were removed from the fight with precise swings to clear the area. As the match wound down, she staggered, feeling the ache of overusing her quirk. And that was the end. The last moves of the fight were almost kind. The blade knocking away her latest shield. A palm, all fingers curled in slightly, as it thudded home into her gut. And then the feeling of weightlessness, and then grass. As she lay breathing, the cool green of the field behind her, her head ringing with exhaustion. She could still hear the announcement. After a stunning display of skill, Midoriya Izuku is our first finalist. Please give it up for him, and Yozumomo for an excellent match. As the adrenaline started to drain away, she could feel the aches and bruises that littered her body start to make themselves known. Above her, a shadow took shape, leaning over her as she caught her breath. Nice match, Momo. She barely gave a smile to Izuku before she felt the urge to sleep. She happily gave in. She had given a hell of a match. Then with a thud, the final synth fell to the ground, 3 spikes embedded into its head. From beside it, where it had pinned him to the ground, Izuku gave a cough, rolling to his side as he wiped the white fluid of the synth from his face, blinking as he tried to remember how to breathe. Fing synths. Always go for the throat. As he pushed himself up, Izuku spat out a mouthful of slime and BLD, feeling where one of his teeth had been knocked out, the gap almost surprising and new, if not for the pain. The travel down to the AI core had been exhausting. Navigating plasma vents, using a gas mask to get through areas filled with poisonous coolant, and dodging dozens of synths. Getting his feet under him, Izuku looked around. 4 synths lay around him in the last room before he could return to the AI core after disabling its security systems. The previous hour had been a series of hectic hacking, navigating the maze of rooms that surrounded and monitored the AI core, and destroying the synths that were hunting him down. With a final cough of white and red on the ground, Izuku reached out and grabbed several spikes from where they had spilled over the floor, and slid them back into his belt. His shotgun lay empty in the far corner, and his electric baton was still sticking out of one of the other synths, half embedded in the head. With a long sigh, he began to regather his supplies. Down to only 3 more shotgun shells. DMN. Beyond that, he had used almost all his grenades. Most of the noisemakers had been spent drawing synths away, while flashbangs and smokes had been used to disorient and pick off various groups. He was down to a single flashbang and 1 pipe bomb. As he checked the gauge on his flamethrower, he sighed. Empty. He'd figured as much, considering he had been using it to melt the hazard suits off of the more specialized working Joes. Those were insulated and reinforced, enough that the stun baton and EMP grenades he had weren't enough to disable them. As he dug through his bag, he found a new canister and screwed it into place, noting that he had 1 more spare which, from the indicator, was only half full. As he slid the last of his shells into the gun, he hefted it back over his shoulder, hissing slightly at the ache in his back. One of the synths had gotten lucky and knocked him into a doorway earlier, and it hadn't been fun. He took stock of the variety of gashes and claw marks that littered his body just from this run, the way his ankle was still weak from the slash of the alien at the lab, the pain that came from bandaged wounds and laceration, only the worst of which he had sealed with medical kits and painkillers. As he finished collecting his gear, he headed for the doorway into the core. Metal grates circled a massive sphere with a square pattern that looked almost like an oversized golf ball, with 3 massive connection ports to the rest of the station. As he got close, he pulled out his security scanner, with the recent addition of a Level 3 data core. The now familiar adjustments only took a moment, before he isolated the correct code and broke the encryption. With a beep, the dim lights of the room brightened, and with a slow, shifting noise and the creak of the core's arms, the entire AI core rose into a new position, revealing a door. Izuku reached out and opened it, the hiss of the core pressurizing and the drifts of coolant rushing out, revealing the clinical white interior. Indicator lights and small screens hung around a central console, a chair with a single screen placed on it, and a keyboard. Izuku took a deep breath and walked in. Taking a seat, the door sealed behind him, and the chair rotated. Right, let's see. He knew enough of the protocol from the instruction manuals, but he still pulled out his notebook, where he had a list of properly compiled questions and codes to engage. First off, start simple. Disengage android operations. He hit enter, and waited with bated breath. -WY Special Order 939 in progress. Well, why is nothing ever easy? He paused. WI. Weyland Yutani. Weyland Yutani owned this facility. Purchased orders received 11. 2137. He paused. That was what, less than a week ago. He checked his notes. No. That was 3 days before I woke up. What the F? He went back to the console and started typing. What is Special Order 939? Priority 1. Protect specimen. Maintain station quarantine. Disallow communications. All other considerations secondary. Izuku froze, as bits and pieces of information fell into place. This entire thing wasn't some accident he was tossed into. The law painted this as intentional. People here caused this. Or even if they didn't start it, they only made it worse. The riots that were escalated by a random, or planted, gunman. The alien not being found or isolated. Quarantine being broken. The working Joes going rogue, and locking down sections of the ship. Disable Special Order 939 - yeah, he didn't expect it to work, but SHT. He tried something a bit less straightforward. Confirm installation of command files. WJ Vindictive scanning. File found. Warning, unauthorized distributor. Installing. As the loading bar began to fill, Izuku started flipping through his notes. Warning, WJ Vindictive found to be in violation of special orders. Terminating file. WJ Vindictive in 30 seconds. Izuku snarled at that, and began typing. If the system wanted to delete this, it could kiss his butt. He wasn't great at coding, but he knew exactly what he needed. He didn't want Samuel's sacrifice to be for nothing. Not now. He was tired of losing. Now Izuku walked through the halls towards Recovery Girl's medical wing with a slow and steady step. He was keenly feeling the ache of using the heavy blade, and his knuckles were bruised and swelling up under the reinforcements of his gloves. However, he didn't feel the sharp pain of anything being broken, and he was positive all his fingers were still located in the right place. Across his chest and shoulders, the ache of wielding such a heavy weapon was much more prominent. The strain of maneuvering it was hell on the core muscles, and he was exceedingly grateful that he would be able to reveal its final trick soon. As he turned the last corner, he glanced down, taking in the long black hair that hung over his shoulder. Momo was clearly out of it, and he winced at just how many weapons he had made her go through. He had counted at least 14 weapons, all made of some variant of a steel alloy. And that wasn't taking into account the addition of at least 20 various grenades. One of them had almost made him black out, the sonic waves disorienting him much like Jiru's quirk could. The sword, now hanging from the ragged remains of his overshirt, was scored and pitted, the once smooth edges now dented and warped from strike after strike. The cloth of his gloves was ragged as well, uncovering the metal platings that had acted almost like brass knuckles, or the Japanese teko. As he walked, he adjusted his grip, one arm under Momo's back, and the other under her knees. She had left the stage on a stretcher, but he hadn't wasted much time in snagging her from it. He was heading to medical anyway, and the droids were likely to be much more needed after the next fight. He'd bet it was an amusing sight, Momo was nearly a half a head taller than him on a good day, and even now, braced as she was, her feet almost scraped the ground as he walked. When he reached the door to medical, a carefully aimed kick caught the door handle, and he stepped in. Recovery girl was waiting, and was clearly exasperated. Get her to a bed. The foolish girl exhausted herself. And you? Sit down and take the effort off your shoulder for God's sake. And eat something. I know enough about your biology to know that you're probably starting to push your tolerance, and I don't need another patient passing out from low BLD sugar like she probably did. Izuku let the heroine rant, instead of focusing on setting Momo onto a cot, before stepping back to focus on his own wounds. As he wrapped and re-wrapped his bruises, he listened to the combination of sounds from Recovery Girl helping Momo, and the distant announcements of the next match. By the time he was stripping his shirt off to reach the bruises on his chest, the arena was once more repaired, and the next match was about to begin. Izuku stared at the screen, taking in the images of Kaken and Todoroki. This decides my next fight, figures it comes down to this. My childhood friend, and the baggage between us, or the traumatized victim who lashes out in rage. He began to rub bruise cream into his wounds and watched carefully. This is going to be intense. Then Marshall. Come in, Marshall. Izuku tapped the headset and listened to the silence. Deep in the AI core, his signal had been cut off. Too much interference from the core's shielding. Now, as he stood in the elevator, descending from the AI core into the depths of engineering, he could only hear static. Nothing. He held back a tight pressure in his chest, pushing thoughts of being too late from his mind. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to save everyone. He knew that. But it still hurt. He tapped the comm again and shifted channels. Midoriya to Torrens. This is Torrens. Thank God, we've been worried. Ever since you headed into the AI core, we've been trying to reach you. The captain's voice was tense, but calm, impressively so considering the situation. Sorry, the shielding screwed up reception. How's Samuels doing? This wasn't the captain. A younger voice, but almost more refined and cultured than the captain's. Nina Taylor, the other executive from Weyland-Yutani. Samuels didn't make it. Oh. That whisper was almost worse than her crying. I see. Izuku leaned back against the side of the elevator and closed his eyes. They deserved to know, right? Even if this was all fake, he wouldn't treat it that way. He couldn't. He wanted to be a hero, and sometimes that meant delivering the bad news. If he labeled everything that happened in a simulation as fake. No. That was a bad path. He knew that much. The AI interface, overloaded, damaged his systems too much. He opened the way to the AI core itself, but that was the last thing he could do. Izuku coughed, clearing the sound of his throat choking up. I tried to save him. Just wasn't fast enough. I understand. Thank you. There was a long moment and he could almost imagine he heard someone stiffening their spine. And the mission. The AI sent the data to Weyland-Yutani. Turns out they sent her by order to the station not long after you and Samuels headed out this way. Apparently, they didn't want to wait. The only other thing out here is the flight records of the ship that found them, the Anesidora. Verlaine, the captain, spoke up. I can see a ship's identification code in orbit around the gas giant, but it looks like it's on autopilot. Without the codes to bring it out of orbit and into shuttle range, I doubt I'll be able to get you there. Ship-to-ship docking is complex enough that an AI can't handle it. You might be able to park a shuttle on it, but not a ship the size of the Torrens. Izuku hesitated, before speaking up. I know that the captain of the Anesidora was on station. I doubt he's still alive, but if you can find him you might be able to get the codes. I understand. Nina Taylor's voice was quiet, intense. I'll try my best. Captain, how much longer can you maintain orbit with the station? 20 hours at best. After that, my maneuvering engines will be dangerously low, and I'll need to either refuel or start back towards the inner sectors. Got it. I'll try and be off as soon as I can. Just be safe, yeah. Understood. Torrens out. As the comm went silent, Izuku pressed the button to open the door, the elevator long since having come to a stop. With a whir, the door opened, and Izuku stepped out into the depths of engineering. There had been one thing that the AI core had confirmed for him before he left: unidentified biological material in reactor core. Izuku had done his research, though. The Sevastopol's reactor had multiple supercapacitors that could hold and build charges, often used to power the station during high traffic hours when normal reactor activity wouldn't be enough. Each of the three main supercapacitors also acted as overflow and surge protection for the rest of the station, keeping a random surge from blowing circuitry in the more important systems across engineering. But there was a safety feature. If the capacitors were disconnected and received another surge before they could be reset, then the electricity was channeled back around the core, purging the system's power into the plasma conduits around the core. If he was correct, the charge would be external to the core itself, a lightning storm that would kill anything it came in contact with. Which meant that anything that was built around the reactor itself would be at high risk. Slinging his shotgun back over his shoulder, Izuku pulled up a ragged bandana and wrapped it around his face, while also checking all his gear was secured. The name of the game here was simple: get to the core, trigger a purge, and get out. Preferably without getting the attention of any of the aliens. As he flexed his hands, Izuku began to move deeper. Now Miruko hopped slightly on the pads of her feet as she paced back and forth. The longer the matches had gone on, the more she began to feel like her initial suspicion was right. There was a surprising amount of talent in the match, with some of them being far more intense than she expected. But beyond that, there was a monster in this tournament. Confident, focused, and skilled enough to back it up. She watched his matches with an eagerness that she rarely felt for any of her co-workers aside from the other top 10. He wasn't perfect, not by a long shot, but she could see it. He was like her. A team would hold him back, or be better off doing other tasks. He would be a monster to fight, the spear point of any team that he led, pushing through enemies with the kind of hyper-focused intensity that most of the pros who made it out in the world lacked. She wanted to fight him. To train him. To test him. She wanted to see just how controlled that mask he wore was. How hard would it be to push him into a rage? To see him lose that control? Could he handle coming back from a frenzy? Could he reign in a BLD rage? She knew that people had called her violent, even bloodthirsty, but she knew that control was what kept her at the top, and if the kid with a sword and a chip on his shoulder heavier than the stadium he was in wanted to graduate without being on a path directly to Tartarus, he needed that control as well. She made a note on her phone, watching as the arena began to reset once more. Contact Nezu at internship requirements. As she closed her app, she glanced back up to watch the reply, eyes focusing once more on the calm facade that Midoriya wore as he picked the girl apart. On the other screen, she saw the two teens in the other semifinal step up to the stage. This is going to be fun. Then Izuku moved slowly. He hadn't known what he expected, but this wasn't it. Thick tendrils of some sort were growing across the walls, wrapping around panels and breaker sways like some sort of hyperactive mold from hell as it formed an organic lattice. Large eggs, the tops slit open and unfolded, revealed empty caverns littered under desiccated corpses, and the distant hissing and chatter of aliens was barely audible under the crackles of the reactor as it worked. Thankfully, the sound of the reactor also played to his advantage, covering up the rustle of his feet and gear. Izuku crept around another corner. Carefully, he set a flashbang, using a binding agent to connect it to the wall before pulling a wire from his pocket and slowly leading it across the center of the hallway. He was out of the proximity sensors, having used them on the few Molotovs he had made and set up further in. It had taken almost an hour to gather the supplies for this plan, and he was moving slowly and absolutely quietly. He didn't think he could do this twice. That's the last flashbang, and now to get to work. Izuku crept back down another passage, quiet as he could as he fiddled with the radio at his waist. It had taken a while to program, but he had found he could connect his music function to his devices by tuning into a specific radio frequency. A few minutes of hacking had also connected that radio frequency to the reactor core's emergency alert system. It had taken a bit of searching through the music selection he had access to, but he had found something loud and obnoxious enough to work. Since they keep finding me by sound, let's stop that. He took a deep breath as he glanced around and braced himself. And then he tapped play. With a scream of distorted guitar, the speakers nearly blew out as the opening chords of the song played out and the screams of the surprised aliens echoed, barely audible under the screaming English lyrics. And that was before, in the distance, he saw the flash of light as one of the flashbang traps he had set was triggered. Grinning at the chaos, Izuku reached out and yanked on the first of the breakers before pulling the emergency discharge on the first of the capacitors. With a flash, sparks raced across the machine before sending arcing currents dancing up across the flesh of the hive around it, drawing death rattles from the few eggs not yet opened as they all but exploded from the current. Let's cause some chaos. Now Katsuki hooked his arm across his chest and stretched, staring at Todoroki across from him as Present MIC started his spiel. The last of our 4 semifinalists are about to show their stuff. Whoever wins this match moves on to the finals of the first-year tournament, and will be facing down with Midoriya Izuku. On one side, he's got explosive potential and the skill to back it up. Blonde and blasty, it's Bakugo Katsuki. Shitty tagline. That the best he could come up with. And against him, the Ice Prince of Class 1A, the teen with the cold shoulder, Todoroki Shoto. Well, at least his shitty taglines are consistently bad. Giving one final shake of his arms to loosen up the BLD flow to his wrists, Bakugo crouched in a starting stance, staring down the narrowed heterochromatic gaze of Todoroki with an intensity that slowly drowned out the rest of the world. He watched as Todoroki gradually gathered mist, frost tracing his right hand even as a nearly imperceptible heat was wreathing his left side. There would be no talking. Not yet. He only spared enough focus to keep track of midnight. As the moment stretched on, his pulse came faster, the adrenaline surge that he loved, that instinct to fight that he'd followed for almost a decade. It was tempered now, less brash and uncontrolled. His heart was racing but his breaths were deep and slow, controlled and powerful. Each inhale brought more oxygen into his BLD, more power into his core. He didn't wait for the word to finish. By the time the first syllable was out of her lips, he was moving. A series of rapid blasts turned his starting point into ground zero of a rocket launch. A shallow arc of pure speed and focus as he fired himself out of the starting position at Todoroki, his arms swinging around as he rushed in, the shape of his hands in the air giving the slightest adjustments to his aim as Todoroki swept his arm up, the gleam of frost growing as he unleashed a glacier, and the series of blasts that sent Katsuki's arc spiraling. He didn't touch the glacier, but the chill rushed past his hair as he twisted. And then he was at Todoroki. Widened charcoal and teal eyes met narrowed red before Todoroki twisted, showing his hand was still embedded in the structure of his glacier. With a growl, Katsuki had to twist, avoiding a swarm of spires that grew out of the glacier, blocking off Todoroki from his attack. A parting blast cleared away the upper half of the glacier, however, and Katsuki flipped to land on one of the concrete pillars, taking in the new trick that Todoroki was showing off with sharp eyes as he broke down what was going on. He's not reshaping the ice, he's growing new layers and structures onto it. He can't grow ice off of nothing, he needs a base. But by leaving his hand inside the glacier he can use the entire thing as a conduit for his quirk. DMN. I need to break the glacier down before it can be used, or separate him from it somehow. Even as the thoughts raced through his head, more ice rushed to catch him. A leap sent him up, twisting before an explosion threw him higher. Once. Twice. 3 times. Each explosion accelerated his ascent, heating his skin as he took a deep breath and rose above the arena. At the peak of his ascent, he twisted, arching his spine as he did a backflip, carefully reaching for the power of his quirk. Every explosion does 3 major things to cause damage. As gravity pulled at him, he drew both hands back, as if winding up for a pitch. The reaction triggers an exothermic blast, releasing heat, and if you're too close, that heat transfers fast enough to burn and ignite things. In his hands, sweat began to accumulate, fingers clenched tight around a rapid series of tiny blasts, close in size to a firecracker. After a half-second it ended, leaving his hands smoking, but still locked together. A space overheated and low on oxygen. And inside, his hands began to sweat faster. That heat expands rapidly, superheating particles faster than they can move, forming a shockwave. The difference between a high explosive and a low explosive is based on whether that shockwave is supersonic or subsonic. As gravity dragged him back down, he kept his hands clasped, not using his quirk to direct his fall even as Todoroki glanced up, eyes tracking his descent. Instead of attacking, Todoroki began to encase himself in a cocoon of ice. Katsuki could only focus and tense. After this, he would be pressed to release another major explosion for a minute. The third point of damage is a mix. The heated air from the explosion rushes outwards, scorching the area around it in what's known as blast wind, and it can cause just as much damage as the shockwave. A half-second before impact, Katsuki gave a show and threw his hands wide open, a mist rushing from his fingers and palms, trailing behind him as he kicked off the ice of the tower, leaving it floating behind him, drifting and spreading, mixing with the cool air around him, and falling onto the icy tower. And then from his hands, the sparks fired, sending him clear with a blast, even as the heat and combustion rushed outwards. The trigger for the rest. Firestorm Blast. With a flare of heat, flames so hot that they looked white in the center bloomed across the ice. With a flash of two smaller explosions, Katsuki managed to reorient himself and slow his fall. He dropped to land in a crouch, breathing heavily as he took in the way the upper half of the fortress was steaming, melted and cracked apart under the force of the blast. As he shook out his hands, he winced at the fact that his palms were covered in red splotches and, in a few places, his fingers were even blistering. DMN. I'm not ready to use that more than once. But it's close. Come on, BSTRD. Show me what you've got. With a sudden crack, sections of the fort cracked open and crumbled, releasing a thick cloud of steam. With a deep, ragged breath, Todoroki leaned out, placing his hands on the edge of his fortress and staring out with a manic glint in his eye. His voice rang out, sharp and accusatory. You BSTRD. Used all the oxygen. Todoroki staggered before gaining his center of balance. Now free of the steam, it was clear that he had almost been baked alive inside the fortress. His clothes dripped with moisture, steam billowing from his left side and ice wreathing his right fingers. What? Did you think that I was going to take it slow? Just 'cause you refuse to give it your all, doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you. I told you why. With a snarl, the air around him began to cool rapidly, the mist turning to sparkling flakes in the air before drifting to the ground as twisted points of ice rose up his right side. I refuse to use that man's quirk, oh, save me the thing whining. Pity and disgust ran across his face as Katsuki drew his arms up, taking a loose boxing stance and stepping closer. He gave a shake of his arms to loosen his muscles back up. I'm not fighting your shitbag of a father. I'm going to beat the SHT out of you. Endeavor can take a number and I'll deal with his sorry but later. And before Todoroki could get another word in, Katsuki went for the throat. Then last one. With a yank, the final capacitor was disconnected, sending more sparks arcing through the hive even as the screeching of eggs and the sound of static was drowned out by the screaming of the music still playing on repeat. Izuku had just turned and started heading down the last hallway for the ladder back up to the core proper when he saw it. Just a flicker of motion, the slightest change of color to the side, he barely had time to step back before the pale color of what looked like an overgrown spider lunged. If he wasn't on edge, and long since used to things jumping at him, he would have panicked. Instead, he managed to get an arm up in time, his left hand catching the thing by the center as it writhed and screamed at him. His hand clamped down even as something like a tail wrapped his wrist and tightened. The pain nearly broke his concentration, but he didn't let it get to him as he turned and slammed it into an exposed corner of the hallway, the sickening crack of something in the spider thing making it scramble and go crazy as he shifted his grip to one set of legs. Was that a thing mouth between the legs? What the F? With it stunned, Izuku's right hand went to his belt and pulled one of his few remaining shivs. A grunt then had him slamming it through the nightmare of a mouth and driving it into the wall, the shiv finding a new home pinned to the fleshy hive around it. With a gurgling screech, the thing relaxed and let go, allowing Izuku to untangle his left wrist from the coils of the thing's tail, revealing deep bruises that wrapped around his arm. The thing went silent with a final thrash of its limbs, allowing Izuku to get an actual look at it. And then he glanced back down the corridor at one of the desiccated corpses, at how its face was wrapped in a familiar-looking spider thing and its chest was ripped open from the inside. Oh. Well, that's way more terrifying than I thought it was going to be. He winced as he heard something starting to hiss, and looked to see that the facehugger he had pinned to the wall was starting to smoke from the mouth around the shiv, a familiar green fluid slowly dripping down and deforming the metal. Turning, he started jogging for the way back up, and the music that had been playing suddenly died out with a mangled screech. RSHT. They found the speakers, I guess. Izuku picked up the pace, going as fast as he could while keeping his footsteps silent. Ball of the foot first, then heel, then push. He got to the ladder, and began to climb, when he heard it. From inside the hive, screaming. Angry screaming. It sounds like the aliens just found out about the eggs getting fried, and they are not happy, Izuku muttered under his breath as he pulled himself up onto the catwalk that surrounded the reactor core. And face to face with a half-dozen synths that were maintaining it. Izuku took a deep breath, and hoped to any god that might be listening that this worked, before shouting. Working Joes, initiate order vindictive. The synths all froze for a moment as Izuku held his breath. And then, as one, all of their eyes turned red in sequence. Please work, please work, please work. As they started advancing, Izuku sprinted at them, listening as they all began to sprout warnings in their monotones. You don't belong here. Unauthorized access noted. He didn't really care. He ducked around one synth, and juked another. He was focused on the central console, where the controls to regulate power were. He needed to set the reactor to max, so that it would initiate a purge. That was the easy part. The hard part was, SCCIECCCC. The aliens he sessed off. As one climbed up back towards the ladder and began to advance, Izuku kept running. Then he heard it. You are not allowed here. He glanced back to see one of the synths had grabbed the alien's arm, and the hulking mass was clearly confused. Haha. Yes. The vindictive program worked. The execution was simple. Instead of trying to program an entirely new targeting and aggressive system to attack only the aliens, Izuku simply added the identification file of the aliens to the crew. At the lowest security level. And since the working Joes were currently under orders to eliminate all crew members. Well, why should Izuku be the only one being harassed? He ducked around another of the synths and sprinted the last few steps up and to the console, already pulling his tuner to bypass the system. He heard more screeching and more upset Joes, but by the time the sound of one of the synths marching up to him became clear, he was already done. The console beeped, and he grabbed a SWCH and threw it to fall. And the reactor began to hum. And that was Izuku's cue to run. There was one last part, to the control room back above the reactor, where the emergency purge needed to be triggered. He barely got 2 feet before a mangled working Joe got tossed to the floor before him. He slowly turned around. There, covered in the white fluid that filled the synths, was a nearly unscathed xenomorph slowly advancing along one of the catwalks. Izuku gave a snarl, and pulled his shotgun flamethrower from his back. You want to go? The alien began to pick up its pace, and Izuku brought the gun up. Let's go. And then it was nothing but gunfire and screaming. Now as Bakugo closed the distance, Shoto kept his cool and raised his fists, his right arm wreathed in layers of compressed ice. He had a split second to reflect on the sheer genius of Bakugo's tactics, and of the way that the game had been changed. It was almost 4 in the afternoon, and the sports festival had started over 6 hours earlier. And the entire time, he and Bakugo had been pushing their quirks to the limit. Glacier, massive explosions, constant tricks and uses. They had been showing off and using their quirks non-stop. They were both out of gas. Bakugo knew that and still opened with such a massive blast, forcing Shoto to respond in kind with a fortress. And that forced both of them to hit their limits. Which meant that the match came down not to their quirks, but to their fists and skill. So as Bakugo closed in with a flurry of jabs, light and fast, Shoto set his core, found his balance, and stood his ground. The first few strikes were caught with the ice armor, and Shoto dodged those it couldn't, breathing heavily from the steam and heat as they clashed in the center of the arena. His right arm, heavy with ice as it was planted in front of him, raised to catch hits and take damage, while his left lashed out with carefully aimed and measured hits, designed to keep Bakugo occupied. Bakugo was clearly a skilled fighter, light on his feet and aggressive. His style was fast, loosely defined, but viscous. There was boxing, wrestling, bits of MMA. But Shoto didn't grow up abused under the guise of training to not have developed his own skills. He met each strike with his own, ducking punches and weaving through strikes with his personalized form of Wing Chun. Normally, he would have followed up dodges with freezing limbs, trapping his opponent, but every time he tried to slowly reach for and build his quirk, Bakugo would meet it with flashes of explosions to break his focus. Soon enough, they both abandoned quirks entirely, signaled by the ice cracking under strikes as they got more aggressive, soon leaving Todoroki with only a bracer and ice-wrapped knuckles. Yu Fing, a clash of fists, short-sighted, a kick, dodged by a half-step. Morin. The foot came back in a snap kick and Shoto took it to the chest, stumbling back even as he fought to keep vertical. As he swayed back, Bakugo kept talking, the words ringing in his head. You think for a Fing second you can half-but this. A dodge and a parry, ice meeting sparks. That there isn't going to be a reckoning. Shoto grimaced and shot off a wave of ice with a kick, nearly taking out Bakugo at the knees. You know why, the blast of an explosion cut him off. F your old man. Bakugo snarled and his hand crackled, the sudden scent of burnt sugar filling the air as he drew a hand back. Stand up and stop F around. The strike was dead on, and even with his ice armor, the blast slammed into his chest. It sent Shoto flying back, and only a lucky twist let him land and roll onto his feet, chest singed and smoking, his right sleeve shredded and ice armor shattered. Bakugo lowered his voice, something wounded entering his tone. This world doesn't care about the problems you have. It'll throw everything it's got at you, and the only thing that matters in the end is if you live or die. The words hit hard, but all it did was make Shoto furious. You think I don't understand that? With gritted teeth, he threw his hand around, his already taxed quirk being pushed. The wave of ice was jagged and vicious, and nearly caught Bakugo off balance. Only a desperate blast shattered the reaching tips of the ice. You don't seem to be steady. With a growl, Shoto reached. He ignored the ache, the cold, the stiffness. He unleashed a glacier. It was half-formed, barely stable, but all the more dangerous for it. Massive jagged shapes rising up around him and tearing up the ground, shattering concrete with their growth. For a moment, he almost thought he'd won. And then a blast drew his gaze up to see the diving form of Bakugo, hand outstretched, sparks flashing, heat rushing at him, the memory of boiling water falling towards his face, of heat and steam and burning. Without thinking, panic rushing through him, Shoto raised his left hand. And then there was fire. Then BLD dripped to the ground, staggered steps leading away from a tightly sealed doorway, the mechanism sealed shut with still glowing heat. Izuku leaned on the console with heavy breaths, feeling perpetual pain as he tightly wrapped his newest wound, the thick bandages already bleeding through. His left hand was missing half its fingers, caught by the alien's tail as it slashed through his shotgun. The only compensation was that it caught the fuel tank for the flamethrower in the same attack. His left hand hurt. Burns and bruises trailing down his wrist, and fingers mangled and torn to shreds. As he tightened the bandage with a hissed-out breath, he pulled his last medical syringe from his pocket. The prick of the needle and the hiss of the canister was familiar, but the slow spread of numbing cold that slowly spread through his wounds was wonderful. As he tossed the empty syringe to the side, he took a deep breath and got to work on the console. It was simple enough. With the system already blaring warnings about the capacitors being offline, all he needed to do was go to the emergency settings, adjust the values, and boom. Emergency purge initiated. There. Watching through the windows overlooking the reactor, Izuku had a front row seat to the way power began to build up, rings of lightning beginning to surge across the various parts of the reactor. The gleam of Cherenkov radiation bloomed around the base of the reactor as excess heat was released before. With a massive pulse, the reactor released energy, arcing lightning and plasma through the conduits. And then, in the glow, he saw it. 1. Then 3. Then a dozen. Aliens crawling up from the depths, leaping from place to place, unharmed by the shocking fingers of lightning, and angry. The hive was destroyed, but not the aliens. With a growl, 𝐒𝐿 slammed his good hand down, cracking the screen on the console. He stared at the screens as his mind raced. There was really only one last thing he could do. He glanced at the controls and began to move through options. He had to finish this. Somehow. The sudden beep of his communicator broke him from his thoughts. What? Someone just took off from the station. One of the medical shuttles just left and the Anestoria is moving to meet it. Holy SHT, the captain. 𝐒𝐿 turned and moved away from the reactor. Is there another shuttle? Yes, but I'm going after him. Keep in orbit for the station. If this works out, I'll meet up with you after this. Understood. Torrens out. 𝐒𝐿 ignored the wounds. The aches. One last loose end, and then he just needed to drop this godforsaken station into the gas giant. But first, medical. Now 𝐒𝐿 watched the smoke clear, knowing what was about to happen. What he would see even before the announcers spoke up. Even on the screen, he could track the beats of the fight, though the announcers were half a beat late. He saw the flare of light, the blast of fire had caught 𝐭𝐿𝐴 off guard, and he wasn't ready to react. He had also seen the sheer terror on Todoroki's face, painted clear as day as he raised his left hand. A flashback. The explosion that resulted was bright enough to wash out the cameras. As the screen refocused, he could see 𝐭𝐴 laying on the grass. Not unconscious but breathing and half-collapsed, skin red and blisters across his arms. Meanwhile, Todoroki was sprawled in the center of a jagged dome of shattered ice, his left side still smoking. Premature ignition. SHT. 𝐒𝐿 hung his head low as he breathed out in a mix of exasperation and relief. 𝐭𝐴 was still a hard-headed moron. It wasn't just his hands that generated explosive sweat, it was all of his sweat glands. His hands just had the highest concentration of explosives, as well as the ability to ignite them at will. Todoroki, however, just set all of his sweat alight at once, blowing 𝐭𝐴 out of the arena like an out-of-control bottle rocket. And, because he didn't expect Todoroki to panic, he wasn't ready to adjust course. 𝐒𝐿 shook his head and stood up. The announcers were already declaring that Todoroki had won, and that meant that 𝐒𝐿 needed to go attend to his gear. With a parting nod to the still annoyed recovery girl, he snagged his blade and gloves, as well as a high-calorie bar. He considered leaving his sports jacket behind. The ragged mess was shredded pretty badly, but he was limited on material and it could still be useful. The cloth was fairly resistant. With all his gear gathered up, 𝐒𝐿 headed out into the hallways of the stadium. Momo was still out of it and, while Kyuka was up in the stands with Koda, he didn't really want to talk to anyone right now. He took off into the passages leading to the waiting room he was going to use. He would meditate for a few minutes and get ready. Finally. Do you see? With my fire, you've won. The words were arrogant and loud, aggressive and blatant, and immediately set all of 𝐒�l's hair raising. 𝐒𝐿, with the ease of long practice, silenced his steps and softened his presence before closing in on the tunnel to the field and leaning against the corner. The light of the field cast shadows down the tunnel, and on the floor in front of him, he could see it. A warped shadow cast by Endeavor's flames, turning his shadow into a muddled mess, while next to it was the distinct form of Todoroki. And even by the shadow, with its exaggerated profile, he could see the tremble of shock in his form. The flinch as a hand was clapped on his shoulder. His left shoulder. All you have to do now is beat that quirkless trash, and you'll prove how superior my training is. No. Excuse me. No. I won't. I won't use it. Not again. Todoroki Shoto's voice was cracked, hoarse and desperate. 𝐒𝐿 closed his eyes and didn't flinch at the sound of flesh against flesh. Brat. Do you think that matters? You've already used it once. Your little attempt at rebellion has failed. With heavy steps, Endeavor began to walk back towards the tunnels, towards 𝐒𝐿. By the time he turned the corner, 𝐒𝐿 was long gone. Then 𝐒𝐿 stood at the computer, looking through the logs. And what would you know? Captain 𝐒𝐻 had input an approach vector and passcode for the Anesidora docking procedure. Here we go. It was a matter of copying and moving the information over from docking bay 1, which was now empty, to Bay 3, where the last of the medical shuttles were located. Should be enough to reach the ship. What the F are you doing, Marlowe? Escaping. As he finished typing in the last of the commands, he glanced back down the halls into the rest of medical, and the distant screech of one of the aliens. Yeah. Time to get the F out of here. He closed the door as he slid into the shuttle, looking out the windshield at the vast empty space, and had to breathe deeply to ignore the pain in his lungs at the memory of what it was like to be there without a suit. Now 𝐒𝐫 woke up feeling groggy. His face hurt. Hey, you're finally awake. He blinked, and the image of Recovery Girl came into focus. Hello. Look into this light for me, will you? You took quite a hit to the head, and I need to check if you're concussed. As the heroine ran him through a basic concussion test, 𝐒𝐫 couldn't help but feel ashamed of having been knocked out. He knew that Bakugo was an extraordinary fighter, but even in hand-to-hand, he just hadn't been able to keep up. What would his family think? As the test finished up, he finally had a moment to look around. Hirozu-san was sleeping on the cot across from him, and near the door, Bakugo-san was resting, his arms wrapped up to the shoulder with bandages and his eyes closed. How long have I been asleep? About an hour. You missed the semifinals, but the final match is in 10 minutes. Feel free to stretch your legs, though I expect you'll be sore for a few hours. Of course. As Recovery Girl shuffled off, heading for Bakugo, 𝐒𝐫 pushed himself to his feet. She wasn't wrong. His entire body felt stiff, a side effect of the accelerated healing of Recovery Girl's quirk. Something to consider for future classes. He would bring it up to Bakugo and Hirozu at another time. As the class representatives, they should consider making accommodations if their classmates are having issues after healing sessions. Glancing at the clock, he squinted at the blurry numbers and reached down to pull out his phone. When his hand met an empty pocket, he sighed. Right. He had spare glasses and his phone in his locker. Well, walking around would likely do him good. As he slowly marched for the door, he paused when Bakugo spoke up. Hey, engines. 𝐒𝐫 turned, blinking as he took in the out-of-focus blonde. Yes. Good match. You had me there for a moment with that speed burst. He couldn't read Bakugo's expression, but that sounded almost like a compliment. Ah. Thank you. Your hand-to-hand is impressive. Thanks. Pausing a bit at the awkward silence, he turned towards the door once more. It was only a 2-minute walk to the lockers. He should have plenty of time to head for the stands and watch the last fight with the company of his classmates. 5 minutes later, 𝐒𝐫 could only stare at his phone in confusion. 15 missed calls. From mother. He felt a surge of regret. Was she disappointed? Worried? He tapped to dial her back, and held his phone up to his ear. Mother, I'm so sorry for... Wait, mother, slow down. What's this about Tensai-Nissan? No. Wait. Where are you? Where is Nissan being taken? No. I'll be there soon. I'll call a cab. Go with him. Please. I'll be there as soon as I can. The phone was lowered by shaking hands, and tears dripped onto the floor. Seconds later, he was gone, sprinting away, ignoring the ache of his limbs as he rushed down to the exit.